Chapter 1803. 95 million God deity needed to be put to good use. Lin Fei started to study it. First was the realm. Lin Fei felt that it was enough to have one-star God King realm. Realm wasn't very useful to him, God power was the focus. One-star God King needed more than 30 million God deity to advance to two-star God King. If he wanted to advance to 9 stars God King, Lin Fei felt that he would need at least a few hundred million God deity, maybe even a billion God deity. Leveling up was temporarily put aside. Lin Fei's focus landed on the 18 primordial clones. Raising the cultivation technique became very important. Every time the 18 primordial clones leveled up, their combat strength would increase. For example, the 18 primordial clones had reached 2-star combat strength. Even though it was just a level increase, their combat strength increased by a huge amount. The method of leveling up wasn't difficult. Using God deity to raise the cultivation of the clones, simulating the conversion system, the clones could also absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy and convert it into God power. Although the effect was very average, Lin Fei was using his own God power. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to raise the cultivation technique of the 18 primordial clones. If he could raise it to that level, then he would raise it to that level. Let's raise the clone realm first. Last time he used 200,000 shards to raise it. The clone realm was still at the pseudo-god realm, so what he needed to do now was to raise the clone realm. The 18 primordial clones were released and they raised their realms one by one. With 95 million God deity, Lin Fei was very confident. Very quickly, Lin Fei realized that the clones were bottomless pits. Damn, 100,000 God deity and they still haven't reached 1-star God realm. What kind of joke is this? When I leveled up, I only had 100 God deity. 100,000, 18 of them, that was 8 million God deity. Lin Fei couldn't help but wipe his sweat. At this moment, the little devil flew out and said, "Master, you have to know that your doppelgangers are formed from energy, not flesh and blood. It's already good enough that the system can help them advance. Moreover, it's even more perfect than what you heard from that big shot. Even if your God power is used up, your clones can absorb it on their own." Lin Fei was convinced. I want to see how much divine deity he can absorb. Lin Fei continued to use his divine deity, preparing to waste time with this. Fortunately, when it came to 150,000 godhoods, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when his first clone reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god. 150,000 godheads was an acceptable price. After using 2,700,000 godheads, all of his clones became 1-star celestial gods. Lin Fei began to raise his cultivation level by 2 stars again. He already knew that to raise his cultivation technique, as long as he was not allowed to raise his cultivation level, he would have to raise the level of his cultivation technique. Advancing from a 1-star heavenly god to a 2-star heavenly god would increase from 150,000 godheads to 500,000 godheads. 9 million godhoods went down just like that. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the upgraded divine spark could be exchanged for a portion of the godly monarch's fragments, so he didn't use the divine spark for nothing. 10 million godhoods were sold just like that. Lin Fei continued. 20 million to become a 3-star heavenly god. 40 million to become a 4-star celestial god. With this calculation he had spent 70 million godhoods. It really is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, only 20 million of the 95 million godhoods he had found were left. He finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. He used it quickly. Fuse. The 18 clones entered his body, and Lin Fei's 1-star godly monarch cultivation level broke through to the 2-star godly monarch cultivation level. Only 1 cultivation level? Lin Fei soon felt relieved. A godly monarch was stronger than a heavenly god. Although the 18 primordial godly clones were 4-star heavenly gods, the energy in their bodies could only increase by 1 cultivation level. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Now that he was a godly monarch, he couldn't use supreme-grade divine artifacts. He had to change to a godly monarch weapon no matter what. Opening the box was a must. Lin Fei got busy again. There were also changes to the godly monarch box. Each opening required 50,000 godhoods, and he was allowed to open it 50 times a day. After 50 times, each opening would require 500,000 godhoods. Lin Fei had already absorbed the changes to the godly monarch level. Wasn't it just 50,000 godhoods each time? He could only open a low-grade godly monarch weapon? He still opened it. He didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. Lin Fei used 15 million godhoods and opened a low-grade godly monarch weapon. It was a long black saber with an ice-cold blade. Its name was Heaven Absolute Saber. The Godly Monarch battle armor was a thunderclap battle armor that could release terrifying lightning attacks. At this point, Lin Fei was only left with 5 million godhoods. With 5 million divine deity, Lin Fei went to upgrade the divine level 1 blade chop cultivation technique. With the divine deity, he pushed his battle power from 2 stars to 4 stars, leaving him with the last 1 million divine deity. Lin Fei didn't plan to use the 1 million godhoods. He planned to keep them and convert them into divine power. It's done. Lin Fei came out of the secret space in a very good mood. With more than 90 million godhoods, Lin Fei's strength increased tremendously again. Congratulations on your great improvement, Master. As soon as he came out, Ron, who had been outside, came up to congratulate him. At the same time, he saw the 6 men following behind him, and he felt a sense of urgency. Come, let me introduce you. These are your colleagues from now on. Lin Fei used 60 million godly monarch shards to summon 6 godly monarchs. To make it easier to remember them, Lin Fei changed their names to Lin 1 to Lin 6. Lin 1 was the strongest, a 6-star godly monarch. Lin 2 and Lin 3 were 4-star godly monarchs. Lin 4, Lin 5, and Lin 6 were 1-star to 3-star godly monarchs. Summoning 6 godly monarchs, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei came out of the battle fortress. 9 Dragons King was the first to arrive. Half a month had passed and Draconic God Weave was mostly under control. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Lin Fei knew it was flattery, but he still liked it. Come with me, I have something to tell you. 9 Dragons King called everyone out. Lin 5, Lin 6, stay in Draconic God Weave from now on. If you have nothing to do, focus on cultivating. Lin Fei called out Lin 5 and Lin 6. Yes, Master. The 2 answered in unison. 9 Dragons King glanced at them and his heart thumped wildly. These 2 were too dangerous. Just a look from them was enough to make 9 Dragons King feel uneasy. Little 9, these 2 are guarding Draconic God Weave. You don't have to worry about them. If there are any experts you can't handle, just inform them. They will definitely help you solve the problem. 9 Dragons King was overjoyed. He had been worried that Tion might not be able to suppress him if he left. Now he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. 9 Dragons King made up his mind. Unless there was a situation he could not handle, he would not disturb these 2. These 2 might come from the same place as Tion. Take good care of Draconic God Weave. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fei patted 9 Dragons King's shoulder. Alright, you can arrange for the Dragon Clan's people to collect godheads for me. Later, I will give you a batch of low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade godheads and high-grade godheads. You know how to use them. 9 Dragons King nodded repeatedly. I will take care of this matter. I will not disappoint Master. Master, are you preparing to leave? I have something to do. You just need to take care of it. Lin Fei was very busy at the moment. Leaving Lin 5 and Lin 6 in Draconic God Weave was also a precaution. If Long Liefan came back fearlessly, Lin Fei would definitely give him a big shock, letting him know what regret was. After settling everything, Lin Fei secretly left. He planned to make a trip back to Great Metropolis Celestial World. Originally he wanted Lin 2 and Lin San to guard his home, but due to the long journey he could only use the battle fort. After a few days, Lin Fei returned to Great Metropolis Celestial World. He left Lin 2, Lin San and Ron behind, telling him to cultivate properly. With 2 God Kings guarding Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei was very relieved. Back in Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. Golden Phoenix had helped him collect a batch of godheads, all of which were collected in the weave. There was a total of 56 million godheads. Now, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei was not picky. For this, Lin Fei left a batch of divine artifacts for Golden Phoenix, telling her to exchange them for godheads. As long as they were godheads, it would be fine. Right now, Lin Fei was in dire need of godheads. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fei once again set off secretly. With God Kings guarding him, Lin Fei could rest assured. This time Lin Fei wanted to go to the Divine Tomb. That ancient battlefield. He believed that he would not be disappointed there. Why did he want to go to the Divine Tomb? This was the only place that Lin Fei could think of. If not here, where else could he go? He had to go. Lin Fei brought Lin Yi with him. With a 6-star God King guarding him, he could solve a lot of problems. Halfway there, Lin Fei went to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce to see Tianyang and Arakawa. After the news of the dragon god we've spread, the two had already regarded Earth's sky as an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce. With such a big backer, if they did not befriend him now, when would they wait? When they met, Tianyang and Arakawa both gave him a generous gift. Each of them gave 500,000 godheads. Such a generous gift was quite a lot. Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He took out 6 supreme-grade divine artifacts and gave them only one condition. They would handle the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, and he wanted godheads. Although the two did not understand what the godheads were used for, they did not ask. After some discussion, they divided the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts at 6 million godheads each. Because he did not have the godheads with him and there were many of them, they needed to collect them. They could not give them to Di Tian immediately. Lin Fei did not mind. He allowed them to collect the godheads and take them away the next time they came. The two also began to prepare for the auction. With the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, the 2 chambers of commerce could once again be in the limelight. 6 heavenly divine artifacts were exchanged for 36 million godheads. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts were no longer attractive to Lin Fei. Other than the 8 major sects, the only places where he could exchange a large number of godheads were these 2 top chambers of commerce. As for the World Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had no interest in cooperating. Chapter 1804. In a faraway place, a towering mountain stood on the vast land, like an invincible divine weapon. The lightning that shot out from the mountain shrouded the entire mountain. The mountain was like a divine weapon, piercing through the clouds as if the sky was about to be pierced through. The mountain was huge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the mountain. No one knew how big the mountain was. They only knew that it was the tallest mountain in the divine world, called the God Lightning Mountain. Divine lightning struck down continuously, one after another, bringing with it a terrifying aura, turning the area within 1 billion miles into a barren land. No matter how strong one was, one could not withstand the attack of the number 1 divine lightning in the world. At the same time, on the highest peak of the God Lightning Mountain, at this moment, 8 illusory figures appeared in a place where few people could be seen. They ignored the divine lightning that was descending, and each of them stood in a position that was impervious to the divine lightning. They looked like figures, but in fact they were formed by powerful divine senses. If there were any top-notch experts here, they would definitely recognize them. These 8 were the 8 magnates of the divine world. In other words, they were the only 8 deity emperors. Everyone, our plans in the lower realms are about to change. That's why I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can work together to open up a path to the lower realms. That way we can provide more help to the people in the lower realms. What do you all think? Are you talking about that Di Tian who appeared out of nowhere? And that senior divine king? If that's the case, aren't you overreacting? What can a mere divine king do? Don't tell me that your demon mystic sect is afraid of him? Deity Emperor Zheng Yi sneered. Deity Emperor Mo Xian was the first to speak. After being mocked by Deity Emperor Zheng Yi, he only harumphed, It's not that I'm afraid. I'm just worried about unnecessary trouble. Do you think that Di Tian is not being manipulated by someone? If he really makes a move, your Zhengyi sect will not have a good ending. This emperor agrees with Brother Mo Xian's words. 108 god princes are about to appear. Just the primal chaos god emperor alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Now that Di Tian has appeared, who knows if he's after the god princes? Extreme Bliss Deity Emperor stood on Profound Devil Deity Emperor's side. We need to prepare for this as soon as possible. What do you think? Di Tian is a small matter. A mere god king is nothing. But that Di Tian's backer is a problem. He might even be controlled by one of our divine world's hierarch. The righteous Profound Saint Deity Emperor said in a deep voice, even this kind of traitorous thing interfered in the lower realm. It's hard to guarantee that the other ultimate gods won't have any thoughts about it. With this matter in mind, our sects really need to be supported. Isn't it just opening up a passageway to the lower realm? I think it's doable. Brother Mo Xian is right. We must nurture the power of the lower realm. Now that the divine child has appeared, we must take action. With the 8 of us working together, we can definitely build a passageway. Who cares what those divine venerables think? The divine child must be controlled by us. Immortal Emperor God Emperor, Fortune God Emperor, and Shintian God Emperor all had different expressions on their faces. All of them chose to remain silent as this matter was extremely important. Opening the passage is necessary. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, I believe everyone knows the importance of the God's Son. This passageway is necessary. The 2 words divine child made everyone's expression turn grave. Let's open it then. The God Son must be controlled by us, no one else can. Then it's settled. The 8 God Emperors quickly made their decision. They would work together to open the passage to the lower realm. God Emperor Jing-yi, Immortal Emperor God Emperor, and the rest left first. On the peak, only Mystic Demon God Emperor, Shintian God Emperor, and Blissful God Emperor were left. Brother Mo Xian, where do you plan to open the passage? Mystic Demon God Emperor asked. At the battlefield of our past, the divine tomb that they are talking about. That place is deserted. As long as the sects guard it well, no one can enter. Mystic Demon God Emperor said. This place is doable. The divine tomb is a place where the battles are intense. The border barrier is the weakest. We can open it from there and it will be much easier. Mystic Demon God Emperor felt that it was doable. Our forces below are indeed too weak. That Tian is truly despicable. I wonder who secretly sent people down there. Speaking of which, that Tian is indeed a bastard. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the Divine Dragon territory and chased the current Dragon God down. Blissful God Emperor gossiped. It seems that the old Dragon God is furious and wants to make things difficult for that Tian. The old Dragon God is indeed hot-tempered. It would be strange if he didn't get angry after hearing that. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, everyone just needs to be prepared for the opening of the passage. If it weren't for those guys down there being disappointing, we wouldn't have to be so anxious. After all, the divine child is about to be born. The God Emperor was very disappointed with the agents below. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with the godly venerable experts who secretly put down the divine king. However, there were many godly venerables in the divine world. It would not be easy to find them. This matter had to be investigated. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to find out who was the mastermind immediately. They would then have a reason to deal with them. On the way to the divine tomb, Lin Fei did not know that the 8 giants of the upper realm were secretly discussing about opening the passage from the upper realm to the lower realm. After leaving the great metropolis world, Lin Fei let Battle Number 1 control the battle fortress and rushed to the divine tomb day and night. The divine tomb was rather far. If it wasn't for the map of the divine tomb, Lin Fei would not be able to find the correct route. Lin Fei had been on the road for 10 days. The battle fortress's speed had been maintained at its top speed due to the reckless energy consumption. It's still too slow. Although the battle fortress's speed was very fast, Lin Fei was still not very satisfied. It did not reach the satisfactory speed that he had imagined. Master, you don't have to worry. At this speed, we should be able to enter the divine tomb in another 3 days. This is already very fast. Linny said with a smile. All right. Lin Fei really had nothing to say. Suddenly Linny frowned and said, Master, I just noticed that there are warships appearing in a few other directions. Moreover, they are all heading in the same direction as we are. Lin Fei was excited and thought to himself, could it be that they are coming for me? System, show me the images. The system was now multifunctional. Lin Fei only needed to pay the Godhead to use the function. The concealment effect was also first class. At least for now, he had not been discovered by anyone. The system stretched out a screen and divided it into several images. In each image there was a warship. This is from the righteous sect. And this is from the demon mystic sect. The fortune gate. Could it be that they are all going to the divine tomb? This is too much of a coincidence. Chapter 1805. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Coupled with the activated concealment function, it was difficult to find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei was surprised to find the battleships of the 8 major sections. It seemed that they did not need to go to the god's graveyard at this time. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to the god's graveyard. There was no other destination in this direction besides the god's graveyard. They probably had the idea of going to the god's graveyard after the dragon god ceremony ended. If that's the case, they left very early. Their battleships are not as good as my battle fortress. That's why I was able to catch up to them so quickly. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and came up with a conclusion that was close to the truth. That should be it. Lin Fei ordered Battle Number 1 to hide. They could not be found at this time. Master, we need to hurry to the god's graveyard. No matter what their purpose is, it must be related to the higher-ups. Linny analyzed. Maybe it's because Master appeared out of nowhere and affected their next plan. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. The sects of the 8 major sects must have appeared together for a purpose. It was most likely to contact the upper realm. Ignore them for now. Let's go to the god's graveyard first. No matter what it is, we will find it before them. Lin Fei was very confident in the battle fortress. At least he was faster than them. Under the condition that they wouldn't be disturbed. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Unless someone bumped into it, normal people would not be able to find it. Even if they used their divine sense to check, the result would be the same. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei left their battleships behind. People from the 7 overlords? After leaving those battleships behind, Lin Fei found traces of the 7 overlords. They were also piloting battle fortresses. If not for the system's constant scanning, Lin Fei would not have found out. Damn, are they all going to the god's graveyard? After paying a small price, Lin Fei found a few battle fortresses, one of which belonged to the Yama overlord. They were flying side by side, looking very majestic. It's a good thing I've turned on the system. If I were to continue forward, I might really run into them. Lin Fei frowned. It was not easy for him to find time to come to the tomb of the god of sin, but he happened to run into these people, which made him very unhappy. If only we could improve the fort's performance a little more, then we wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Lin Fei sighed. At this speed, there was no way they could get rid of them. As if hearing Lin Fei's thoughts, the little devil appeared again. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Lin Fei was used to it. Master, you want to modify the battle fort? Lin Fei knew very well that under normal circumstances, the little devil would rarely take the initiative to appear. His eyes lit up. Do you have a way? Of course there is. Modifying a battle fortress is a piece of cake in your words. The little devil pulled out a virtual page, pointed at a few points, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The whole process only took a moment. Look, this is the modification plan after the system analyzed it. The little devil threw the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. The system could also analyze modifications? After opening the scroll, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. If I modify it according to the scroll, my battle fort will become a divine weapon that can evolve. Although Lin Fei had a low-grade God King weapon, it was not easy to keep up with the speed of evolution. If the battle fort could really evolve, Lin Fei would be very happy. At least for traveling, the battle fort would be useful. If he could increase its attack power, Lin Fei believed that the battle fort would become the most terrifying weapon of war. Nothing else could compare to it. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he also knew that this kind of modification was not a small matter. If it was not done well, it would cost a lot of money. Although he was already mentally prepared, when Lin Fei saw the modification cost at the bottom of the map, Lin Fei still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were a few simple numbers written on the map. Total modification cost 1 billion divinities. This modification cost was really not low. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Little devil, you have given me a difficult problem. After seeing the modified battle fort, who can resist this temptation? But this 1 billion divinities, even if you sell me, you may not be able to get it. The little devil laughed. I believe Master can do it. 1 billion divinities is really not a lot. If you can't gather it in this world, you can go to the upper realm and rob whoever doesn't want to give. I know a few places that have divinities. For example, the 8 major sects, the representatives of the upper realm. Master can rob them, and I guarantee that you will get something. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. The representatives of the 8 great emperors should have a lot of divinities in the sections. Even if they didn't have tens of millions of divinities from the dragon race, it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 or 20 million, right? In the end, Lin Fei still suppressed the idea. This matter could not be rushed. At this time, the little devil began to speak again. How about this? Master can modify some aspects of the battle fort. The cost is not that high. Lin Fei felt that this was doable. Then what should we modify first? Let's modify the speed first. The little devil said. The battle fort speed is not bad, but it has reached its limit. If the speed of the battle fort is modified, Master can completely leave those overlords behind. No one can catch up. This was doable. How many divinities do we need? Master currently has more than 2 million divinities. Based on the current foundation, we can barely increase the speed by 2 times. If we want to modify the speed completely, we will need 100 million divinities. Did he hear that it was 2 times? Although Lin Fei felt heartache about the divinities, they were things that were meant to be used. Okay. Lin Fei did not hesitate. I don't know when it will be done. The little devil snapped his fingers. 1 hour. 2 million divinities were used. Lin Fei had really become a pauper. Fortunately, there were divinities in the tomb of the gods. As long as he reached there, he could collect the divinities. It was still acceptable. Master, the modification is done. The little devil reappeared and said with a smile. So fast? Of course. Master doesn't need to worry at all when I do it. The little devil said proudly. I have already modified the power of the battle fort. It's just that the energy consumption is a little high, but the speed can be increased by 2 times. The speed of the battle fort was controlled by the formation restriction. Lin Fei was not very familiar with this formation restriction and did not want to know. It was fine as long as the effect was out. Battle number 1, activate the battle fort. Lin Fei passed the order. Yes, master. Battle number 1 activated the battle fort. Lin Fei only felt his body tremble slightly. The huge battle fort rushed out like a violent flying car. Fast. Was really fast. The speed of the battle fort was increased by 2 times from its original speed. The speed of the battle fort was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, the few battle forts from before were already in front of him. With a few whooshes they passed by, leaving only a shadow. Master, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's just that the modification fee is too high. Because of a small accident, the battle fort was modified. Although it increased its speed, Lin Fei no longer had any doubts about the modification of the entire battle fort. Should I help the 7 overlords modify it? Lin Fei pondered. I think they would be willing to pay a sum of divinities. Increasing its speed by 2 times was not a simple matter. Behind them, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sat under a pavilion, tasting immortal wine. The maid beside him occasionally handed him immortal fruits, thinking about what he would gain from this trip to the tomb of the god of sin. As something passed by? Suddenly, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sensed something passing by. The battle fort had already been refined by the overlord of the plenitude overlord. He would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened. The overlord of the plenitude overlord would never be wrong about his feelings. That can't be. How could there be something faster than the battle fort? The overlord of the plenitude overlord used his divine sense to search again, but to no avail. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Did nothing pass by just now? The overlord of the plenitude overlord muttered to himself. The battle fort itself was the fastest thing in the territory. Even the peak Empyrean gods of the 9 stars could not compare. Daoist Sun Luo, did something pass by just now? Daoist Sun Luo, did you feel something pass by? The overlord of the plenitude overlord's eyes widened. You felt it too? Could there really be something faster than the battle fort? Lin Fei did not know about the gloomy look on the overlord of the plenitude overlord's face. With its twice the original speed, the battle fort was like a flying beast. It sped along the way, leaving all the other warships behind. The energy consumption was also a huge figure. Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If it did not consume energy, its speed could be increased. At the very least, Lin Fei had accepted the powerful modification ability of the system. If he had 1 billion godheads, he really wanted to see how terrifying the modified attack would be. Another few days passed. Lin Fei did not encounter another warship. He was already sure that he had shaken them off. Master, I think we've arrived. On the top of the battle fort, Lin Yi pointed at an eerie land in the distance. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw a fragment of an eerie land in the distance. No, this is not the tomb of the god of sin. We've arrived at the periphery. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Look, there is more than one eerie land. Indeed, as they got closer, pieces of eerie land floating in the air appeared. Chapter 1806. The star continent fragments that filled the sky still gave Lin Fei a huge shock. How tragic this must be. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. The star continent was broken into pieces. One could only imagine the intensity of the battle back then. Now, Lin Fei could also shatter the star continent, but it was far from the size of the floating star continent fragments. Even a God King powerhouse might not be able to shatter a star continent fragment of this level. The bigger the star continent, the more power it required. It wasn't something that could be easily shattered. Master, these floating star continent fragments all have a horrifying aura. They should be left behind by those people back then. Lin Yi said from the side. Can you do it? Lin Yi shook his head. Not now. Lin Fei had expected this. The battle here was even more tragic than expected. The battle fort flew carefully. Lin Fei also tried to make Battle 1 not let the battle fort touch the star continent fragments. It seemed safe, but who knew if there was any danger? There were more star continent fragments floating in the sky than expected. At a glance they were everywhere. The battle fort could only move carefully. Boom. Not long after, the battle fort was hit by a moving star continent fragment. On the star continent, a shadow appeared and slapped the battle fort heavily, causing the entire battle fort to shake. Go! With one slap, Lin Fei felt the horrifying power. This was at least a God King level attack. Fortunately, the speed of the battle fort had been modified. He escaped the scene immediately. The roars behind him continued. An illusory figure appeared, which also attracted a few illusory experts in the vicinity. Master. Those are the grievances left behind by the powerhouses before they died. They are attached to the fragments. Whoever touches the fragments will appear and attack anyone. Linny explained. Lin Fei finally understood what it meant. So dangerous. The little fiend jumped out again. Master, 2 million godhoods. That's not a loss, is it? If you remodel the entire battle fortress, you don't have to worry about the attack just now. Lin Fei said heavily, I will modify them all sooner or later. The fragment of the stellar continent floated in the air. Lin Fei became extremely careful. At the same time, he opened the system and searched for traces of godhood. Unfortunately, there was no godhood on the shards. Just like that, he carefully advanced while searching for godhoods. 3 days later, Lin Fei left the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin. He didn't have to worry about encountering the star continent fragment anymore. A dark, silent continent appeared in Lin Fei's sight. This should be the real battlefield. Lin Fei could already feel the murderous aura of the continent rushing toward him. A long time passed. But that didn't mean the killing aura would disappear. Master, this place is very dangerous. Lin Yi's expression also became grave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The battle fort hadn't gone far. In midair, a terrifying aura of the Great Path shot out. The battle fortress was shaken by the bombardment, and its sturdy exterior started to shake. Traces were also left behind. We can't fly in the sky anymore. Lin Fei immediately realized that in the sky above this continent, it was filled with killing intent. With the current battle fortress, it probably wouldn't be able to find many godhoods before it was blasted into pieces by these Great Path powers. Go down immediately. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to go down. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The battle fortress rushed to the ground. The Great Path attacks that filled the sky were still attacking. In less than a moment, the battle fortress had been attacked countless times and was filled with densely packed pits. Once on the ground, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and put on the low-grade God King armor. He quickly avoided the Great Path attacks and finally got rid of them. The tomb of the god of sin is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei was hiding in a large pit. He could still hear the rumbling sound. It took a long time before it dissipated. At the very least, I can't fly in the sky anymore. Whoever dares to fly up will definitely be turned into a hornet's nest. Lin Fei leaned against the back of the pit and couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. These were all genuine God King level attacks. There might even be more. Originally, he thought that searching for godheads would be a simple matter. Now, from Lin Fei's point of view, it should be a very dangerous matter. They had just arrived and they were already treated like this. Lin Fei was indeed worried. Master, look in front. Suddenly, Lin Yi jumped out of the pit and stared in front of him. Lin Fei also followed him out. He saw that there was a big, faintly discernible mound in front of him, lying on the flat ground just like that. A huge tomb. Lin Fei and Lin Yi carefully moved forward. They stopped not far from the big mound. The big mound in front of them was very big, like a tall mountain. The most unbelievable thing was that the big mound was covered with magic arrays and restrictions. Could it be that the corpses from the great battle were gathered together and buried here? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had a guess. It seemed that other than this reason, no one would be so bored as to make such a big mound. Lin Fei looked around the big mound, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He asked Lin Yi to go and check nearby. He suspected that there should be a lot of such big mounds. The magic arrays and restrictions were not easy to break. Lin Fei was really not worried. With the system, as long as he paid the godheads, he was not afraid that he could not open these big mounds. After a while, Lin Yi flew back. Master really guessed it. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, I found several big mounds. They look almost the same as the one in front of us. They should be the land of bones. Lin Fei could already determine the use of these big mounds. There should be corpses buried underneath. I just don't know who was so bored to bury them. Why did they have to set up magic arrays and restrictions? This kind of damn place is not for ordinary people. Even 9-star celestial gods would die in this place. Lin Fei curled his lips. No matter what, these big mounds are mine. Lin Fei decided to be a grave robber. No matter what, he would dig it up first. How many godheads are needed to break the magic arrays and restrictions here? 500,000 godheads. The little devil asked for an exorbitant price again. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you need to be so expensive? These big mounds are all magic arrays and restrictions set up by peak god kings. In this world except for me no one can break them. The little devil said proudly. Really thick-skinned. 500,000 godheads were almost the last of Lin Fei's wealth. If he did not find it he would really have a headache. Fight. Lin Fei decisively chose to use 500,000 godheads to break the magic arrays and restrictions. Chapter 1807. Alright, you can come in now. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the little devil flew out again and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. So fast. Although Lin Fei wasn't very good at array restrictions, he was also clear that the array restrictions here were different from those outside. It shouldn't be that easy to break them. The little devil said disdainfully, Humph, these array restrictions no matter how many come, I can easily break them. Lin Fei surrendered. Go in from there. The little devil pointed to a position in front of him. I have already broken the array restrictions. You just have to go in from this position. Remember, don't wander around. I'm only opening a passage. If you are attacked by the array restrictions, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei blinked. Passage, what do you mean? You didn't completely break it? Are there still array restrictions? This was the worst joke Lin Fei had ever heard. The little demon said seriously, Master, you're dreaming. 500,000 godheads can only open a passage. It's not a complete break. You can't do it with this price tag. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Alright, there is a passage. Lin Fei followed the direction and walked into the big mound. Just as the little devil had said, the inside and outside of the big earth mound was covered with array formations. Lin Fei could only carefully walk in a passage. Beside him was the array formation restrictions. The constant roaring of thunder and golden heptachi were densely packed. Lin Fei didn't dare to wander around. Under the guidance of the little devil, he finally came to the center of the big mound. So big. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to come to the center of the big mound. He felt that it was very big inside. Aside from that, there were also mountains of bones. Some were dozens of feet long while others were hundreds of feet long. They were all piled up densely. So many bones. Lin Fei glanced at it and knew that someone had used a great mystic art to collect the bones and piled them up here. Master, there are words here. Lin Yi shouted at Lin Fei from afar. When Lin Fei heard that there were no spell formations or restrictions inside, he relaxed. He walked over to Lin Yi's side and saw a stone stele in front of the skeleton. There were words on the stone tablet. Jingyi Divine Emperor? Perhaps it was a matter of time or the stone tablet, but Lin Fei saw a few bold and forceful words left on the stone tablet. This should have been erected by one of the 9 Xinhuang. Could it be the Xinhuang behind the Jingyi school? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and unconsciously contacted the Jingyi school. In the worst-case scenario, they should be the subordinates of Emperor Jingyi. They died in battle under this starry sky and were buried together. Lin Fei quickly came to a conclusion. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to these matters. Divinity was the most important thing. After spending 500,000 divinity, he couldn't return empty-handed. Lin Fei asked Lin Yi to look for it while he began to look for it himself. Master, you actually don't need to look for the divinity. They have all been collected and placed on the altar in the center of the skeleton, as well as the broken divine artifacts. The little devil interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts of looking for it. Why didn't you say so earlier? There was indeed an altar in the center of the skeleton. This altar was very big. When he saw the altar, Lin Fei couldn't help but squint his eyes and exclaim, so many divinity. Jingyi Divine Emperor finally did a good deed for once. There were a lot of divinity piled up on the altar. In addition, there were also the divine artifacts that the little devil mentioned. Most of them were damaged. After a long time, they had long become scrap metal and had no value. Of course, if he looked carefully, there were still some that could be used and their power was also quite good. The current Lin Fei didn't care about these little things. Divinity was the biggest help. Master, these divinity should have been deliberately left behind. Maybe it was left for Jingyi sect. Lin Yi suddenly interjected, this time they are doomed to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed, it doesn't matter whether he left it for Jingyi sect or not. Now it's all mine. Using 500,000 divinity to break the formation restriction was not in vain. There are at least millions of divinity here. The pile of bones was so densely packed that it was uncountable. The number of divinity was indeed a lot. Although there was a formation restriction on the altar, it couldn't stop the little devil. On the premise that he paid 300,000 divinity, Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. After using 800,000 divinity, Lin Fei stood in front of the altar and put away all the divinity. The system also calculated the number of divinity in the shortest time possible. 23 million divinity. When Lin Fei saw the number, he couldn't help but feel excited. There were millions of divinity in a big mound. Lin found many big mounds outside. Didn't it mean that he could also harvest tens of millions of divinity? Awesome. If it weren't for the little devil, Lin Fei would probably only be able to widen his eyes and not be able to carry anything. The divinity was collected. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all the broken divinity divine artifacts. After converting them, he could at least exchange them for some divine power. It's a pity that there are no medicinal pills or divine stones. Lin Fei looted everything on the altar, leaving behind a pile of bones. Master, these gods' bones can also be recycled because their bones are God's bones. Although the quality is very ordinary, they also condensed countless divine power. The little devil reminded. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? I'll take it. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary god. Divine power was like plain water, there was never a need to be afraid of too much. Could be said that the more divine power, the better. The original 3,000 trillion divinity was consumed in one go, and only about 2,000 trillion divinity was left. Lin Fei urgently needed to replenish his divinity. Master, if you are willing to pay 100,000 divinity, I can rearrange this place again. No one will be able to recognize it. After coming out, the little devil laughed mischievously. That's possible. Lin Fei had just harvested more than 8 million divinity. If he used 100,000 divinity to repair it, even if the righteous sect really came, they wouldn't be able to find any traces. Now Lin Fei didn't want all his secrets to be exposed. Alright, 100,000 divinity it is. The little devil spent some more effort to repair the gap in the formation. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, the result was the same. Master, if the righteous sect and the others come and enter, they will definitely be dumbfounded. Lin couldn't help but laugh. That scene was particularly interesting just thinking about it. That's a must. If they don't want to deal with me, I'll make it hard for them. After gaining something from the first big mound, Lin Fei began to dig the grave. At this time, as long as it was a big mound in Lin Fei's eyes, it was a sparkling treasure house. With the little devil in charge, no matter what formation restrictions there were, they could be broken. The premise was that there was divinity to pay. Compared to the harvest in the big mound, the divinity to break the formation restrictions became less important. 3 million divinity. 6. 73 million divinity. 9. 15 million divinity. Every time a big mound went in, Lin Fei would have a satisfactory harvest. At the same time, he also found that every big mound had a stone tablet erected with different names. Some were Righteous Divine Emperor, some were Creation Divine Emperor, and some were Dark Demon Divine Emperor, and so on. In this way, Lin Fei was even more certain that these big mounds were made by the Divine Emperors. Now it was Lin Fei who took advantage of it. The number of big mounds also exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. When there were 100, Lin Fei plundered 600 million divinity. In other words, there were more than 600 million heavenly gods participating in the battle on this battlefield. Only the divine realm could come up with such a huge number. Lin Fei was quite shocked. Back then, in order to deal with the primal chaos divine emperor, the 8 divine emperors probably put in a lot of capital and put so many heavenly gods on the battlefield. Perhaps, these heavenly god powerhouses were actually cannon fodder on the battlefield. Although Lin Fei sighed, he could not wait for more divinity. Apart from here in the tomb of the god of sin, it was not an easy task to find so many divinity again. The number of big mounds was far more than 100. And this was just the beginning. 200, 300, 400, 500. The number of big mounds was also gradually increasing, and it was not as close as before. And the number of heavenly god powerhouses participating in the battle had reached 3 or 4 billion. The number of divinity in Lin Fei's hands had reached more than 3 billion divinity. This was a huge number. Lin Fei was beaming. Not only did he collect a large number of divinity, but his divine power had also rushed from 2,000 trillion to more than 3,000 trillion, a full increase of 1,000 trillion. After the 600th big mound. On the battlefield there was almost no big mound. Lin Fei also went from the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin battlefield to the center of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Fei searched along the way, he saw all kinds of great path waste on the battlefield, turning into phantoms, constantly moving. Master, be careful, these are the divine thoughts left by God King powerhouses. Linny had just warned. Not far away, a phantom with a blurry face seemed to have sensed someone and blasted a punch across the air. The powerful killing intent instantly locked on the two of them. Lin Fei's face darkened and Linny quickly made a move, also blasted out a punch. Master, run! The blurry phantom blasted out a punch, and the nearby wandering phantoms instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 40 God King powerhouses, attacking the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the terrifying attack, Lin Fei immediately activated the invincible defense, and he also shot out, retreating out of this central area. Cough, cough. The sky full of attacks blasted on his body. Lin Fei's blood and chi surged, and he finally escaped the central area and returned to a safe place. The pursuing God King powerhouses seemed to be restricted, unable to chase out. After stopping for a while, they began to swim again. Lin Fei patted his chest. Linny, didn't you say that they were formed from divine thoughts? This strength is too terrifying. At this time, Linny was not feeling well either. The supreme-grade heavenly god battle robe on his body had long been broken, and he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were not light, but not to a very serious extent. Chapter 1808. Dangerous. Really dangerous. 30 to 40 God Kings attacking. Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Fei activated invincible defense and still felt a terrifying killing intent. If not for the system's invincible defense, he would definitely be blasted into pieces. So scary. Being locked on by thousands of heavenly gods, Lin Fei did not feel this kind of fear. God Kings were God Kings. Luckily, they seem to be restricted to a certain extent and can't come over. As a 6-star God King, Lin Yi also felt great pressure. If they really come over, we really have to run. Lin Fei stared at those wandering God Kings and could not help but frown. Was the war back then so terrifying? Lin Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. Almost 3.4 billion heavenly god powerhouses had participated in the battle, and now there were God King powerhouses. He even suspected that in the depths of the divine tomb, there might be hierarch-level super powerhouses who had fallen. This place is really scary. Lin Yi also had a rare solemn expression. I think we should not go in. In this area, the number of wandering God Kings will definitely be a terrifying number. Once we go in, we will be surrounded and it will not be easy to come out. Lin Fei had plundered more than 3 billion godheads and swept all the things in the periphery. It could be considered a rewarding return. Leaving now would also be a fruitful harvest. But Lin Fei's adventurous spirit told him that the harvest in the depths of the god's tomb would definitely be more bountiful. This thought constantly reminded Lin Fei. Should I risk it? Although 3 billion godheads was a lot, it was really not much for Lin Fei. Just modifying the battle fortress would use 1 billion godheads, and the remaining godheads were used for leveling up or leveling up his clone. It was completely not enough. After all, his clone was only at the 4-star heavenly god realm, far from the 9-star heavenly god realm. More importantly, this was a bottomless pit. If I barge in with invincible defense activated, I don't know if I can withstand it. Lin Fei pondered. Invincible defense was still very powerful. However, if there were a lot of divine kings and they kept attacking, the consumption of invincibility point would be a terrifying number. Lin Fei himself was going to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, invincible defense relied on invincible points, and the stronger the attacker, the more invincible points needed to be blocked. 10 divine kings were still okay, 30 or 40 were still acceptable, but once it reached hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands, then the consumption. Even though Lin Fei had harvested a large amount of divine deity, he still couldn't withstand this terrifying consumption. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't be willing to use this method. Master, do you want to capture all these God Kings? The little devil laughed and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he forget about the little devil? This black-hearted guy seemed to have a way to deal with him as long as there was a divine spark. What's the price? Lin Fei asked directly. It's not expensive at all. Capturing a God King only costs 500,000 godheads, it's nothing to master. Moreover, after the system refines the captured God King, it can be used to refine weapons of mass destruction. God King Exploding Bead, not only can it be refined by a God King, you can also obtain a God King Grade Godhead. A God King Grade Godhead is much stronger than an ordinary Heavenly God Realm Godhead. The little devil tempted. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very black-hearted, and he didn't know where he learned it from. However, the little devil's words were still very attractive to him. Of course, about 500,000 divine deity for a divine king, Lin Fei had long chosen to ignore it. Is the effect really that good? Moreover, could it be that one divine king-level divine deity is worth 500,000 divine deity? Lin Fei had some doubts. Master, when have I ever lied to anyone? The little devil harumphed, you'll feel great in a while. First, this God King exploding bead compresses your divine sense into a bead. When you encounter a strong enemy, just throw it out. If you throw 10 beads at an ordinary God King, it's guaranteed to heavily injure them. 20 beads is enough to kill them. As for ordinary heavenly gods, you can kill as many as you come. It can be said to be an invincible killing weapon. It's all thanks to Master's good luck that you could find so many raw materials here. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. Although he was a one-star God King and could easily deal with heavenly gods, if he really encountered a God King level powerhouse, especially a powerful one, it would definitely not be good. If he had a large number of God King exploding beads, dealing with a God King would be much easier. Isn't it just 500,000 divine deities? I'll pay for it. Lin Fei quickly made up his mind. Get rid of these wandering God Kings. No matter why they stayed here, they were now raw materials for the system. At this time, Lin Fei hoped that there would be as many God Kings as possible. When the time came, if a God King made him unhappy, he could throw a bunch of God King exploding beads at them. Master, go in and lure some God Kings over. I've already made arrangements here. The little devil had a way to deal with God Kings. Lin Fei still had to lure some God Kings back. Fortunately, Linny was here. Everyone went in different directions to lure the wandering God Kings. The battlefield was uneven. Lin Fei released a bit of energy and the wandering God Kings charged over. Between heaven and earth, energy constantly fluctuated. Hence, a hilarious scene appeared on the battlefield. The person in front was flying while the 100 God Kings behind controlled the Great Tao to attack the person in front. All sorts of Great Tao attributes bombarded Lin Fei's body. Freezing, slowing, petrification and many other things appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense. Otherwise he wouldn't even know how he was killed. Only he could persist in such a place and successfully lure the God Kings over. They're here. Lin Fei entered the array formation and finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lin Yi also attracted over 30 God Kings, but he was also unbearably tired. More than 100 God King powerhouses barged into the array formation. The terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Seal. The moment the God Kings charged in, the little devil activated the array formation and temporarily sealed the God Kings. The powerful effect of the system was also displayed. It swept away all the God Kings at the scene. Lin Fei blinked, so fast. The little devil stretched out her hand, 150 God Kings, a total of 75 million God Sparks. What about the God Sparks? The little devil pointed to a few nearby regions. Their God Sparks are scattered around. Later I will help you collect them one by one. Now your mission is to lure the God Kings in this region over. Since you are my master, I can delay collecting the God Sparks. Lin Fei felt much better. Lin Yi, continue working. Chapter 1809. On the way to the Divine Tomb. The 8 sects were heading towards the Divine Tomb at their fastest speed. This time, the 8 sects went to the tomb of the god of sin in private. They did not do it in a mighty way but in secret. Not only that, they also brought the young masters of their sects, all of whom were top-notch geniuses. The 8 sects were located in different territories. Thus, some were fast, some were slow, forming a ladder. Soon the 8 sects all met up. Everyone was clear about the purpose of this trip, so there was nothing to hide. Otherwise, the 8 sects wouldn't have suppressed the 7 overlords. Even though they would fight amongst themselves, the 8 god emperors were still allies. If they met an enemy, they would immediately form an alliance to deal with the enemy. The people of the 8 sects soon met on a warship. I heard that the 7 overlords are here too. Should we teach them a lesson? Zhong Imo Shan said sinisterly. Whenever the 7 overlords were mentioned, he would think of Di Tian, that bastard. The Thousand Goblins sect had always been on good terms with the Mystic Demon sect, and this generation's sect master, Jin Wuzi, said in a low voice, "Who are the 7 overlords? Apart from us, no one else has the right to possess the things in the godly tomb. We must teach the 7 overlords a lesson. The 7 overlords are definitely ahead of us. They won't be able to pass through the outer fragments so easily. When the time comes, if there's a chance, it's best if we kill them in the divine tomb." Gong Tian Level said with a stern face. They didn't like the 7 overlords. This time they were told to bring people to the divine tomb. Even though the news was kept secret, and the 7 overlords might find out about it. I also agree to take action against the 7 overlords. Divine Heaven Palace's Cyan Fern added. Not only do we teach the 7 overlords a lesson, but also those fellows from the strongest clans who want to fish in troubled waters. Immortal Emperor Gates Huang Wuji said coldly. I've already received news that a few of the strongest clans are preparing to enter the divine tomb. Maybe they've been provoked by something. Since 5 sect chiefs had spoken, the remaining Righteous Gate, Fortune Gate and Profound Saint Gate would not refuse. Whether it was the 7 overlords or those arrogant fellows from the strongest clans, they should teach them a lesson. Do you guys think that bastard Ditian will go? Zhong Mozhan suddenly said. Will you go? No one was sure. Mentioning this person made them very uncomfortable. Recently, Ditian was in the limelight the most, overshadowing the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons, causing them to grit their teeth in anger. I actually hope that Ditian will go to the God of Sin's tomb. Once he goes there, even if he brings senior brother there, he won't be able to leave the God of Sin's tomb. Doesn't everyone think that this is a good opportunity? Gong Qianhao laughed. Everyone present wanted to kill Ditian on the spot. This guy destroyed the existing structure and caused them to be criticized by the Oracle. This was no less than giving them a super big slap in the face. You're right. If Ditian doesn't go, it won't be easy to kill him outside. I also hope that Ditian will go to the God's tomb now. Meanwhile, on the road to the God's tomb, other than the 7 overlords, there was another group of people who appeared on the road. They were also black warships and there were more than a dozen of them. On one of the warships Tian Yitzi asked curiously, Brother Long, the big shots above you are really angry? They even sent you a message? Long Liefen's injuries had mostly recovered, but he was no longer in high spirits. Being chased out of the position of Dragon God was a huge blow to him. His injuries had mostly recovered, and Long Liefen wanted to kill his way back to the Dragon God domain to teach his 9th brother a lesson. In the end he resisted the urge. That Ditian came and went like a shadow. Long Liefen couldn't guarantee that Ditian didn't leave his senior brother behind. If he did, he would be sending himself to his death. At this time Long Liefen received the news from above. He was wild with joy and decided to give up on dealing with his 9th brother for now. He had to go to the God's tomb. Yes, he is indeed angry and he is very angry. Long Liefen said coldly. That 9th brother of mine might not know it yet, but even if he becomes the Dragon God, the key to communicating with the upper realms is still in my hands. In the end, all his efforts will be for naught. I've already received news that the powerhouses above will help me reclaim the Dragon God Weave. We have to congratulate Brother Long. Brother Long, this is a blessing in disguise. If things go well, you might even break through to the God King realm. We're all envious. The 3 of them weren't surprised. Long Liefen had been the Dragon God for too long. Even if the 9 Dragon Kings took the Dragon God's position, they still looked down on him. Actually, you guys will also benefit greatly from going there. Long Liefen was still very proud. I heard that the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords are all going. There are big shots above who are going to make a move. We will all benefit this time. If we can teach the 8 great sects a lesson in secret, perhaps the upper realms will be even happier. The strongest races all received the news from above. Therefore they rushed to the God tomb at the first opportunity, hoping to reap some benefits there. Hee, the 8 great sects, isn't it because of that Ditian's appearance? Sky Fox's eyes flickered. The 8 great sects are afraid that someone will ruin the big picture, so they asked for help from above to deal with Ditian. However, Ditian is probably going to be out of luck. If the 8 great sects receive resources and experts from the upper realms, Ditian's good days will come to an end. Brother Long's revenge might not even need you to do it yourself. The experts of the 8 great sects will take care of it. Ditian is a bastard. Barbarian Bull said unhappily. I also want to see how Ditian will be hunted down by the experts of the 8 great sects. If Ditian also received the news and went to the God tomb, it will be even more interesting. Ah. Lin Fei didn't know that he had caused such a huge uproar. Finally, this area is cleaned up. Lin Fei spent quite a bit of time to attract all the God Kings in this area over. He wouldn't know if he didn't do it, but after doing it, he found out that there were more than 10,000 God Kings wandering in this area, and they were all taken away by Little Devil. More than 10,000 God Kings, it's indeed a lot. Lin Yi's divine body was also riddled with injuries, but it didn't affect his performance. More than 10,000 God Kings, just thinking about it was terrifying. With 3 to 4 billion Heaven God experts participating, and more than 10,000 God King experts, Lin Fei was no longer surprised. If he didn't guess wrong, there should be at least 1,000,000 God King experts here. The battle that year was so tragic. Lin Fei admired the primal Chaos God Emperor even more. It was worth so many God Emperors to take action, and they even opened up a battlefield. Master, the refinement is done. Little Devil appeared again. With a wave of his hand, a black bead flew out. Lin Fei frowned. He could feel the terrifying aura contained in the black bead. It was like a heavy bomb, and as long as it was triggered slightly, it would definitely shatter a person's body. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing such a terrifying thing. How is it? Can you feel it? Little Devil said. It's unique in the world. Lin Fei criticized in his heart. Of course it's a good thing. One God King explosion bead required 500,000 Godheads. More than 10,000 God Kings used up more than 500 million Godheads. I have to try it first. Although Lin Fei wanted to test the power of the God King explosion bead, he was prepared to search for God King level Godheads first. Under the guidance of the little fiend, they found the skeleton of a God King, as well as a God King level Godhead in this area. There were more than 10,000 God King level Godheads. Take a look first and see how many Heaven God level Godheads a God King level Godhead can be exchanged for. Little Devil said again. Lin Fei opened the system and found that summoning a God King expert required 10 million Godheads. Now there was an additional notification, only 100 God King level Godheads. F***CK, one God King level Godhead is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary Godheads? Little Devil shook his head. No, you're wrong. This is the exchange rate to summon a God King expert. If you want to exchange for ordinary Godheads, one God King level Godhead can be exchanged for 800,000 Godheads. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. I'm not earning. Although he knew that Little Devil wouldn't cheat him, Lin Fei was still quite shocked. After deducting 500,000 Godheads, he could still obtain 300,000 Godheads. This was really robbery. You're my master, why would I cheat you? Little Devil chuckled. Master, a God King is here. Not far away, 13 God Kings rushed over. Perhaps they were wandering outside the area and coincidentally saw Lin Fei. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Good, I was just worried about not having a place to test the power of the God King explosion bead. After getting the God King explosion bead, Lin Fei knew how to use it. He immediately activated the bead and threw it towards them. Boom! The God King explosion bead exploded in front of them like a heavy bomb. A black force swept out, and Lin Fei, who was not far away, was also sent flying by the aftermath. It's really killing me. Lin Fei was prepared, but he still couldn't block it in time. Looking into the distance, the 13 God King's phantoms were all tattered as if they were going to shatter at any time. Too fierce, if there's another one they're dead for sure. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a black mass appeared on the horizon, heading straight for where they were. Not good, we've caused too much commotion and attracted a large number of God King experts. There are at least 10,000 of them. Master, let's run. Lin Yi suddenly looked and he was in a bad mood. Run. Chapter 1810. The commotion caused by a God King's detonation of a God King's detonation pearl was extraordinarily large. Once the terrifying energy exploded, it attracted countless God King powerhouses to chase after it. Lin Fei finally managed to shake off the God King's pursuit, and he became excited. No matter what, he had to clean up all these God Kings this time, preferably not leaving a single one behind. A single God King rank Godhead could be exchanged for 300,000 ordinary Godheads. 1,000 God King rank Godheads could be exchanged for 30 million ordinary Godheads. If it were ordinary Godheads this time, Lin Fei would have earned more than 300 million Godheads. Lin Fei excitedly started his money-making business. The area was huge. It was not difficult for Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei did the same thing tirelessly. Attracting monsters. Or attracting monsters. Wrong, it should be attracting God Kings. For the entire day, Lin Fei was happy. Nothing happy. The number of Godheads Lin Fei had also increased rapidly. If it were ordinary Godheads, it broke through the 10 billion mark, then 20 billion Godheads, and this number continued to rise. The terrifying destructive weapon God King's detonation pearl was also increasing continuously, from 10,000 at the beginning, to 100,000, and then to 300,000. Lin Fei could really be called rich and overbearing now. After a few days, the huge area started to become quiet. Not a single wandering God King appeared. It's finally done, I'm so tired. After the last batch of God Kings was collected, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Attracting God Kings every day, he was almost bored, but for the sake of God Kings, everything was worth it. Originally, there were estimated to be 1,000,000 God Kings on the battlefield, but in the end there were not 1,000,000 God Kings. Altogether, there were only 730,000 God King powerhouses. This was also a terrifying number. It was easy to advance to Celestial God Realm, but to advance from 9-star Celestial God Realm to God King Realm was not so easy. Among 100 million 9-star Celestial Gods, only 20 to 30,000 could break through. With 730,000 Divine King powerhouses taking part in the battle, this was not some small number. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Although he had collected 730,000 God King rank Godheads in one go, he had consumed a huge amount of Godheads. Not only had he used up all the Godheads he had on hand, but he had also exchanged for a portion of the Godheads. These were not what Lin Fei valued. The 730,000 godly monarch exploding pearls that he valued the most definitely possessed a terrifying destructive power. Lin Fei had no doubt that if a divine venerable expert were to throw out 100,000 of these beads, they would definitely be able to kill the enemy. High-level ultimate gods might be a problem, but low-level ultimate gods should be easy to deal with. I really want to know if there's anything good down there. It was very disappointing. Lin Fei didn't see any divine venerables in this area, so he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Could it be that the divine venerables didn't intervene in the battle back then? Lin Fei moved across the battlefield and arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum. The tyrannical and terrifying aura of the great Tao continued to wreak havoc. Lin Fei could easily withstand it. Don't forget that he had the invincible defense to protect himself. He arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum without any danger. It can't be, there's really nothing good? Lin Fei carefully searched with his divine sense, but in the end he still found nothing. He was quite shocked. He had obtained so many good things before, so he always wanted to get more. Lin Fei would definitely be disappointed if he didn't find anything. Master, there seems to be some fluctuation in front of you. Lin Yi suddenly said in a deep voice. Lin Fei was disappointed, but he did not look ahead. After looking through such a large area, he did not find anything. That meant he did not find anything. Let's go take a look. The two flew all the way until they were 100,000 miles away. This is. After arriving, Lin Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the dusky sky, a huge whirlpool appeared. This whirlpool spun non-stop, forming a terrifying whirlpool around it. Back off, back off. The two of them rapidly retreated. What the hell is this? Lin Fei had never seen such a vortex before. If I'm not wrong, this should be a spatial channel. And outside this vortex, there are layers of seals placed by someone, said Lin Yi gravely. For a black vortex to appear in the sky above this vast land was truly surprising. A spatial channel? The divine mausoleum also has one? I wonder where it leads. Lin Fei didn't go up. He was just curious where this channel led. Young man, this channel is called the Channel of the Gods. Without any warning, a heavy voice came from the vortex. Who is it? Lin Fei was startled. He was currently a 1-star God King, but he didn't know someone was here. Lin Yi took out his saber and unleashed his saber arts. Countless reflections shot out. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his master. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. The saber light automatically melted in front of Lin Fei. A young man in white clothes walked out of the huge vortex. His white clothes were very dazzling in this dark place. It's you. Lin Fei recognized the person at a glance. You're the chaotic divine emperor. Lin Fei really didn't expect to see the chaotic divine emperor here. Ever since this guy broke out of the seal, there was no news of him in the territory. It was as if he had never appeared, except for that one time in the Dark Night Galaxy. The white-robed young man said indifferently, I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers my name. I also remember you. You're the little fellow from the Divine Mountain. I didn't think that you would break through to the Divine King realm in such a short time. You're really not simple. Lin Fei couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. Haha, I'm very honored to be remembered by a big shot like you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Take your time, I won't disturb you. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to let the system determine the opponent's combat strength to come up with a conclusion. This person was at least an ultimate god and was a high-level ultimate god. The speed at which he recovered his strength was extraordinary. Lin Fei planned to leave first. He had to leave this place first. After all, he had already gained something. Young man, aren't you curious about why there's a vortex here and why I'm here? The young man in white clothes still looked indifferent, but there was a sense of being in control of the whole situation. To be honest, Lin Fei was also a gossipy person. The important thing was that the person in front of him was too strong. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would take a little longer at most. Lin Fei was really worried. Senior Chaotic Divine Emperor, you don't have to say this. That's a secret between the big shots. I'm just a small character. What right do I have to know? Lin Fei said, last time that sect leader almost made me suffer. I think it's better to forget about it. Lin Fei still remembered clearly how he was chased down by a sect master. Chapter 1811. Lin Fei was indeed very daring. When he first saw Hongyi Hun done, the top-notch technique of extracting time and space had been of great help to Lin Fei. Now that it was mentioned, he felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Even if it was a god emperor before him, Lin Fei would not be truly afraid. Although Lin Fei did not have many tricks up his sleeves, he had invincible defense and hundreds of thousands of God King exploding pearls. As long as they all swarmed him, he would be able to fight for a chance to escape. The white-robed youth's words undoubtedly provoked Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Senior Hun Dun, I respect you as a senior, but if you want to kill me, come and try. Even the sect leader couldn't kill me back then, and you still can't. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're a God Emperor expert. If these words were to be heard by the higher-ups, everyone would probably think that this person had a mental problem. In the entire immortal realm, who would dare to say such things to a God Emperor? That was simply asking for death. Lin Fei was such a person. The white-robed Hun Dun was not angry. He was still very calm. Good. Young man, you have a fiery temper. Not bad. If it were me back then, I would have killed you with one sword. However, 1,000,000 chaotic years have passed, and my temper has faded. Naturally, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I have great benefits for you. Lin Fei was already prepared. As long as the white-robed Hun Dun dared to attack, he would dare to retaliate. What God Emperor? At most, he would just fight. Who was afraid of who? Unexpectedly, the white-robed Hun Dun said such words, and even said that he had great benefits for him. Lin Fei even wondered if he had heard wrongly. How can I believe you? Are you serious? Lin Fei said. Back then, when the 8 sects besieged your great metropolis world, I was the one who gave the order. Primordial Chaos City sent 9-star celestial gods to help you get through it. The primordial chaos is actually my bloodline. Do you believe me now? The white-robed Hun Dun laughed. Lin Fei did owe him a favor for this. He did not expect this to be an order from the Chaos Deity Emperor. If it hadn't been for the 9-star celestial gods, the great metropolis world might have been razed to the ground. His wife and daughter might have been captured as well. Lin Fei was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Although he was very suspicious of white-robed Chaos's intentions, he would still return the favor. Tell me, I'm listening. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The white-clothed Chaos really admired the young man in front of him. Not everyone could survive the attack of the sect leader, even though the sect leader's virtual image was only at the peak of 9 stars God King. In this world, it was very easy for him to kill anyone, and it was rare for a young man to do it. Not long after seeing this young man again, the white-clothed primal Chaos was even more shocked. No one knew better than him the dangers inside and outside the tomb of the God of Sin. The young man in front of him had broken through the blockade of hundreds of thousands of God King experts, so white-robed primal Chaos had to think highly of him. There's no need to rush this matter. The white-clothed primal Chaos said, looking at the whirlpool not far away. The passage of the gods was opened by the 8 great God Emperors. They sent a large number of heaven gods and God Kings to start a war in the lower world. My subordinates suffered heavy casualties, and in the end I was also sealed in the lower world. After that, they sealed the passage of the gods. However, not long after, the passage of the gods will open again, and when that time comes, the 8 great God Emperors will send God Kings down again. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was the meaning of the passage of the gods. What does this have to do with me? Although this was what Lin Fei said, he was thinking about what benefits the passage of the gods would bring him. I see that you have plundered godheads and God King level godheads. Although I don't know what use you have for these things, they are the least worth mentioning. If you can guard the passage of the gods and force them to be unable to leave the god's tomb, I will prepare 100 billion godheads for you. The white-clothed primal Chaos said. 100 billion godheads shocked Lin Fei quite a bit. Even though he had collected 730,000 God King level godheads, he had used more than 30 billion ordinary godheads, so he only had about 20 billion godheads on hand now. 100 billion godheads. If it was anyone else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't believe it. The white-clothed primal chaos was one of the 9 great god emperors. Even if he wasn't one now, he was still a super expert. Senior, you think too highly of me. I would love 100 billion godheads, but that's all I have. How can I guard the passage of the gods? Once their army arrives, I will have to leave with my tail between my legs. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. The little devil's voice rang in Lin Fei's mind. Master, you have to get these 100 billion godheads. It's impossible for you to collect so many in this world. With 100 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be able to break through to the level of a divine weapon. It will be able to undergo a deeper transformation. With 1 or 2 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be extremely powerful, and your 18 doppelgangers will be able to advance to the 9-star celestial realm. Lin Fei wasn't worried that the little devil would find out if he spoke. Please don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei didn't know what to do with the little devil. He really couldn't find any reason to retort. The number of godheads in this world was limited. It was already good enough to have a battlefield in the divine graveyard. As for the resources of the major forces, they probably wouldn't have a lot. Maybe a few billion godheads would be the limit. 100 billion godheads. Lin Fei was really tempted. Actually, you don't have to refuse so early. The white-clothed primal chaos was still calm. You know your strength. The passage of the gods isn't as scary as you think. As long as you can get rid of the people here, the passage of the gods will need to be activated by the 8 great god emperors. At most, a few dozen people will be sent. Wait. Lin Fei interrupted the white-clothed primal chaos. You said a few dozen people at a time? How did they get here in the past? That's what I want to say too. They need to set up a huge formation here. With the help of the formation, they can strengthen the passage of the gods. Only then can they kill a large number of people. You're a smart person. You should know what I mean. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He knew that the passage of the gods needed to stabilize the passage of the gods with a formation to transport a large number of experts. Otherwise, only a few dozen people would be transported at a time. Lin Fei was really confident that he could kill the people who came. No. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't talk about a few dozen people. Even if a few god kings come down, I won't feel good. You should find someone else for this kind of thing. As long as you guard the passage for a month and don't let them stabilize the formation, I believe you can do it. I will also pay you 100 billion godheads in one go. The white-clothed primal chaos laughed. Chapter 1812. Asking for a sky-high price. Lin Fei couldn't miss out on such a huge piece of meat. He had to get it no matter what. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. As for him being schemed against, Lin Fei naturally had his own thoughts. He didn't think that the white-robed Hun Dun would be so kind as to introduce such a good thing to him. He wasn't a big shot. So the question was, why would the white-robed Hun Dun give him benefits? It definitely involved something. As for what it was, he didn't want to know. What Lin Fei wanted to do now was to get more godheads. Yes, it's just that simple. Impossible. The white-robed Hun Dun wasn't angry. 200 billion godheads isn't a small amount. 100 billion godheads is the limit. Not increasing the price? Lin Fei really didn't want to agree. He said awkwardly, you want me to guard the passage of gods. 100 billion godheads is definitely not enough. Although I have some abilities, what if a few hierarch-level experts come down? Won't I die in seconds? I don't want to live enough. I can't help you with this. He turned and prepared to leave. If you don't give me enough, I'll leave. The white-robed Hun Dun was still very calm. His temperament wasn't ordinary. Young man, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. No one can reject my good intentions. You're the same. Lin Fei stopped and smiled. Hee, you're angry and ready to attack me. Attack me then. I'm not that easy to bully. Now that Lin Fei was confident and the Hun Dun in front of him was a super expert, there was nothing to worry about. Eat 100 of my 1,000 God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei was also a ruthless person. Since you dare to threaten me, I'll teach you a lesson. Without thinking, Lin Fei threw out 1,000 God King exploding pearls. These terrifying pearls had different levels of power. When they were thrown out, a terrifying aura swept towards the Hun Dun. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 God King exploding pearls exploded at the same time, not giving anyone a chance. Lin Fei also activated his invincible defense and thought to himself, you're crazy, I'll let you have a taste of something good first. The white-robed chaos was a God Emperor expert, and he was also interested in the young man's ability, so he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. It was not easy to meet such a figure in the mortal world. The current white-clothed chaos was no longer the divine emperor of the past. His combat strength had not recovered to the Divine Emperor realm and was only at the Ultimate God realm. However, in this realm he could only unleash the combat strength of a 9 stars Divine King. He could not unleash the strength of an Ultimate God expert. That was also the reason why the white-clothed Chaos did not attack. Even if an expert was suppressed, he still had the mentality of an expert. Even though he did not know why the other party was collecting godhoods, the white-robed Primal Chaos was not interested in finding out. After all, everyone had their own little secrets. That was why he was willing to take out 100 billion godhoods. However, he did not expect that this young man was not someone who was easy to deal with. As soon as the white-robed Primal Chaos threatened him, he made his move. 1,000 Celestial King exploding pearls exploded at the same time, and a terrifying power engulfed him. This bastard. The moment he was submerged, the white-robed Primal Chaos could not help but curse loudly. Bastard shameless. How could he sneak attack? Did he have to be so thick-skinned? 1,000 Celestial King exploding pearls. I wonder if that guy is injured or not. Lin Fei thought to himself. Who cares if he is injured or not? I'll escape first. Lin Fei was ready to escape. Primal Chaos brat, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Suddenly a cold snort was heard. The white-robed Primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He grabbed with one hand and time stopped. Lin Fei was already prepared. A Divine Emperor is indeed a Divine Emperor. He is really strong. 10,000 Celestial King exploding pearls were thrown over. The terrifying power crushed time and engulfed the white-robed Primal Chaos once again. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lin Fei did not care how many Celestial King exploding pearls he used. If he dared to attack, he would make the Primal Chaos Emperor suffer no matter the price. He was not someone who could be bullied by anyone, not even a Divine Emperor. Master, I just analyzed that this Primal Chaos Emperor seems to be suppressing his strength. Little Devil shouted. His combat power does not dare to break through to the Hierarch realm. Quickly use the Celestial King exploding pearls to kill this bastard. Lin Fei blinked. Are you sure he is suppressing his strength? That's good news indeed. If he fought alone, he was definitely not a match for the Divine Emperor in front of him. However, if he suppressed his strength, it would be a different story. Wasn't he a hierarch? Everything could be discussed. I guarantee that I am not mistaken. Little Devil said. His strength is suppressed to the 9 stars peak Divine King realm. Lin Fei laughed. Good. The white-robed Primal Chaos was attacked again, which made him very angry. Damn bastard, how could this guy have such a destructive attack? In the distance of the great whirlpool, the white-robed Primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He looked uncertain and full of doubts. Again? As soon as the white-robed Primal Chaos appeared, Lin Fei used the Celestial King exploding pearls again. Yes, another 10,000 pearls, a full-range attack. Senior, don't be in such a hurry to dodge. Aren't you very powerful? Come and kill me quickly. I am afraid of death the most. You can kill me with just a light palm. The white-robed Primal Chaos, who was dodging, was so angry that he almost bled. This guy is too shameless. If my strength was not limited in this world, you would not be so arrogant. The white-robed Primal Chaos cursed in his heart. This guy's destruction pearls are really terrifying. If this continues, the situation will be very bad for me. No wonder he could make the sect leader helpless. This guy is quite capable, but he is too petty. The white-robed Primal Chaos was, after all, a Divine Emperor. He was not a stubborn person. Young man, you don't have to do anything. It was just a test. Now you have passed. The white-robed Primal Chaos appeared again with a calm look on his face. As long as you guard the passage of gods for a month, I can give you 130 billion godheads. Lin Fei curled his lips. This guy was really thick-skinned. He was going to attack me, but he still said it in such a dignified way. A big shot was really a big shot. So it was a test. Lin Fei said seriously. Then I have wronged you. I thought you wanted to capture me. Senior, you should have said so earlier. Then I wouldn't have wasted the God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei did not want to fall out with him so quickly. The white-robed Primal Chaos was very unhappy with this guy. He also admired him. There were not many people who dared to attack him, especially the younger generation. Guarding the passage of gods is not a small matter. That is why I tested you. Now it seems that you are completely capable of guarding it. The white-robed Primal Chaos laughed. 130 billion godhoods is still too little. Lin Fei shook his head. I still want 200 billion godheads. Otherwise I will leave. After all, those god kings are not ordinary people. This guy was really insatiable. The white-robed primal chaos lacked a powerful helper. This guy in front of him was very suitable. Just these God King exploding pearls were enough to make those guys suffer. Chapter 1813. Finally, the deal was done. Lin Fei finally bit off a big piece of fat meat. 200 billion godhoods. The white-clothed chaos also played a trick and made a heavenly oath to guard the passage of heavens for a month. There was no need to mention the consequences of breaking the oath. Happy cooperation. Lin Fei was in a good mood after the deal was done. At the very least he would be living a good life now. No matter how angry the white-clothed chaos was, it would be of no use, especially when Lin Fei found out that the white-clothed chaos had suppressed his strength to the level of a 9-star divine king. The deal was done. The oath was made. The white-clothed chaos threw out a storage ring. The space inside was huge and it was filled with the godhoods of ordinary gods. Lin Fei was not picky about godhoods. 200 billion godhoods fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was overjoyed. With so many godhoods he could do great things. I'll leave guarding the passage of gods to you. The white-clothed chaos threw out the storage ring. He did not care about the godhoods. Only the people below would treat them as treasures. Now that there was someone guarding the passage of gods, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since I took the money, I'll guard the passage of gods. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I'll be in the god's tomb for a month. I'm trustworthy. After all, I made a heavenly oath. I don't want to be killed by the heavens. The white-clothed chaos did not say anything else. He turned around and left swiftly. He has already left the god's tomb. Little Devil's voice could be heard. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to search. Instead he let Little Devil keep an eye on him. The white-clothed chaos was still very dangerous. It's good that he left. Lin Fei was relieved. That guy is very scheming. I don't know what he's planning. For the sake of 200 billion godhoods, I still have to risk it. Moreover, if I don't stand guard in the future when the God King experts of the 8 sects descend, there's no guarantee that they won't find trouble with me. I'm just dealing with them in advance. Master, you don't have to worry. As long as the white-robed chaos is still in this world, his strength should be limited. He can't do anything to you. When you go up there, it's hard to say who's afraid of who. The Little Devil said disdainfully. He's also like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river now. He can't even protect himself. Lin Fei did not continue talking about the white-robed chaos with the Little Devil. Right, let's find a place to do some preparatory work first. The white-clothed chaos had indeed left the tomb of the god of sin. On an uninhabited planet, the white-robed chaos stood with his hands behind his back. The space behind him squirmed, and a dozen black-clothed men appeared, standing quietly behind him. How's it going? The white-robed chaos asked calmly. In reply to my lord, we found all the places without missing a single one. There's a total of 72 places. It's just that every place has a big formation set up. We brothers can't break the formation restrictions. Please forgive us, my lord. The white-robed Hun Dun waved his hand and said, You're all my people. You're not good at breaking arrays, so I won't blame you. Once you've found the 72 places, we can start the next step. I just hope that the little guy can really hold on for a month. The black-clothed men behind him dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The white-robed chaos also stepped forward and looked at the endless starry sky. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a trace of a cold smile flashed across. Haven't you been looking for me? I'll do as you wish. You want to dominate the 108 god sons and seize the destiny. I won't. The voice became lower and lower. With the Little Devil's analysis, Lin Fei found a good place. He opened up a simple cave abode underground and set up a formation restriction. With 200 billion godhoods in hand, Lin Fei immediately got busy. He would guard the passage of the gods for a month. According to the white-robed chaos, the passage of the gods would open in a few days. Before they arrived, Lin Fei had to increase his strength. In order to guard the passage of the gods, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. I'll modify the battle fort first. This was Lin Fei's trump card. He might not be able to deal with a god king, but this time he had obtained 200 billion godhoods. Lin Fei had the capital to modify the battle fort. Especially in such a big situation, if the battle fort could perform well, it would definitely make things easier for Lin Fei. 1 billion godhoods. Lin Fei didn't really care about it. With 200 billion godheads in his hands, Lin Fei could keep the god king grade godheads he had. In his opinion, exchanging them for ordinary godheads was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It wasn't worth it at all. Master, if you want the modification done in the shortest time possible, you only need 1 billion godhoods. The Little Devil became greedy again, I only need 2 hours. At normal speed it would take 10 days. Lin Fei waved his hand. Isn't it just 2 billion godhoods? I'll pay. Haha, I like a generous master. The first modification of the battle fort began. Within 2 hours, Lin Fei lost the ability to modify the battle fort. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. With 2 billion godhoods, the battle fort would definitely be stronger than before. However, this wasn't enough. The god kings that came down were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was prepared to turn the battle fort into the strongest weapon of war. After 2 hours, the first modification was completed. Ding. Battle fort modification successful. Lin Fei came to the ground and released the battle fort. The moment the huge thing appeared, his eyes lit up. The battle fort didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the lines were smoother and the black exterior was flashing with black light. Lin Fei instantly took control of the battle fort. The little devil also appeared by Lin Fei's side and explained, Master, the battle fort now has a rank 1 battle strength. The materials on the outside have also been strengthened. It can withstand the attack of a 2-star God King, and the limit is a 3-star God King. It can easily destroy any battleship with a 1-star battle strength, or even a God King expert. The battle fort's attack strength has also been strengthened. Some useless functions have been switched off. Now the battle fort has 108 cannons and can fire 3-star God King attacks. Lin Fei still underestimated the battle fort's power after the modification. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this simple modification. Its defense and attack strength had increased. It wasn't as weak as before. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. Rank 1 fighting strength isn't enough. I need to continue the modification. Lin Fei was satisfied. He wasn't satisfied with using it to guard the passage of the gods. This time he might have to face 9-star God Kings. Chapter 18:15. We're here. The 7 overlords were the first to arrive at the periphery of the god's tomb. With the battle fortress they could reach any place in the shortest time possible. It was not a secret that the 8 sects were going to the god's tomb secretly. Everyone had connections above them, so the secret was no longer a secret. Everyone knew the purpose of the 8 sects coming to the tomb of the god of sin this time. The 7 overlords did not want to be left behind, so they followed them to communicate with the upper world. It was not only for their own benefit, but also for the sake of targeting the 8 sections. Everyone be careful, the periphery of the god's tomb is full of star fragments. Sun Luo Overlord reminded everyone, it's best if we move together in case someone finds a chance to attack us one by one. The 7 overlords were still very united against outsiders. The god's tomb was famous for being dangerous. The 7 overlords rarely worked together and entered the periphery of the god's tomb in a formation. 3 days later the people of the strongest race also arrived. Long Liefan and the others were the first to arrive. Someone came early. Sky Fox squinted and looked for a while. It should be the 7 overlords. Fortunately we set off early so we are not too far behind. Long Liefan had only been to the god's tomb a few times. After all, this place was too dangerous. The 7 overlords coming early might not be of any use. Long Liefan said disapprovingly, the tombs in the god's tomb are all protected by formations, don't even think about breaking them. Let's go in first. The 8 sects were the slowest. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb, and after some investigation, they entered the periphery. The 8 sects had a strong foundation, and with the guidance of others the seemingly dangerous star fragments did not affect them too much. The occasional collision of the star fragments did not have a bad effect. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb very quickly. The warships of the 8 sects entered the god's tomb one after another, and saw the battlefield full of killing intent. Zhong Mozhan was the first to fly out and land on the warship. He looked into the distance and took out a map, his eyes flashing. Lord Messenger said that the red marks on the map all have treasures and godheads left by Lord. With those treasures and godheads, the sects can cultivate a batch of heavenly god experts in the shortest time possible, and the sect's strength can also increase in the shortest time possible. The other people on the warship were also very excited. The people who could be brought were all talented disciples in the sect, and they vaguely knew the benefits of this trip. As Zhong Mozhan gave the order to head in a certain direction, the disciples on the warship were extremely excited. The 7 overlords were the first to find large mounds of earth. This should be the graveyard of the experts of the great battle. Sun Luo Overlord was very excited. I just discovered that there are more than a dozen of them here. If we count them all, there should be at least a few hundred of them. The benefits beneath the mounds are going to be ours. The Frigidine Overlord said excitedly, his gaze never leaving the mounds. The rest of the overlords were just as excited. They all knew that there was something good under the mound. For example, the divine spark. For example, treasures. Even if it was damaged, its power would still be quite good. Why don't we all work together? No matter what it is, we'll split it into 7 portions. What do you think? The overlord of the sea suppression overlord suggested. Everyone agreed. They didn't think that they could break through these big mounds by themselves. Cooperation was a must. The 7 overlords also threw caution to the wind. Break the formation. The 7 of them worked together, and in addition to the subordinates they brought, there were more than 1,000 experts, and they attacked the big mound. One of the overlords knew how to break the formation and determine the location of the formation core. Everyone attacked with all their might. After attacking for half a day, the formation restriction was broken. The 7 overlords excitedly rushed in to check. No one was willing to fall behind. But when they entered, they were all dumbfounded. It was empty. There's nothing at all. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there was an expert who collected the skeletons together? Why can't I see a single skeleton? And where are the godheads and treasures? They worked so hard to come in, but they didn't find anything. It was very displeasing. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation restriction had no flaws, they would have suspected that someone had come in before them. After searching all over, they didn't find anything. Helpless, they could only leave this big mound and attack the next one. That big mound just now should be an empty mound used to deceive people. Everyone agreed with this idea. As for the 8 great sects beating them to it, they didn't think that they could be faster than them. In the territory, the fastest ones were them, the 7 overlords. Everyone focused on attacking the second mound. It's still empty? Damn it. After breaking the second mound, they were stunned once more. It was empty again. Continue. The third one was empty. The fourth one was empty. The fifth one was empty. 100 mounds were broken in one. The result was the same. The 7 overlords wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who was messing with them? Why was there nothing? They had never faced such a weird thing. The formation restriction was complete. There were no flaws at all. After all, this formation restriction came from the upper world. To break it, one had to destroy it completely. Unless one knew the steps to enter, it would be very hard to enter. After digging out 100 mounds, the 7 overlords were disappointed. They had no choice but to start again. They didn't believe that someone would play such a joke on them. The people from the 7 overlords have entered. Long Liefan and the rest also arrived at this region. The first thing they saw was the mound. But when they arrived, they realized that the mound had been broken and it was empty inside. We came a bit late, they took everything away. Tian Yitzi said, the 7 overlords are also very powerful. I wonder what expression the 8 great sects will have when they see their things taken away. Haha, that will be very interesting. Barbarian Bull laughed. There are also people from our Barbarian Bull clan in this mound. I wonder if they are still there. Divine Tomb was the #1 battlefield in the lower world. The strongest race also knew some secrets. They were very interested in the burial place of their clan's experts. If they found something good, they would be rich. Let's go look. These people sweeping the mound was destined to fail. Long Liefan and the rest also knew some secrets and started to search. With their strength, forcefully breaking through was still possible. But after they found the place and entered, they were dumbfounded. It was completely empty, there was nothing at all. Damn the 7 overlords, they must have stolen our Barbarian Bull clan's treasures. Barbarian Bull was furious. Let's look at the other places. After another round of searching, the result was still the same. The inside of the big mound was completely empty. Nothing had appeared. Chapter 18:16. The 7 overlords busied themselves for a long time. In the end, they still found nothing. Every mound was empty. They could not accept this result. No matter how empty they were, there should be some skeletons, right? But the skeletons had disappeared. The skeletons of God Realm experts would not disappear with time. Especially when they were placed together, they could be preserved for a long time. No matter how the 7 overlords thought, they could not come up with a reliable guess. As for the possibility that someone had gotten here before them, they did not even think about it because it was impossible. The 7 overlords had to gather their subordinates to break the formation. No matter how powerful others were, they would not be able to break the formation. Where did the items go? It became a mystery. After the 7 overlords discussed, they decided to break the formation. They still had the advantage of time. As they broke the formation, Long Liefan and the rest followed them. With such a huge commotion, not a fool would have noticed them. It's really them. Barbarian Bull suppressed his anger, his hatred for the 7 overlords deepened. Only they had the ability to attack the formation with thousands of people at the same time. We have really underestimated the 7 overlords. To think that they would be one step ahead of us and have taken so many treasures. Long Liefen's face darkened. He was not in a good mood either because the dragon race's godheads had disappeared. Although they had guessed it, seeing the 7 overlords rush into a mound and come out in a short while, they knew that the items had been taken away. Although he did not know what was under the mound, it was at least a divine artifact. Even if it was a damaged God King level treasure, its might was still extremely terrifying. The few of them discussed and decided to listen to Skyfox. They would catch the 7 overlords off guard. Before that, they had to contact the other strongest races. With Skyfox's plan, they naturally would not let the 7 overlords have a good time. After some communication, they contacted the other strongest races. They were about to arrive at the Divine Graveyard battlefield. After waiting for a while, they arrived. After hearing Skyfox's words, the big shots of the strongest races were furious. They swore to teach the 7 overlords a lesson. In other words, they were ready to fight back. They were the leaders of more than 10 of the strongest races. Taking advantage of the fact that the 7 overlords had entered a huge mound, they charged out from all directions, catching the people guarding outside by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the people brought by the 7 overlords suffered heavy casualties. Those from the strongest races believed in the words of the Heavenly Fox. The place where their ancestors were buried was also empty. How could they stand it? The people of the strongest race were already very powerful, and the giants were even more powerful. The 7 overlords came to their senses. More than half of the people outside had died, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They destroyed the restrictive spell formation and charged out from below. How dare you, the strongest race, ambush us in the dark? You're courting death. Seeing that 60% of his people had died, the Feng Luo overlord's eyes turned bloodshot. Summoning his battle fort, he unleashed a destructive beam of light. It was the same for the other overlords. With the appearance of the 7 battle fortresses, both sides began to suffer casualties. After all, the battle fortresses were not easy to deal with. Soon the two sides reached a stalemate. You 7 overlords have plundered so many treasures, but you've even wiped out the place where our ancestors were buried. You have to give us an explanation. The big shots criticized the 7 overlords for being shameless and taking everything they could get away with it. The 7 overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, you're accusing us wrongly. We've spent so much time and manpower, but we still haven't gotten anything. Explanation? Why should we give you an explanation? The 7 overlords were infuriated as well. The major characters of their territories replied coldly before activating the battle fortresses again. They're fighting. Master, they're fighting. In the center of the god's tomb, Little Evil Demon shouted excitedly. Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his 18 clones standing behind him. The clones' auras were constantly changing. What's fighting? After obtaining 200 billion godhoods, Lin Fei had been busy. He didn't have much free time until now. The 7 overlords and the strongest race. Little Evil Demon giggled. Should I zoom in on the image? Lin Fei was also curious. Why would the strongest race fight against the 7 overlords? As the image zoomed in, a screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the screen, the strongest race and the 7 overlords were fighting. That place had also become a battlefield. They're really fighting. Lin Fei soon saw a familiar person, Long Liefen. I didn't expect this guy to come as well. Lin Fei smiled. Last time you ran away. Let's see where you can run to this time. After watching for a while, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Little Evil Demon, this is all you're doing. Lin Fei understood what was going on. It turned out that the strongest tribe believed that the 7 overlords had plundered all of their treasures, forcing them to hand over the treasures. The 7 overlords were unable to defend themselves and would not lower their heads. Thus, the strongest tribe mistakenly believed that the 7 overlords had taken the treasures. Isn't this good? Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. At least someone got scammed. Wait, they're here too. They're not slow at all. The image on the screen changed. A majestic fleet of battleships appeared outside. On every battleship, the sect flags were fluttering. The people from the 8 major sects had arrived. The 7 overlords are going to be in trouble. The 8 major sects arrived one after another. The first thing they did was to search for the treasures in their respective sects' territories. However, it didn't take long for them to discover that all of the mounds had already been opened. The spell formations and restrictive spells had also been broken. One mound after another was opened. The people from the 8 major sects had ugly expressions. This was something that belonged to the 8 major sections. Who would dare to snatch it? The moment the battle aura came from afar, they immediately sensed it. They brought their people and rushed over. With a glance, they saw the leaders of the strongest race attacking the 7 overlords. 8 sect leaders, your things have been plundered by the 7 overlords. The moment the people from the 8 major sects appeared, Sky Fox shouted at them. The things were taken away by the 7 overlords? When they rushed over, they understood each other. The big mounds of their respective sects were empty. The formations were also broken. This time the 8 sect leaders were furious. The mission given by the higher-ups was destroyed just like that? In the eyes of the god envoys, wouldn't they become useless? Thinking about it, they felt uncomfortable. Don't listen to their nonsense. We, the 7 overlords, would never do such a thing. An overlord replied. Chapter 18:17. It had to be said that the 8 sects had come at the right time. This trip to the godly tomb, the 8 sects all had the same goal. They had received instructions from the higher-ups and had a map to safely enter the godly tomb to take what belonged to their sections. When they arrived at the godly tomb battlefield, they were dumbfounded. The things that originally belonged to them were gone. Even the stupidest person would understand what was going on. The Sky Fox's words were undoubtedly a blow to their heads. Our things were taken by the 7 overlords? The 8 sect leaders were instantly angry. They had a bad impression of the 7 overlords, but the 8 sects still had a good relationship with the 7 overlords. Just as they were doubting, the Sky Fox spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, when our strongest race arrived, the item was already gone. Furthermore, the 7 overlords were still trying to break the formation. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone should know the character of I, the Heavenly Fox C. His words had a great effect. It was definitely the 7 overlords who had taken the things before them. The strongest race did not need to use this reason to slander others, because they did not care to do so. The 7 overlords were all cursing in their hearts. Damn you, Sky Fox, you're forcing us to our deaths. Bastard, what a bastard. The 7 overlords naturally had to explain. The strongest race alone was already giving them a lot of pressure. Moreover, the 8 sect leaders were also present. If they interfered, they would be the ones to suffer a crushing defeat. Listen to our explanation. We really didn't take the things here. Sunluo Overlord said with a gloomy face. His hands did not stop moving, on guard against the 8 sect leaders. Explanations were useless. The 8 sect leaders had long wanted to deal with the 7 overlords. No matter why the strongest race would attack the 7 overlords, they now had the chance to do so, and it was justifiable. You didn't take it. If you want us to believe you, then stop. Let us search your storage rings. Zhong Mozhan said sternly. Search? Of course the 7 overlords were unwilling. With their status, if the 8 sect leaders really searched their storage rings, they would not be able to continue being overlords. Perhaps there would be no more overlords in the future. You want to search us? Do you think we're fools? Myriad Dao Overlord sneered. He activated the battle fortress and shot out destructive light beams to kill them. Once Myriad Dao Overlord moved, the other overlords also moved, activating the battle fortress to the limit. Their subordinates were also kept inside. In the air, the 7 battle fortresses kept shooting destructive light beams. The 8 sect leaders were completely enraged. If they don't let us search, then they must have a guilty conscience. They must have taken the things away. Apart from this reason, they can't think of any other reason. Everyone attack. The 8 sect leaders weren't pushovers either. They also took out their treasures to counterattack. With the interference of the 8 great sects masters, the two sides were initially in a stalemate. The 7 overlords were immediately at a disadvantage and started to retreat. The 8 great sect masters are really powerful. Every sect master has a low-grade God King weapon that can be used for a long time. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. It's just that my strength hasn't reached the God King realm, so I can't use the power of a low-grade God King weapon. Lin Fei was enjoying the battle outside. The 8 sect leaders were very strong. With the divine weapons in their hands, they forced the 7 overlords to retreat. If not for the defense of the battle fortress being like a tortoise shell, they would not be able to last until now. They're retreating. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen the 8 sect masters working together to deal with the 7 overlords. The power that they possessed was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei felt a burst of pride in his heart. Fight, fight. I've already taken everything. After the 7 overlords were at a disadvantage, they started to break out of the encirclement. The power of the battle fortress was displayed. After a fierce attack, the 7 battle fortresses flew in different directions, forcefully breaking out of the encirclement. The 8 sect leaders also left terrifying marks on their war weapons. This was the limit of what the 8 sect leaders could do. It was impossible to make them stay. After all, the battle fortress was famous for being the fastest in the territory. After the 7 overlords escaped, only the 8 great sects and the strongest races were left on the battlefield. After exchanging greetings, they left as if nothing had happened. Little devil, just keep an eye on the 8 great sects. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. No matter what, he had to fight a big battle. The departure of the 7 overlords made him feel slightly regretful. However, he was not in a hurry. After giving the little devil some instructions, he went back to work. In any case, within a month, Lin Fei had to guard the passageway of the gods. He had time to fight them. For now, it was better to do what he had to do. The little devil promised that she would inform Lin Fei immediately when the passageway of the gods opened. The 7 overlords retreated in defeat. The 8 sect leaders searched for the big mounds that belonged to their sections. In the end, after busying himself for a while, he did not gain anything at all. Furthermore, he bore a grudge against the 7 overlords. Those bunch of bastards sweeping everything clean. With the appearance of the strongest race, the 8 sect leaders did not seem to be affected, but in reality they were on guard against them. Since the big mounds did not gain anything, they could only move forward helplessly. However, when they entered the next battlefield, the 8 sects who had been on guard could not help but have doubts. There were no heavenly gods formed from resentment? They understood the dangers of the divine graveyard battlefield. In the past they had come here secretly, but why was the situation different from before? Could it be the work of the god's messenger? Once the conclusion came out, everyone thought that it was very possible. Other than the god's messenger, who else could have gotten rid of these troubles? Along the way they arrived at the central region and saw a huge black vortex. When the 8 sects saw the black vortex, they finally relaxed. Originally, they had to pay a huge price to reach here, and even use the treasures that the god's messenger had given them. They did not expect it to be so easy. The black vortex remained closed. After a discussion, the 8 sect leaders each took a position and waited for the passageway of the gods to open. At the same time, they sent out disciples to patrol the surroundings. If they found anything, they would be killed without mercy. In reality, they were targeting the 7 overlords and the strongest race. After waiting anxiously for 5 days, the black vortex finally showed signs of movement. Master, the passageway of the gods is about to open. The little devil hurriedly reminded Lin Fei the moment there was movement. It's so fast. Luckily I'm ready. In the past 5 days, Lin Fei had been busy, and there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Fortunately, he had completed his wish. Not only did he modify the battle fortress several times, but he also upgraded the 18 primordial clones. The 200 billion godheads were almost used up, and he only had a few million godheads on hand. Boom! On the originally oppressive battlefield of the gods' graveyard, accompanied by the aura of soul trembling, the black vortex that had been closed all this time released a golden force. The divine light shone on the gods' graveyard. Chapter 18:18. A terrifying aura swept across the entire gods' graveyard battlefield. On the gods' graveyard battlefield, be it the 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, or even the leaders of the strongest races, they were all filled with fear. This aura was like a life-threatening sword. With just a light slash, no one present would survive. This was truly terrifying divine power. Divine power was not to be blasphemed. Is this the true aura of a divine emperor? Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, also had a flash of fear on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. The divine power is indeed terrifying, and there seem to be 8 of them working together. It should be the 8 divine emperors who broke through the passageway together. In order to open up the passageway, the 8 divine emperors really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei touched his chin and guessed curiously. In the depths of a certain territory, the white-robed Hun Dun suddenly stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in one direction and smiled. Finally, it's open. The people beside him stopped as well. Lord, can that Tian really guard the passageway of the gods? The white-robed Hun Dun said calmly. He can. A strong force pierced through the huge black vortex. The divine light descended, and the chilly wind was swept away. The divine court kingdom appeared, and the long-lost battlefield welcomed life. All kinds of negative auras disappeared in an instant. Everything grew and greenery appeared. At this moment, the gods' graveyard battlefield was no longer cold and gloomy. It was now full of vitality. Wherever the divine light passed, there was a huge difference. After the shock, the 8 major sects all bathed in the divine light. The injured divine realm experts recovered, and their faces were full of excitement. God's grace. Only God's grace could do this. The faces of the 8 major sects leaders also became extremely holy. The divine light fell on them, and it also made their long stagnant realms loosen a little. A hint of joy flashed in their eyes. They were not far from the divine king realm. The divine light didn't stop until it illuminated the entire God's graveyard battlefield. At this moment, the entire God's graveyard battlefield had changed. It was no longer the same as before. This divinity, I'm envious of it. Lin Fei tried his best to control his urge to attack. Last time, on the Divine Mountain, he had forcibly taken the divine power from the upper worlds. However, compared to this time, there was really nothing comparable. At this moment, Lin Fei dared to pat his chest on the battlefield of the God of Sin's mausoleum. All the territories could not compare to this place. Lin Fei really did not want to make a move at this time, so he did not activate the system to absorb the divinity. He had to wait a little longer. The tomb of the God of Sin battlefield is mine. The light of the divine light expanded to the entire battlefield of the tomb of the God of Sin. The shining divine light also benefited the people on the battlefield of the tomb of the God of Sin. The 7 overlords who were hiding also came out from different places and looked into the depths of the battlefield of the God of Sin's mausoleum with different expressions. The passageway of the gods is open. They were all thinking the same thing. If it wasn't for the recent news, they wouldn't have known about such a place. Damn it, the passageway of the gods is occupied by the 8 great sects. They will definitely guard the passageway of the gods and obtain the treasures bestowed by the upper realm. Beside the passage of the gods, the 8 great sect leaders had solemn expressions and became respectful at the same time. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to welcome the arrival of the oracle. They could not be the slightest bit disrespectful. Not long after the passageway of the gods opened. With a rumble, a golden-armored deity strode out of the passageway of the gods. His entire body shone with jingguang, making it difficult to see his face for a moment. As soon as the golden-armored deity appeared, a terrifying aura enveloped the central region, but it was quickly restrained. Where is the righteous sect? The sect leader of the righteous sect, Zheng Haoran, looked excited as he strode forward. Disciple Zheng Haoran welcomes the oracle. The golden-armored deity was expressionless and his eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, he swept Zheng Haoran up and flew not far away. The people of the righteous sect immediately chased after him. The golden-armored deity put Zheng Haoran down 1,000,000 miles away and waved his hand to release a batch of resources. Immediately build the door of the gods. Zheng Haoran was pleasantly surprised. He lowered his head and said, I will do it immediately. The first to come out was the oracle of the righteous sect. Following that, the oracle of the righteous sect came out one by one. Every sect had a golden-armored deity. They brought their people to the 1,000,000-mile radius of the passageway of the gods and built the door of the gods. The center of the passageway of the gods was immediately empty. Divine light continuously affected the battlefield of the gods' tomb. The wandering divine light became incomparably dense. Finally, it turned into flying beasts that ran around the battlefield. Their battle prowess was relatively high. Building the door of the gods? Do they have nothing better to do? Lin Fei frowned. He was very curious. Why didn't a large number of people enter the passageway of the gods? Why did they build the door of the gods? Master, maybe those big shots are unable to send more people down. Lin Yi said, the door of the gods should be a convenient method. Through them, communication from the bottom to the top will be much easier. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Lin Yi's words made sense. What you said makes sense. Lin Fei nodded. To be able to open this passageway, it must be the work of the 8 god emperors. Moreover, the divine light that is continuously released is probably to allow their talented disciples to quickly break through to the God King realm. They must have thought of a good method. The 8 sects built the door of the gods faster than Lin Fei expected. In less than a day, the door of the gods was completed. When Lin Fei saw the materials used to build the door of the gods, his eyes were exceptionally red. The materials used were actually godheads. Moreover, it was an extremely precious God Emperor godhead. At the same time, it was paired with top-grade spirit stones. The cost wasn't ordinary. Extravagant, truly extravagant. That must be a God Emperor godhead. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The materials used to build the door of the gods were truly extravagant. One God Emperor godhead and countless top-grade spirit stones were piled up together. This was also the reason why Lin Fei's eyes were red. At this time, Lin Fei didn't go out to fight for the God Emperor godhead. Although the materials were good, he wouldn't make a move before he understood the situation. The 8 sects quickly finished building the door of the gods. The god envoys that came down earlier moved again. They took out a treasure and mounted it on the door of the gods, brazenly activating the door of the gods. The moment the door of the gods was activated, a powerful force from the passage of the gods was added to the door of the gods. The door of the gods pierced through the sky and opened a passage. The 8 door of the gods instantly connected with the passage of the gods. Incomparably dense divinity was also added to the 8 door of the gods. The originally piled up top-grade spirit stones were also used up in an instant. The door of the gods was completed. Welcome, God King. The god envoy that came down immediately greeted the door of the gods. Boom boom boom. Chapter 18-19. Divine World. On Divine Court Mountain. The 8 god emperors worked together to blast open the layers of barriers in the lower realm and reopen the sealed passage. Vast amounts of divinity poured into the battlefield of the divine tomb in the lower realm. Standing on Divine Lightning Mountain and looking down, a huge vortex formed. Vast amounts of divinity poured in like a bottomless pit. The passage of the gods is open. We can send people down now. The 8 god emperors worked together, but they also consumed a lot of divine power. They looked very calm, but the god kings behind them were very excited. They were about to go down to the lower realm. Not everyone had the chance to go down to the lower realm to carry out a mission. Being able to go down and come back up was equivalent to making a great contribution. Their position in the sect would undoubtedly be promoted. If they were lucky, they might even be rewarded with a promotion to the hierarch realm and become a small giant in the divine world. The 8 god emperors didn't say much. The god kings behind them stepped into the open door of the gods and went down to the lower realm. After the door of the gods opened, the first god king came down. The terrifying pressure was not weak at all, and it was frightening. A black-armored god king stood where the Jingyi sect was. The righteous energy behind him turned into a blazing sun. This was the powerful divine technique of the Jingyi sect, the righteous energy technique. The black-armored god king had a high realm. His expression was cold and arrogant. He ordered Zheng Haoran, gather the genius disciples you selected together. How much they can advance will depend on their luck. Zheng Haoran adjusted his state of mind and immediately gathered the genius disciples, bringing them to the divine emissary. The black-armored god king said lightly, "You are very lucky. Now enter this array and absorb as much divine power as you can. This emissary will take care of the rest for you." The disciples of the Jingyi sect were very excited. The opportunity to break through had come. The 8 major sects were almost the same. The black-armored god king set up a simple restriction array and arranged for everyone to enter. They stood with their hands behind their back, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Boom, boom. They entered the array. The passage of the gods once again sent down thick divine power into the restriction array. In less than a moment, someone broke through and their aura soared. Damn, only a 9 stars god king came down? Lin Fei was very disappointed. Logically speaking, if the higher-ups forcefully opened the passageway, a large number of experts should have come down. Why was there only a single 9 stars god king? Master, our world is suppressed by the power of the heavenly way. Even a deity emperor can't easily send an expert down. Lin Yi analyzed, the reason why they bid for a 9 stars god king expert is to hold the fort. With a large amount of god energy, they can easily nurture many god king experts. In the time it took to say a few words, another person in the formation of the Jingyi school made a breakthrough. A huge divine altar appeared in the sky. He leaped onto it and stood on the divine altar. Divine power surged into him, and his aura broke through again, reaching the divine king realm in one go. At this moment, the grandmasters of the other sects had all broken through to the god king realm. Their auras didn't stop as they broke through once more. Whenever they couldn't hold on any longer, the 9 stars god king would take out a treasure to suppress the rampaging energy and break through to the next realm. Haha, I've advanced. I'm an 8-star celestial god. 9 stars celestial god. Near the passage of the gods. The people from the 8 major sects were all breaking through. The ones who benefited the most were the 8 sect leaders. They advanced from the heaven god realm to the god king realm. With a 9 stars god king expert guarding them, their strength increased even faster. 2 stars god king, 3 stars god king, it was like drinking water. Lin Fei looked at each other. What a big move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Using the power of the divine world to give birth to a god king expert. This method was really not simple. It won't be long before the strength of the 8 major sects surpasses all the other forces in the territory. Even the 7 overlords and the strongest races might not be able to withstand the pressure of the 8 major sections. I'm afraid their expressions are going to be very interesting. Lin Fei still endured and didn't make a move. In his eyes, these god kings were all moving treasures. He would let them be happy for a while longer. The area where the passage of the gods was located was filled with god energy. The commotion caused by the continuous breakthroughs was seen by the 7 overlords and the strongest races in the distance. Their expressions didn't look too good. This was especially the case for the 7 overlords. Even though they weren't together, they could tell that the grandmasters of the 8 major sects had all broken through to the god king realm. Not only that, their cultivation states were still rising non-stop. By the time they finally stopped, no matter how weak they were, they would be at least 7 or 8 star god kings, reaching a level where they could only look up to. This won't be good. It's all the fault of those fellows from the strongest races. Now it's great. The 8 sect leaders didn't treat us well in the past, suppressing us in all aspects. Now that they have broken through to the God King realm, our days are going to be tough. This is the reason why the higher-ups want to turn this place into a place of advancement. With the help of the God energy, as long as their talent isn't bad, it won't take long for the 8 major sects to produce a batch of God King experts. What should we do now? The 7 overlords were having a headache. They didn't know what to do. The 8 god kings with powerful auras guarded the entrance like door guardians. Their sharp gazes made the 7 overlords' hair stand on end. Even if they had battle fortresses, they might not be a match for them. Other than running for their lives, they could only run for their lives. The people from the strongest races weren't having a good time either. Especially when they saw the genius disciples breaking through continuously, their expressions turned even worse. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the 8 major sects had increased by a large margin. This was just the beginning, and it didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. Kill their way in? They didn't dare to have such a thought. The 8 god kings weren't weak. They didn't chase them away because they didn't take them seriously. Their backer in the upper world also didn't make a sound. The people from the strongest races didn't know whether to leave or stay. They were in a dilemma. More and more people broke through from the 8 major sections. Especially the genius disciples who had good foundations. With the infusion of God energy and the protection of the treasures of 9 stars God kings, it became easier for them to break through. One God king after another appeared in the passageway of the gods. Every sect had 7 to 8 God kings of different realms. As long as they advanced to the God King realm, the door of gods would reward them with a God King grade divine artifact and a God King grade battle robe. With these 2 items, they would be invincible. These people who advanced to the God King realm first were all genius disciples of the sections. Among them, there were also some old opponents that Lin Fei was familiar with. Taoist Long, if you're willing to join the demon mystic sect, I can give you a position of worship. Chapter 1820. In just a few days, within a few billion miles of the passageway of the gods, god palaces were built one after another. Yes, not immortal palaces but god palaces. Every god palace contained unparalleled divine might. Once a ruler got close, he would be enveloped by the divine might. Even a heavenly god would not be able to gain any advantage. The 8 major sects built their own god palaces in different places. With the support of the majestic divine power, the disciples that were brought over broke through their current realm. The lowest realm was a 9 stars heavenly god. The talented disciples all advanced to God King realm. The 8 major sects had a great increase in strength. Not only did the disciples obtain great benefits, but the powerhouses of the sects also obtained great benefits. They all became God Kings. However, their foundations were limited. After breaking through to a certain realm, they could not break through anymore. They were very satisfied with this. God King realm plus God King grade treasures were enough to deter them. The strongest clans all left the center of the battlefield of the God of Tombs and absorbed divine power in the periphery. Among them, Long Liefan was a bachelor. He joined the demon mystic sect and became a minister. He also broke through the Divine King realm and reached the 6-star Divine King realm in a short time. He had great potential. The 7 overlords had disappeared without a trace. Master, when do you plan to take action? Little Devil urged. They have already nurtured a large number of 9 stars heavenly gods and God King realm experts. It is not a small number. After the 8 major sects had a great increase in strength, they had already sent people back to their sections. They were prepared to bring more disciples over to nurture their strength and expand their strength again. During these days, Lin Fei did not do anything. He just watched quietly. It is almost time to take action. Lin Fei stood straight and revealed a bright smile. Master can finally use his ultimate move. Little Devil cheered. Lin Fei had waited for so long. It was time to take action. Because of the news from the other side. Naturally, it was white-clothed Hun Dun. Without any notice, Lin Fei also decided to take action. Because the disciples of the 8 major sects had basically increased their realms. What was left was to stabilize their realms. This was also the best opportunity. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and collect the spoils of war. Yes, all the spoils of war. Lin Fei came out from the underground cave. The moment Lin Fei stood on it, the flowing divine power entered his body. Lin Fei felt so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. How comfortable. Lin Yi was also filled with fighting spirit. Master, the strongest god kings of the 8 major sects are at the 9 stars god king realm. They might even be at the peak of the god king realm. Should we use a strategy or? Lin Fei waves his hand. What strategy are we using? Let's just kill our way up. 8-9 stars peak god kings are just nice to use as test subjects. Lin Yi couldn't help but mourn for them. Master was definitely preparing to use the God King exploding pearl. Even now when he saw that thing his scalp still felt numb. The closer they got to the passage of the gods. The density of the divine power was beyond imagination. The disciples of the 8 sects also began to patrol the area, not allowing outsiders to enter. These disciples were originally proud and arrogant. Now that they had all advanced to the 9 stars heavenly god realm, if it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid that their divine bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, they would have long charged to the God King realm. Since the 8 major sects had opened their god palaces here, naturally no one dared to come here. They were on guard against the strongest races as well as the 7 overlords. A few 9 stars heavenly gods patrolled together. Suddenly someone said, "Guess, will the 7 overlords still dare to come? They are old, they can't take it anymore. Battle fortresses can only threaten heavenly god experts. At our realm, as long as we block them, the threat won't be big. If they really come, this daddy will exchange pointers with them. Let's see who is stronger." A few young disciples said in high spirits. With their strength soaring, they really weren't afraid of those overlords. "You guys can't take it anymore." Suddenly a cold voice sounded. A finger appeared in front of them and jabbed towards them. Before they could take out their treasures, the finger jabbed their bodies, and their tyrannical divine bodies were instantly torn into pieces. The few young people were instantly crushed into pieces by the finger, and a few divine sparks fell. Another big hand grabbed over, and the few divine sparks were caught in the other party's hand. "Master, the strength of these guys is not stable. If they forcefully increase their realm, they won't be able to unleash their perfect strength," Lin Yi said disdainfully. He was the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei already looked down on heavenly god-level divine sparks. It would be strange if they could unleash their perfect strength. Lin Fei smiled and said, "The moment you attacked they all sensed it. Just nice, it's time for a good show." When Lin Yi attacked, he didn't hide his divine king aura, and it was like a blazing sun in the darkness. It was hard for others not to know about it. Who attacked? A few figures flew out from the nearest god palace and went straight to the place where the commotion came from. The people who came were disciples of the demon mystic sect. All of them were 9 stars heavenly gods. Among them, the leader was a 2 stars divine king, and his face was full of arrogance. "So, it's the people of the demon mystic sect. It seems like your luck isn't too good." Lin Fei shook his head and stepped forward from the back. His true appearance also appeared in the eyes of the other party's 2 stars divine king. This demon mystic sect disciple recognized him at a glance, and immediately revealed a look of joy. He laughed and said, "Haha, you are Ditian, I know you. The sect master said that whoever can kill you will make a great contribution." This 2 stars divine king instantly attacked. He activated a treasure sword and slashed at Lin Fei. He was secretly proud that he could actually make a great contribution. This was a good thing that came knocking on his door. As for Ditian's strength, this 2 stars divine king chose to ignore it. "Humph, you want to deal with master." Lin Yi snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the demon mystic sect disciples not far away were all annihilated. After all, Lin Yi was a 6 stars divine king powerhouse. The power of his palm was not something that a 2 stars divine king could resist. "Not good, Ditian is here. Senior brother died in battle. Too scary." Outside the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the sect disciples who had advanced were all shocked at this moment, looking at the 2 people coming from afar. They knew one of them. Ditian. That scary Ditian. They had seen with their own eyes that the sect master had suffered greatly in the hands of Ditian. When Di Tian appeared in front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the other 7 sects sensed it immediately. Di Tian, you will die here today. In the depths of the divine palace, a figure flashed, and a fierce aura pierced towards Di Tian. Former dragon god, long time no see. Long Liefan joined the demon mystic sect and was now a consecrator. When he learned that Di Tian was coming, he knew that the opportunity for revenge had come, so he rushed out immediately. The words former dragon god stimulated Long Liefan's killing intent to soar. Chapter 1821. Murder. Long Lie's desire to kill had never been comparable to this time. He really wanted to kill someone. His target was the nearby Di Tian, the fellow who had chased him down from his position as the dragon god. The words former dragon god seemed to be mocking him for leaving in such a sorry state back then. It undoubtedly aroused Long Liefan's endless killing intent. It was precisely because of Di Tian that Long Liefan lost his power and had no choice but to join the demon profound sect as a consecrator. He was constantly thinking about revenge. After advancing to Divine King, Long Liefan's thoughts became even heavier. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to appear in front of him so quickly. Long Liefan laughed malevolently as he attacked. As for the people around Di Tian, they chose to ignore him. Even if the people around Di Tian weren't as strong as before, their strength was still limited. Today, Long Liefan was going to completely take care of Di Tian. Yes, he must die in front of me. A ferocious killing intent surged forth. A figure blocked in front of him and the killing intent in the sky collapsed. You don't have the right to make a move. Lin Yi shook his head. Unless you can defeat me. Lin Yi pounced forward, unleashing a wide range of attacks, instantly drowning Long Liefan within his attacks. Long Liefan had advanced to the God King realm and was now a 6-star God King. He was proud and arrogant, not treating the other party as anything. He emitted cold killing intent. You overestimate yourself. Back then, Long Liefan was defeated in the hands of Di Tian's senior brother. Long Liefan's killing intent towards the people around Di Tian grew even heavier. He wanted Di Tian to regret coming here. Di Tian is here. How dare he come here at this time? I'm afraid there's no need for us to do anything. Long Liefan will kill Di Tian on the spot. What a pity. I wanted to kill Di Tian myself. In front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace. At this time, the leaders of the other 7 sects appeared one after another. They would never forget Di Tian's name. Isn't the dragon god amazing? In the end, he was still chased down. This was Di Tian. Last time, the 8 great sects had more or less suffered a loss. They were gnashing their teeth at Di Tian. It was just that they were powerless to deal with Di Tian at that time. Who asked him to have a God King senior brother by his side? This time, when they saw Di Tian again, a cold glint flashed across the powerhouse's eyes. Di Tian was here to die. This time no one could save Di Tian. Zhong Mo Shan also came out immediately. Di Tian, how have you been? Zhong Mozhan was already a God King now, but when he saw Di Tian, he still could not control his anger. Zhong Mo Mountain had suffered a lot at Di Tian's hands. Now that Di Tian had appeared again and killed many experts of the demon mystic sect on the spot, the new and old grudges added together, causing the killing intent of the demon mountain to soar, but they were not in a hurry to make a move. Di Tian would not be able to escape today. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Lin Fei chuckled. It's just that you're a little too bold to actually take in a traitor from the dragon god domain. Aren't you afraid of the dragon god's wrath? Zhong Mozhan was quite displeased that Di Tian dared to publicly accuse and threaten him at a time like this. He said in a low voice, Traitor? Who is the traitor? Our demon mystic sect doesn't have any traitors. However, fellow Taoist Di Tian still owes us an explanation. Why did you kill our people? Lin Fei was purely here to cause trouble. Well, this is actually very simple. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. I'm very interested in the passage of the gods. Therefore, I announce that this area will belong to me. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave, otherwise I'll personally take action. Zhong Mozhan knew that Di Tian was bold, but he didn't expect him to be even bolder. He actually wanted to occupy the passage of the gods. What kind of joke was this? Did he really think that the 8 great sects were vegetarians? Di Tian, you sure talk big. Just because you're the number 1 person of the younger generation? Luo Xian of the righteous sect shouted at Lin Fei. Luo Xian was currently a god king, a 2-star god king. He already had the might of a god king. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He raised his eyelids. If you don't want to die, then scram. Because you're not qualified. Lin Fei had no interest in these small fries. Luo Xian had always been unconvinced by Di Tian. Now that he had advanced to the God King realm, Di Tian still looked at him with disdain. This provoked Luo Xian quite a bit. You're wrong. It's not that I'm not qualified, it's that you're not. Luo Xian shook his head. I'm already at the God King realm. I can easily suppress you with a flick of my finger. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Just based on the people you brought? That's right. Di Tian, you're not qualified to say that. At this time, another young elite came forward. He exuded the aura of a God King. He was very valiant. Your current strength is not enough. There were many people in the younger generation who were not satisfied with Di Tian. This was especially so for the genius disciples of the 8 great sections. Di Tian was like a nightmare weighing on their hearts. Now that their strength had improved greatly, they no longer had the fear they had before when they looked at Di Tian. Any one of them could suppress Di Tian because their strength had improved greatly and they had even advanced to the God King realm. The leaders of the 8 great sects were more than happy to let their disciples fight. Ever since Di Tian's rise, the influence of the disciples of the sects had suffered a huge blow. Of the 10 great young masters of the past, only a few were left. This was not a small blow. It also made the 8 great sects lose face. Dignified elite disciples were not a match for an unorthodox person. This made them feel very hurt. Master, these people are too despicable. They actually dare to look down on Master. They all deserve to die. Little Devil's killing intent was dense. Lin Fei was very clear what these people were thinking. It was none other than the fact that they couldn't accept the blow. Whether it was their birth, their cultivation, or even the sect they joined, they were all looked at with envy by ordinary people. They should be standing on top of the younger generation, and not be trampled on by an unorthodox guy. Now that they saw an opportunity, they no longer had to be afraid of him. Therefore they all stood up. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I know you're not convinced. Now that you've advanced to the God King realm, you're awesome, aren't you? But in my eyes, you're still not enough. I'll be frank with you. As long as I'm around, you so-called genius disciples will forever live in a nightmare. Because I'm stronger than you. The meaning was very clear. You won't be a match for me in this lifetime. It was very straightforward words. This infuriated the genius disciples of the 8 great sections. Di Tian clearly knew that they had advanced to the God King realm, yet he still dared to ignore them in public. Did he really think that he was more awesome than them? Di Tian, aren't you very awesome? Then let me see what else you have to be awesome about. A young God King from the Immortal Emperor School shot out an afterimage. 2 bright moons flashed past as he attacked. He wanted Di Tian to know that he couldn't do it anymore. Chapter 1822. Crazy. Di Tian must be crazy. How could he not know the current situation? The big shots of the 8 sects only sneered. They wanted to see what other abilities Di Tian had. Could it be that he wanted to use the battle fortress to turn things around? As for the senior brother, they chose to ignore him. Long Liefen was from the strongest dragon race. His strength was not ordinary back then. He joined the demon mystic sect and obtained divine power. His strength soared and he became a 6-star God King, adding another expert to the sect. They did not believe that the people Di Tian brought could defeat Long Liefen. Not only were the people Di Tian brought not a match for Long Liefen, Di Tian himself was not a match for their sect disciples. Things were different now. Strength? Di Tian could not do it. Rumble. Rumble. You dare to fight with Master? You're asking for death. Lin Yi was a true 6-star God King. His cultivation technique was also very powerful and he had 2-star battle strength. Long Liefen smashed into the divine palace like a meteor. A terrifying mark was left on his powerful divine body. Lin Yi stepped forward again. He did not care about Long Liefen at all. He reached out and a terrifying divine power enveloped Long Liefen. Long Liefen wanted to struggle but was restricted by the power. He could only watch helplessly. Soul-chasing sword slash. Long Liefen was amazing. At the crucial moment he took out a flying sword and slashed at Lin Yi's divine spark, forcing him to let go. This was a low-grade God King weapon bestowed by the demon mystic sect. It was specially used to deal with divine sparks. Lin Yi's free hand punched out. It landed on the soul-chasing sword and the gathered power was shattered. At the same time, a thick finger pointed at Long Liefen's divine body. Rumble. Long Liefen's divine body was strong. Half of his body exploded. He lost his arms and legs. Only the upper half of his body was left. He was in a sorry state. Long Liefen was utterly defeated. How can this be? Long Liefen had always been proud. He could not accept the result of his defeat. I am a 6-star God King. Lin Yi held Long Liefan and smiled coldly. He came behind Lin Fei and did not move. Long Liefan's quick defeat made the 8 powerhouses suck in a cold breath. How was this possible? Long Liefan was a 6-star god king. No matter how bad he was, he could still display the strength of a 5-star god king. There was no reason for him to lose so quickly. But Long Lai was defeated. Just what was going on? Since when did the god kings become so useless? Suddenly, a bad feeling flashed across their hearts. Could it be that Di Tian was still hiding some trump card? This trump card allowed him to bring a single person to kill his way over. Could it be that he really wanted to seize the passageway of the gods and seize all the benefits here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The passageway of the gods wasn't something a small figure like Di Tian could occupy. The upper realm would never allow it. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. A young god king from the Immortal Emperor sect launched an attack, preparing to be the first to defeat Di Tian. He wanted to show off the might of the Immortal Emperor sect, using strength to tell everyone that Di Tian was only SOSO, unable to withstand a single strike. Haha, you want to kill me with a single finger? Come and poke me if you can. The god king from the Immortal Emperor sect arrogantly spoke. He didn't believe that Di Tian would be able to stab him to death. No matter what, he was a god king. So, the moment this thought appeared, the god king from the Immortal Emperor sect saw a giant finger appear in front of him and tap on his body. He felt like he had become a work of art as his body exploded. Lin Fei shook his head. There are so many people who want to torture themselves. He stepped out once again. The Immortal Emperor sect wasn't the only one who made a move. The other sects also made their moves. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Fei gracefully appeared and tapped with his finger. Every time he tapped, his finger would land on the body of the young god king. Those who were touched by his finger would explode. Clouds of blood mist exploded in midair. Wherever Lin Fei passed, there was no one who could block his blade. All of their divine bodies were destroyed by a single finger. In the blink of an eye, over 10 god kings had fallen. Lin Fei was still leisurely walking as he appeared in front of Luo Xian. I already said that in this generation I'm the strongest. You guys just don't believe me. I really can't do anything about it. Don't kill me, I surrender. No matter how stupid Luo Xian was, he knew that Di Tian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was far from being able to deal with Di Tian. His previous heroic words and disdain had all vanished into thin air, replaced by endless fear. Originally, you should have jumped out and been a god king. Unfortunately, you overestimated yourself. Lin Fei tapped on Luo Xian's body. Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 princes, was also removed from the territory. Luo Xian. Zheng Haoran from the Zhengyi sect was enraged. He couldn't stop him in time and could only watch as his body was destroyed, leaving behind a godhead that was taken away by Di Tian. The other powerhouses of the other sects also came back to their senses. They couldn't accept this result for a moment. Tak, kill Di Tian. We can't let him live. Over 10 god kings were killed one after another. Moreover, they were killed by a single finger. A wave of fear rose in their hearts once again. At the same time they felt helpless. Why was Di Tian so strong? It didn't make sense. Regardless of whether it made sense or not, Di Tian had once again become a thorn in their side. Moreover, Di Tian's goal forced them to attack with all their strength. Di Tian die. The 8 powerhouses attacked together again. They all took out their God King level treasures, and the terrifying power of a God King blasted toward Lin Fei. At this time they attacked with all their strength and combat power. This time their power was still quite terrifying. They didn't believe that Di Tian's strength could be strong enough to compete with them. Haha, you have a God King level weapon, so do I. As Lin Fei laughed, he took out a huge black sword. The sword was like a door plank. The sword flashed with a cold light, revealing an unusually dangerous aura. God-level saber slash. This was a saber technique that had been strengthened countless times. In the 10 heavens and 9 earths, an extremely terrifying aura was released with Lin Fei as the center. The entire battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin trembled. The attacks of the 8 god kings were crushed by a saber radiance. They were swept by the terrifying and dangerous aura, and an endless sense of crisis arose in their hearts. It seemed that they would die under this saber strike. Powerlessness. Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. They were going to die. Kacha kacha. The God King level weapons in their hands were the first to explode into pieces. Then the battle robes on their bodies were also shattered. The saber radiance cut through their bodies, and the bodies of the 8 powerhouses were cut into several pieces. F***ck, they can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Fei thought that the 8 powerhouses could resist for a while. Now, it seemed that he had overestimated them. Boom. Boom. The saber radiance crushed all the way, and the people that the 8 powerhouses brought out were all cut into several pieces. They crashed into the divine palace, and 8 abnormally terrifying auras soared into the sky. Their killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Fei. Chapter 1823. Uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. The 8 leaders had been killed by Di Tian in one move. This was the most unacceptable thing to them. The 8 leaders were all God Kings, and each of them had the strength of a 7-star God King. Furthermore, they had joined forces. How could a single Di Tian withstand their combined attack? In the end, the 8 leaders had been killed in one move. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. They had underestimated Di Tian too much. Di Tian was a super expert who was hiding in the shadows. Not a God King? Who would dare to think that Di Tian wasn't a God King? If Di Tian wasn't a God King, how could he easily kill the 8 hegemons with a single sword strike? One couldn't say that the strength of the 8 hegemons was fake, they were the real deal. One could only say that Di Tian's strength was terrifyingly tyrannical. His cultivation base far surpassed the 8 hegemons. In the distance, the terrifying and dangerous aura attracted the attention of the strongest races and the 7 overlords. No one thought that they could withstand the dangerous aura. It was too terrifying. Is this Di Tian's terrifying strength? Everyone was panicking and fearful. If they had only been fearful of Di Tian before, they now felt a sense of helplessness. How terrifying was his strength to kill the 8 leaders with one move. They would be killed in one move if they went up. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. If Di Tian comes, we'll be finished. For example, Sun Luo Overlord and the rest were in a mess. After all, they had a grudge with Di Tian. He might come looking for trouble with them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They might not be a match for Di Tian even if they joined forces. The 8 leaders' current strength was not something they could fight against, and Quang Di Tian's strength was even more terrifying than the 8 leaders. Wait. The 8 God Envoys have appeared. Once the 8 leaders died, the God Envoys flew out. This undoubtedly gave them hope. It would be best if both sides suffered. No one was willing to ignore the rich divine power in the divine graveyard battlefield. If they could cultivate here for a day, their strength would increase significantly. They really didn't want to leave this place unless they had no other choice. Even though Di Tian had pressured them. Lin Fei was now a 9-star God King. 200 billion godheads were enough to raise Lin Fei's strength. With the support of a dense amount of divine power, in addition to the godly level single blade slash that had been upgraded several times, its power was unimaginable. Naturally, the 8 great leviathans were unable to block the attack of this blade. Awesome. Lin Fei didn't care about the divine power he consumed. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to test out the might of his saber technique, Lin Fei would not have bothered to kill the 8 giants. The 7-star Divine King realm was really nothing in his eyes. Long Liefen, you shouldn't have been the first to come out. If you had hidden yourself, I might not have done anything to you. Unfortunately, you are too full of yourself. Lin Fei said to Long Liefen with a smile. Long Liefen was completely dealt a heavy blow. Even the 8 hegemons were killed with a single sword strike. How could Di Tian's strength be so terrifying? Long Liefen felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. It was just that his arrogant personality didn't allow him to admit defeat. Di Tian, even if you capture me, you will have completely offended the 8 major sects. Long Liefen sneered, even if I die, the experts of the 8 great sects will not let you have it easy. The 8 divine envoys had already come out. The divine king's killing intent locked onto Di Tian. Long Liefen really wanted to see how Di Tian would block the attacks of the 8 divine envoys. He had lost, but Di Tian would not have a good time either. He knew that behind the 8 major sects were the 8 great divine emperors, the 8 strongest giants of the upper realms. At this time, Di Tian had killed the 8 major sects of the lower realms and had completely offended them. The Light God Envoy would not let Di Tian off. In fact, that was indeed the case. The 8 divine envoys' mission was to oversee the divine graveyard battlefield. Normally, they wouldn't interfere because they disdained this kind of thing. Who were they? They were high and mighty Divine King experts. Moreover, they were 9 stars peak Divine King experts. They only needed to watch the passage of the gods. But now, someone had killed the people of the 8 major sects in front of them. It was no less than a slap in the face. None of the divine envoys could take this lying down. If the higher-ups were to find out, they would definitely have the impression of not doing their job well. This was not something they wanted to see. No matter who the person in front of them was, If he dared to kill someone, only death awaited him. As soon as the 8 divine envoys appeared, they took out the divine king-level weapons in their hands. 8 terrifying killing intents blasted towards Di Tian, wanting to kill him on the spot. Good timing. Lin Fei was now rich and overbearing. God-level blade slash. The huge black blade in his hand slashed towards them. The black blade gleam was like a vast ocean, rushing towards them. Boom boom boom. The blade gleam swept over. The terrifying attack of killing intents was swept into pieces. A battle of strength? No one was a match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei could use the system to clearly analyze the maximum limit of their attacks. He could use a slightly stronger attack to easily break through their attacks. The first slash shattered all the attacks. Lin Fei blasted out the second slash. Then the third slash, the fourth slash. Lin Fei had to kill the 8 divine envoys and occupy the passage of the gods. As for the consumption, he did not need to worry at all. Not good, this blade technique is too strong. How is this possible? How can the power of a blade technique from the lower realm be at this level? There must be a mistake, there must be a mistake. Damn it, our attacks can't break through the opponent's attack. The 8 divine envoys were proud and arrogant, and they did not take the people from the lower realm seriously. They knew very well that the strongest person in the lower realm could only be a peak divine king level of 9 stars. Once they exceeded this level, they would be mercilessly suppressed. But now, someone was using an attack that made them feel threatened. You guys can't do it. Lin Fei took large strides forward and blasted out one slash after another. The 8 divine envoys felt their scalps go numb, and their battle robes and weapons were damaged. They had never been forced to this extent by a person from the lower realm. How could there be such a terrifying enemy in the lower realm? Who are you? They were all afraid. They could only use all their strength to block the overbearing and ferocious blade attack. There was no time for them to counterattack. At the same time, the divine power in their bodies was rapidly being consumed. Even if they were to block, they would also have to consume a large amount of divine power. Lin Fei's blade was very fast, and his divine power was consumed without any regard for his life. He suppressed the 8 divine envoys. He was also glad that he had increased the level of his blade technique, and its power had also greatly increased. I am Di Tian, I have the final say in the lower realm. Lin Fei slashed out again. This time it was even more terrifying. The blade gleam swept out, and the 8 divine envoys' faces sank. The blade gleam swept past their bodies. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1824. If you have read this chapter, please move to. You can also search for 78 novels on Baidu or remember our new website, 78 novels. If you have read this chapter, please move to. You can also search for 78 novels on Baidu or remember our new website, 78 novels. It's over. The 8 gods' messengers are no match for Di Tian. Who can be Di Tian's match in this territory? The disciples of the 8 major sects were speechless. Di Tian was now in a position that they had to look up to. They thought that the 8 gods' messengers would make things difficult for Di Tian. In the end, they were quickly defeated until they suffered a crushing defeat. Di Tian's attack also made them gasp. None of the god kings present were confident that they could withstand this attack. Just this attack alone was enough to kill them completely. The 8 divine envoys continuously coughed up blood when they smashed into the divine palace. Their faces were filled with shock. Most of their divine power had been used up. That attack just now had been too domineering. It had consumed a great deal of their divine power. They had less than 20% of their combat power left. Di Tian, we are the subordinates of a god emperor. If you dare to kill us, you're dead. The god's messenger from the Jingyi sect said fiercely. He regretted coming down and encountering such a terrifying enemy. They had no combat power now and could not return to the upper realm. They could only threaten Di Tian. Lin Fei walked over with the giant blade on his shoulder. Hee, threaten me all you want. I have the final say here anyway. No matter what you say, you will still die. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the God King's godhead. Di Tian, just you wait. We will come back for revenge sooner or later. Although the 8 gods' messengers did not have much combat power left, they still had many escaped treasures. They took them out and fled in all directions. They were confident in their speed. Chase. Let's see how you do it. As long as they did not die today. The powerhouses of the upper realm would definitely come down after reporting the news. By then, it would not be difficult to kill Di Tian if they worked together. Split up? Dream on. Lin Fei did not think much of it. He took out the battle fortress. The battle fortress, which had been modified several times, now looked like a huge black warship. Lin Fei also changed its name to Giant Warship. The grade of the giant warship had already surpassed the previous battle fortress. In particular, the black muzzles in the front flashed with a dangerous light. War 1. Blast them to death. Then everyone saw a terrifying scene. The warship shot out dozens of black light beams towards the direction that the 8 divine envoys escaped to. In less than a moment, the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin was filled with a dangerous aura. Horrible mushroom clouds exploded over the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin, and the location of the explosion happened to be where the oracles were. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the warship's first attack. Through the system screen, Lin Fei clearly saw the black beam penetrate the oracle's body. The destructive aura in the beam shattered the flesh. Through the system screen, Lin Fei clearly saw the black light penetrate the god's messenger's body. The giant warship is so awesome. I didn't waste a lot of god to modify it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the giant warship. The small cannon is already like this. I wonder what the power of the 16 cannons of eradication will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. After the giant warship was modified, it was completely new inside and out. A lot of god was consumed. The materials of the giant warship were also changed with an unknown material. Its defense was greatly improved. Even if a god king's attack landed on it, it would not be able to shake the giant warship. In terms of attack power, apart from some of its previous functions, its attack power was 100 times stronger than before. First of all, the front of the giant warship was full of small cannons. There were 1,000 small cannons. When 1,000 small cannons were fired at the same time, it was an unimaginably terrifying weapon. Of course, the attack of these small cannons was not cheap. Originally, they were driven by energy. Now, after the modification, they used divine power to attack. Their attack power was even more terrifying. Fortunately, there was a divine power pool in the center of the giant warship. It could absorb and store divine power. Otherwise, not everyone could afford to maintain such a giant warship. The 8 gods' messengers died. Lin Yi immediately went up and took back the god. He knew that his master liked God's god the most. The whole battle did not last long. The 8 magnates were killed, and then the 8 gods' messengers were also killed. The people of the 8 major sects completely lost their fighting spirit. In their eyes, Di Tian was like a demon. The whole battle was so fast that they could not digest it. Sorry, I'm in charge here now. Lin Fei landed on the giant warship and announced loudly. If you don't want to die, stand together. No one dared to question Lin Fei's words. The 8 magnates were dead, and the gods' messengers were also dead. If they did not want to die, they could only listen obediently. The people of the 8 major sects helplessly went to an empty space not far from the passage of the gods. Now they only hoped that Di Tian would not be crazy enough to kill them. As for the disciples of the sects, they no longer had any arrogance. Everyone gathered together. Lin Fei was not a bloodthirsty person. He took out the divine power pool in the giant warship and absorbed all the divine power in their bodies. This was equivalent to a few cannon attacks, so he could not waste it. After draining their divine power, they also lost their fighting strength. Lin Fei arranged for a few celestial gods to watch over them. The area around the passage of the gods became empty. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the passage of the gods. The vast divine power in the passage of the gods became the most tangible thing in his eyes. The giant warship stopped not far from the passage of the gods. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on it. Collect. Lin Fei opened the system and a huge whirlpool formed beside him. Divine power rushed in. The giant warship did the same. The giant warship also opened and a similar whirlpool formed. The 2 whirlpools quickly merged together, and the place where Lin Fei stood became a huge whirlpool. The vast divine power flowed into the whirlpool, and the disciples who were being watched were dumbfounded. This was really infuriating. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. The geniuses of the sects could at most absorb a fist-sized amount of divine power, and that was enough to make them proud. At this moment they finally understood why Di Tian was stronger than them. They were completely convinced. Not many people could endure this kind of crazy cultivation. Lin Fei did not care that much. Right now he was absorbing divine power like crazy. The whirlpool of divine power became bigger and bigger, and its surface area was also expanding. Little did they know that when the whirlpool of divine power appeared, the originally calm divine power in the god world on the other side became violent. It also formed a huge whirlpool in the god world, and it caused quite a commotion near the god lightning mountain. Chapter 1825. The Divine Realm. Near the Lightning Mountain. The huge divine power vortex immediately attracted the attention of all the gods present. The divine power vortex was too big. Everyone look. Why is there a divine power vortex out of nowhere? That can't be. The divine power in the passage has always been in balance. Why is the divine power surging toward the lower realm? Did something big happen down there? The divine power vortex is expanding again. One divine sense after another fell on the divine power whirlpool. In a short time, the divine power vortex had expanded a lot, causing the surrounding divine power to riot. This shocked and confused everyone. Not everyone could endure divine power limitlessly. The current situation was obviously abnormal. The news was reported immediately. The divine power continued to flow downward, and the people in charge could not figure out what was going on. Quick, contact the oracles in the lower realm and ask them what happened. The Emperor God hurriedly ordered people to contact the oracles in the lower realm. It was definitely not normal for divine power to be continuously absorbed. The 8 Emperor Gods in charge naturally had to find out. After all, they had calculated the opening of the passage of the gods and the absorption of divine power. My lord, bad news. We can't contact the oracles. We have lost contact with the oracles. The expressions of the Emperor Gods in charge changed. The oracles in the lower realm were all peak 9 stars god kings. They were the strongest in the lower realm. Who could fight against them? Why couldn't they contact them? My lord, bad news. The oracles have fallen. Not long after, another shocking piece of news came, and their expressions changed drastically. The oracles had fallen? What kind of joke was this? Were there still some experts in the lower realm? It might not have been a big deal if one oracle had fallen, but after 8 oracles had fallen, the 8 Emperor Gods in charge realized that something had happened in the lower realm. Send someone down immediately and find out what's going on. After some discussion, they decided to send more oracles down. They had to find out what had happened in the lower realm. They didn't want to wait until the Emperor Gods appeared. This feels great. Outside the passage of the gods, Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was feeling great. The continuous influx of divine power was even more comfortable than drinking honey. Whether it was the worship or the divine power in his body, the divine power that he had consumed was replenished. In other words, Lin Fei could go on a rampage again. With the help of the system, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles in absorbing divine power. He could absorb it at any time without any upper limit. Master, someone is coming down. The little devil suddenly reminded. For the time being, Lin Fei had no idea what was going on in the passageway of the Legion of Gods. Therefore, he arranged for the little fiend devil to keep an eye on the passageway of the Legion of Gods and inform him if anything happened. Lin Fei leaped up onto the battleship and looked up at the passageway of the Legion Gods. They came so quickly, but I like it. The warship changed directions and aimed its black cannons at the passage of the gods. Another 8 divine emissaries descended. But this time they had all descended from the passage of the gods. Seriously, what kind of experts can appear in the lower realms, forcing us to come down? This place is not comfortable at all. The 8 divine emissaries came out of the passage of the gods one after another, their hearts full of complaints. They felt that this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Damn, what is this? There's a dangerous aura, it's aimed at us. As soon as they appeared, they saw a huge creature aiming at them, and their minds became restless. Welcome, everyone, to my territory. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the battleship opened fire. With the passage of the gods as a backup, the battleship had endless supplies. The cannons in the front row all opened up, and a sky full of destructive light beams shot out. Not good, we've been ambushed. The divine emissaries were used to being high and mighty. How could they have realized that someone from the lower realms was ambushing them? Mere people from the lower realms dare to ambush us? Damn it. One of the divine emissaries disdainfully charged through the air, but was instantly hit by the light beams. His tyrannical body was riddled with holes, and his defensive armor was destroyed. The divine emissaries would never forget this scene. Powerful as they were being attacked by a strange battleship. The armor that they were so proud of, as well as their defensive treasures, were destroyed by the enemy's attack. Beams of light bombarded their bodies, piercing through their tyrannical divine bodies, leaving behind scars. They couldn't even retaliate. In less than a moment, their faces were filled with fear. Go back. We can't hold on anymore. I want to go back. However, how could Lin Fei let them go back? The light beams ignored their defenses, and their tyrannical divine bodies were riddled with holes. After struggling for a while, they were blasted into pieces by the battleship. After all, no matter how strong they were, they could not replenish their god force in time. It was normal for them to be blasted to death. How satisfying. Lin Fei lost count of the number of cannons he had fired. He only knew that he had used up 20% of the god force he had stored. Lin Fei put away the God King Grade Godhead and sat cross-legged on the battleship again, absorbing god force as he waited for the next batch of God Kings to appear. When the disciples of the 8 major sects saw the divine envoys reappear, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. However, they were greatly disappointed. The 8 divine envoys were killed once again. They looked at Di Tian with an expression of extreme fear. From now on, these people would only be able to cultivate like this. Outside the God Thunder Mountain, the people in charge of the 8 God Emperors were paying attention to the situation, hoping that the divine emissaries would report the situation. The God Force whirlpool is absorbing crazily again. The God Force whirlpool that had stopped earlier began to draw in God Force again. A trace of unease arose in their hearts. Lord, it's not good. The divine emissaries we sent down have fallen. Someone came to report immediately. This time their expressions really became ugly. Impossible, they just went down. Who could kill them in such a short time? Is there a mistake? They could not believe it was true. Send again. No matter how strong that person in the lower realm is, his combat power is only at the peak of 9 stars God King realm. The heavenly axiom does not allow the appearance of a godly venerable. I don't believe that person in the lower realm can recover so quickly. It had to be said that this was a good idea. The second batch of divine emissaries was sent down. This time there were 16 divine emissaries. They believed that it would be enough this time. Less than an hour after they went down, bad news came again. Chapter 1826. The Tomb of the God of Sin Battlefield. At this moment, the Tomb of the God of Sin Battlefield had become the domain of the other side. The 7 overlords and the strongest races, who were unwilling to leave, finally realized what true strength was. They were so strong that they could take care of the gods' envoys wave after wave. How many waves has it been? Seems to be the 12th wave. Hundreds of oracles have fallen on the battlefield of the Tomb of the God of Sin. Di Tian is too terrifying. With that terrifying worship, no matter how many divine emissaries come, they will all fall on this battlefield. They all saw it very clearly. For example, right now, another group of oracles had arrived. As soon as these divine envoys descended, they were immediately attacked by the terrifying warships. The densely packed beams of light caused their scalps to go numb. No matter how tyrannical their defense was in front of this attack, it was useless. Even the divine emissary had been killed, let alone them. The strongest? Their faces were filled with bitter smiles. Perhaps Di Tian was the strongest person right now. As long as Di Tian guarded the passage of the gods, the oracles from the upper realm who came down from the upper realm would die. This was not a joke at all, it was a fact. Di Tian had finally witnessed something that he would never have dared to imagine normally. Only Di Tian was capable of guarding the passageway of the gods and killing gods' envoys all by himself. Before an expert surpassing the God King stage descended, Di Tian would be the strongest existence. The 7 overlords started to hesitate. Should they choose to lower their heads? If they could go to the passageway of the gods, they would definitely be able to break through their current realms and become mighty God Kings. They did not dare to rashly go over. Especially the Sanluo overlord and the others. At this moment he was completely convinced. The 8 powerhouses were swept clean, and they even personally killed the upper realm's god envoys. They would not dare to do such a cruel thing even if they were given 100 guts. Now that the path to advancement was in Di Tian's hands, they had no choice but to start considering it. Going against Di Tian? They no longer had such thoughts. Even if they advanced to the God King realm, they would not be able to block the attack of a battleship that was similar to a battle fort. They did not see the god emissary being smashed into pieces the moment he came down. However, they were unwilling to leave just like that. Wait a little longer. Is there grass growing in the brains of those guys up there? On the warship, Lin Fei was amused. "My lord," Yang Qi said, "they're really full of shit. They're trying to get them to come down here and use up your strength. But they never would have guessed that as long as the passageway of the gods is open, you won't even need to use your strength." Lin Yi flattered. During these days he had also been absorbing divine power, and his strength had also broken through to the 7-star divine king realm. Lin Fei had occupied the passage of the gods for a few days now. The higher-ups kept sending divine emissaries down, as if they wanted to waste time with him. Lin Fei quite liked this method. As long as a batch came down they would be smashed to pieces. Even so, the higher-ups kept sending god kings down, as if they were prepared to fight a war of attrition with him. Since they like this, I'll continue playing with them. Let's see who has a headache. Lin Fei didn't care. Although the warship's divine power was maintained at around 70%, he was very satisfied. By the way, Master, the leaders of the 7 overlords and the strongest races are still around. Should we capture them? Linny asked. No need. Lin Fei shook his head. They all have the support of the higher realm. There's no need to offend them. My current enemies are the 8 god emperors. Lin Fei was very clear that as long as the Godemperor's god envoys came down, the 8 sects would find trouble with him sooner or later. This was needless to say. Reconciliation? That was simply impossible. When the white-robed primal chaos suggested guarding the passageway of the gods, Lin Fei agreed after some thought. Now that he was guarding here, he would kill 1 if there was 1, and then kill 2 if there was a pair. At least he would be able to stop the 8 sects from coming down. The only thing Lin Fei didn't expect was that the benefits of the passageway of the gods weren't just limited to stopping the 8 Godemperor's people from coming down. Lin Fei was very relaxed. But to the people in charge of the divine world, they had a headache. After a few days, they didn't gain anything. As long as someone went down, they would be killed. They couldn't sit still anymore. They reported the news and waited for the higher-ups to deal with it. They really couldn't deal with it. Previously, they planned to waste the other party's energy. However, the people who went down were killed in a short while. In addition, the god power whirlpool was absorbing god power crazily. They realized that it wasn't a good thing to continue like this. They had to inform the higher-ups. The 8 god emperors left after opening the passageway of the gods. They didn't need to care about such a small matter. The lower realm was just a primal chaos. They couldn't do anything. After all, the strength of the lower realm was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. God envoys were enough. When they heard the news, they didn't pay much attention to it. They thought that primal chaos was stopping their people from going down. Among the experts in the lower realm, besides primal chaos, no one else had such strength. This was also what they expected. Primal chaos wouldn't be willing to be captured without a fight. It was certain that he would stop them. If the 8 god emperors knew that it wasn't primal chaos below, they definitely wouldn't be so indifferent. Instead, they would immediately pay attention to it. They might even check it out personally. This matter was easy to solve. The 8 god emperors condensed a peak god king attack mark and ordered someone to bring it over. They could directly use it in the lower realm. The divine world didn't lack experts. They didn't lack god king experts either. The 8 Godemperor's orders were simple. They kept sending people down to exhaust primal chaos. The treasures imbued with the attack mark were also mixed in with a god king. As long as they reached the lower realm, they could attack when primal chaos wasn't prepared. It was guaranteed that they would be able to heavily injure primal chaos. This was a good idea. Unfortunately, the person they encountered was Lin Fei. In order to perfect the plan, they sent 7 to 8 waves of god envoys down to confuse primal chaos. When the 9th wave of people went down, there were a total of 8 god emperors hidden in it. It was to catch primal chaos off guard. Lin Fei was indeed caught off guard. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't pay attention to these god envoys. As long as they came, he would immediately start bombarding them and turn them into beehives. But this time, the moment they came out, they used the god emperor's imprints in the direction of Lin Fei. The 8 god emperor's imprints were shocking. They sealed off all directions of Lin Fei. Fatal blow. A true fatal blow. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die on the spot. It was just that this person wasn't Lin Fei. After they used the god emperor's imprints, although the attack was only at the peak god king level, the Tao contained in it was deeper and the killing power was greater. Invincible defense was instantly activated. This was Lin Fei's strongest defensive trump card. After expending a large amount of god power, he finally managed to block it. But because of this, he also angered primal chaos, causing a group of god king experts to be blasted into pieces. Chapter 1827. Using the divine emperor's mark to attack had infuriated Lin Fei. If it wasn't for his invincible defense, he would have been caught off guard and even killed on the spot. He had to vent his anger. However, in the eyes of others, Di Tian had become even more monstrous. Even an attack that surpassed the peak of the Divine King stage could not kill Di Tian. What was there left to do? He was going to kill as many as he came. They could all feel the terrifying attack of the Divine Emperor's mark. They knew that they did not have the ability to withstand such an attack. However, Di Tian withstood it easily and defeated the other party. He was extremely powerful. Thoughts? At this moment they did not have any thoughts. The disciples of the 8 major sects who were being restrained also calmed down and did not dare to have any thoughts. On the battlefield of the Divine Tomb, Di Tian had become the indomitable #1 expert. At least that was what they thought. Even the divine envoys were no match for him, let alone the rest of them. In a certain place in the territory far away, in a sealed space, the white-robed Hun Dun suddenly stopped and let out a smile. Di Tian is really extraordinary. He actually let a few old guys condense a divine emperor's mark to kill him. This is really unbelievable. The white-robed Hun Dun was very confident in his judgment. When it really happened, he was even more shocked. The divine kings were like ants, easy to kill. Not everyone could block the divine emperor's imprint. I've made the right move. The white-robed Hun Dun retracted his gaze and turned to look at the huge stone pillar in the depths of the space. A ray of light flashed. Little guy, just hang in there. Master, are you going to the divine realm? Lin Fei had a temper. Just now, the divine kings had used the divine emperor's mark to launch a sneak attack on him. This had infuriated Lin Fei and made him want to kill his way to the divine realm. Of course they used a sneak attack on me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm afraid of them. Lin Fei didn't care so much. I'm just asking you, can you send me over? Lin Fei clearly knew that the killing blow just now was definitely not something they could use. The great path contained in it was extremely terrifying, like a supreme king. As long as one was not an idiot, he would be able to determine who did it. Only the 8 supreme deity emperors had the ability to condense such a killing blow. Let me think about it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Although there was a barrier between the lower realms and the god realm, it wasn't that easy to break through. He believed that the little fiend would have a way. Master, I have an idea. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei and quickly came up with a solution. Master, I've just analyzed the passage of the gods. There's a terrifying aura inside, but it's targeted at godly venerable rank experts. In other words, godly venerable rank experts can't come down. Master is currently a 9-star divine king, so you're within the range where you can move. As long as Master uses up his divine power, I can send you through the passage of the gods. However, you can't stay there for too long. Lin Fei knew that the little devil would not let him down. How long can I last? 1 hour. That's enough. Lin Fei handed over the matter of the divine tomb to Lin Yi. Since the 8 magnates were dead, the remaining people wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. With Lin Yi holding the fort, he would just go up and take a stroll. Of course, the most important thing was to teach them a lesson and plunder their divine power. This was also Lin Fei's other goal. Master, you just need to enter the warship. Lin Fei was very confident in the warship, which had been modified many times. The passage of the gods shouldn't affect the warship too much. Alright. The next moment, the little devil's voice was heard. I'm going to send you over. Boom. The warship exploded with a tyrannical force and plunged into the passage of the gods. Those who had been paying attention to the fight were all stunned. What was Di Tian trying to do? Was he going to attack the divine world? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The passage of the gods was not as peaceful as Lin Fei thought it would be. Boundless spatial energy swept across the warship like a hurricane, leaving behind white marks. The cabin also began to shake as if it would fall at any moment. What a terrifying spatial power. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such spatial power. It's precisely because of this terrifying spatial power that ordinary people can't break through the barrier of space. Our warship can withstand this spatial power. Master, don't worry. Lin Fei was indeed worried that the warship wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. As the warship continued to rise, the spatial power pressed down like a vast ocean. The terrifying aura made even Lin Fei's heart palpitate. Terrifying, it was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, everything was just as the little demon had said. The warship was top-notch and did not disappoint Lin Fei as it withstood the attacks of the spatial power. The passage of the gods was indeed terrifying. After a simple analysis, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. If one wanted to ascend to the divine world, one had to be a godly venerable. Godly kings might not be able to withstand this spatial power. As for descending to the divine world, it seemed simple, but it wasn't a place that ordinary godly kings could descend. Otherwise, those godly emperors wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to open the passage. None of this had much to do with Lin Fei. Currently, Lin Fei's attention was focused on the end of the passage. Outside the Lightning God Mountain, the subordinates of the 8 godly emperors were there. The first batch of divine envoys that were sent out carried the godly emperor's mark that the Lord God Emperor had personally refined. In their opinion, they would definitely be able to injure that fellow in the divine world. No one could withstand the attack left behind by the Lord God Emperor. The subordinates of the 8 godly emperors gathered together, waiting for good news from the divine world. Those in charge here were not godly kings but godly venerable ones. It was difficult for a heavenly god to break through to the godly king realm, and the difficulty for a godly king to break through to the godly venerable realm was more than 100 times more difficult. Those who could become godly venerable ones were considered small giants in the divine world. Those who were assigned by the godly emperor to be in charge of this place were naturally of high status. I heard that the one who stopped us down there was Chaos. I wonder if it's true or not. Who cares if it's true or not? Even if it's true, it's all in the past. No matter how powerful he is, he can't do anything. The Lord God Emperor personally refined the ultimate move. Chaos has been suppressed for a long time, and his strength hasn't recovered much. He won't be able to withstand the attack. Yes, all we need to do is wait here for news. The 8 godly venerable ones were chatting and laughing. One was a lower realm and the other was the divine world. The difference between the two was too great. They didn't think that chaos could overturn the heavens. Back then it was the era of the 9 godly emperors. Now it was the era of the 8 godly emperors. In the future, it might be the era of the god emperors. A suppressed godly emperor had become a thing of the past. No one would care about him. Boom. Suddenly the world shook, and a loud rumble came from the passage of the gods. Chapter 1828. No one would have thought that someone would rush out from the passage of the gods. It was relatively easy to go to the lower realms with the passage opened by the God King, but it wasn't easy to come up from the lower realms. First, one needed a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of space. Without sufficient strength, even the strongest body would be torn to shreds by the power of space, including godheads. The power of space from the lower realms to the upper realms was the most terrifying. At this time, someone from the lower realms suddenly came up. The heavenly gods and god kings guarding outside were stunned. Could it be someone from the lower realms? That didn't seem possible. After all, they had a mission to go down. They couldn't come up until they completed it. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard someone talking. The person seemed to be quite emotional. What was going on? Is this the divine world? Lin Fei controlled the warship to charge forward. Thick divine power surged in. He couldn't help but squint his eyes at the refreshing feeling. I've been trying my best to obtain God power in the lower realms, but in the divine world, God power doesn't require any capital. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. In the face of the boundless God power, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. After a short while, Lin Fei started to scan the surroundings. What a strong aura. This should be a hierarch expert. Lin Fei immediately noticed the 8 eye-catching auras. Then, there were a lot of god kings and heavenly gods sealing off the area. The area was almost completely sealed off. What terrifying lightning. Suddenly Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the endless lightning bolts in the distance, he could still feel the impact of the lightning even from afar. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if a bunch of these lightning bolts came, he would definitely be blasted to smithereens. Hey, who are you? Who allowed you to come up here? A strange warship came out of the passage of the gods. Immediately, a dozen god kings surrounded it. After all, the appearance of a strange warship was very suspicious, especially since they had never seen such a warship before. A few prideful god kings flew over and prepared to ask about the situation. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and went directly to the warship. He looked around and found that only the 8 ultimate god experts were a threat. The rest were not much of a threat, so he decided not to hold back. I'm here to kill. With that, Lin Fei returned to the warship. The dozen or so god kings that flew over were all stunned. They could not help but roar with laughter as disdain filled their eyes. As god king powerhouses, they had a very high status in the god world. When had they ever been looked down upon by anyone before? Moreover, it was from the mouth of a young man. How arrogant. I want to see how you kill people. Capture him. The dozen or so god kings realized that this person might be related to the god kings that had died in the lower realm. Regardless of the consequences, they had to capture him first. If they could interrogate him, that would be the best. In the distance, the 8 ultimate god experts also saw the strange battleship. Interesting. This kid is really bold. He actually came up from the lower realm through the passage of the gods. Looks like this warship is quite extraordinary. Could it be a top-grade war treasure left behind by the Battle Clan? Doesn't seem like it. A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the ultimate gods. Although this thing was useless to them, it was equivalent to an excellent treasure if they gave it to their disciples. Where else could they find such a good thing? Due to their high status and the fact that everyone was present, they would not do it themselves. It was best to let their subordinates do it. Whoever could snatch it would be the strongest. Although the 8 god kings seemed to be very harmonious, there were still conflicts between them. It was just that they were perfectly controlled within a certain range. A strange worship that was quite extraordinary. The 8 ultimate gods were a little tempted. If one of their subordinates snatched it, it would be a good blow to the other ultimate gods. It would also make them look very proud. The dozen or so god kings secretly received instructions and did not take the young man seriously. He was just relying on a strange worship and probably did not have any real ability. They rushed over with a murderous aura. At this time the giant warship also moved. The warship stopped in the air above the passage of the gods. 1,000 small cannons were all opened, revealing the black muzzles. Some god kings laughed. Haha, that kid is going to attack us. I'm afraid these small cannons won't even be able to break through our defenses. Capture this kid alive, ha. With Lin Fei's order, 1,000 cannons were fired. In this place filled with boundless divine power, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Boom boom boom. 1,000 cannons were fired. The scene was quite shocking. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a sky full of light beams bombarded the dozen or so god kings. A few of the god kings did not care, but when the beam of light shot over, their faces could not help but change. They felt a sliver of danger. However, as soon as they thought of that, they were blown away. Their bodies became riddled with cracks and they collapsed. The attack of 1,000 cannons severely injured the dozen or so god kings. The second wave of attacks came and the god kings were blasted to pieces. The originally motionless vortex of divine power once again went berserk, and it surged into the warship. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so god kings were blasted to pieces. The god kings guarding outside were all dumbfounded, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. These were god kings. How could they be blasted to death in the blink of an eye? At this level, god kings were not so easy to kill, but now a god king had been blasted to death by a warship? They had never encountered such a thing before. Before they could digest this, the strange warship in the sky above the passage of the gods once again fired a sky full of light beams at them. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of attacks came and the attacks did not stop. The gods in charge of guarding were attacked from all sides, and they suffered heavy casualties in a short period of time. Regardless of whether they were heavenly gods or god kings, they could not withstand the destructive power of the warship at all. We can't block it. This is too terrifying. Damn, what kind of warship is this? Even the battle bastions of the past weren't this terrifying. My battle robes were destroyed after blocking 2 attacks. No one dared to charge forward. Everyone retreated, hoping to get out of the attack range. However, the warship's attack range was very long, and it was impossible for them to leave in a short period of time. Lin Fei stood on the warship looking at the crumbling crowd. His eyes narrowed again. Continue to attack. This is the feeling I want. With the support of a vast amount of divine power, the warship seemed to be filled with oil, and it vented to its heart's content. Despicable brat, die. Chapter 1829. P.S. Only one update today. The scene of mass destruction and massacre infuriated the 8 ultimate gods. In the beginning they did not care much about the warship. In the divine world, as long as the divine emperors did not make a move, almost no one could threaten them. But now, a strange warship could launch a terrifying attack and severely injure the heavenly gods and divine kings. They who had always been high and mighty could not accept it. One of the ultimate gods under Emperor Jingyi personally made a move. A huge palm was formed and slammed down on the warship. The divine power that was originally devoured by the warship also paused for a moment. Much of it was dispersed, showing how powerful the palm was. What a powerful attack. As expected of an ultimate god expert. Lin Fei noticed them as soon as they made their move. He had been keeping his guard up against those ultimate god experts ever since he appeared. No one could sit still in such a one-sided massacre, let alone ultimate gods. They had to make a move. Turn around and blast it away. Lin Fei also wanted to test the warship's true power. The heavenly gods and divine kings who had collapsed were no longer a threat. 1,000 cannons aimed at the top of their heads, and a dense barrage of light beams blasted out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ultimate god under Emperor Jingyi was called Ultimate God Etienne. The power of his palm was enough to severely injure the strange warship. He did not believe the warship could fight back. The sky full of attacks instantly shattered half of the palm. Ultimate God Etienne's expression turned ugly. He waved his hand and sent out a few more palm strikes. No matter how powerful the strange warship was, it could not withstand it. Whoosh, Ultimate God Etienne had underestimated the warship's power. As soon as the palm shadows left, the warship moved instantly, causing all the attacks to miss. The cannons turned and fired at the heavenly gods and divine kings nearby. Many experts died. Damn it. Stop the warship. Lin Fei made a feint and attacked the heavenly gods and divine kings again. The divine kings in particular attacked them while collecting their godheads and storage rings. He could not miss out on such good stuff. After the warship had been modified, its speed had increased by a large margin. Its reflexes were also exceptionally agile, especially with battle number 1 controlling it. It kept moving back and forth. Divinity Heavenline was unable to stop the warship, and he felt that he had lost face. This warship was too hateful. When he captured the person inside, he would definitely make him die a horrible death. The other ultimate gods could no longer remain calm when they saw the warships charging at the godly kings and heavenly gods. Bastard, this guy is really a bastard. These were all the people they had brought with them. If they really died here, they would have no idea how they were going to explain themselves when they returned. They hated the people in the battleship to death. Without any regard for the consequences, they drew their god-king weapons and attacked the battleship. When the divine venerables took action, the power of heaven and earth was mobilized. 8 terrifying attacks locked onto the warship. Lin Fei could easily sense their furious killing intent. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Battle number 1 controlled the warship and used its cannons to attack the godly venerables. At the same time, the huge body of the warship rammed into the moving heavenly gods and god kings. Bang bang bang. The divine bodies of the heavenly deities and divine kings were powerful, but at this moment, they could not withstand the collision of the warships. They were smashed into pieces and divine sparks exploded one after another. At this moment, the warship was like a peerless, ferocious beast. Run. This warship is too terrifying. Outside the god's Thunder Mountain, it was already a mess. Even the ultimate god minor giants could not restrain their subordinates. The strange warship was like a ferocious beast, constantly smashing people into pieces. This kind of scene was not something that could be seen at any time. It was so terrifying that it made one's scalp go numb. What was the use of having a powerful divine body? One would still be smashed into pieces with just one collision. The attacks of the 8 ultimate god minor giants were also suppressed by the light beams that filled the sky. For a moment they could not get close to the warship. The expressions of the 8 ultimate god minor giants were uncertain. They had not encountered such a thing in a long time. If they did not take down the other party, they would really become a laughing stock if word got out. The attacks that filled the sky were also giving them a headache. The attacks were too intense and there was almost no pause. This undoubtedly blocked them outside and at the same time, increased the distance between them. Even though they were ultimate gods, they could feel the terror of the light beam attacks. They had no choice but to take out their treasures to block them. They did not dare to take the attacks head-on. Even the 9 stars peak divine kings were mercilessly smashed into pieces. Even the ultimate gods had to take this seriously. Star-stabilizing divine pearl. One of the ultimate gods took out a pearl the size of a fist. As soon as the pearl was taken out, the attacks that filled the sky instantly stopped. Time within the surrounding area seemed to have stopped. Come out. The other ultimate gods realized that this was an opportunity. Heaven-relying divinity slammed his palm on the strange warship. He wanted to forcefully destroy the warship to vent his anger. The other ultimate gods had the same idea. While the treasures were suppressing the attacks of the warship, they attacked with all their might. Their attacks landed on the warship one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The warship shook non-stop as if it would fall at any moment. Time technique. Lin Fei had already expected this. Ultimate gods were not like god kings. They had powerful techniques in their hands, especially top-notch bloodline techniques. They were not easy to deal with. Several attacks landed on the warship. The warship merely shook a little. On the surface, it did not suffer any damage. However, it had consumed a lot of divine power. Master, it's impossible for them to break the warship quickly. Little Devil said proudly, the warship can use divine power to block the enemy's attacks. In the divine world, divine power is vast. Can be replenished even faster. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was good. Break the time technique suppression. In an instant, divine power surged. Thousands of light beams inside the warship broke the time technique's influence. Once again, the warship charged toward the escaping god kings. It did not have the mood to fight the ultimate gods. This time they were here to collect the god king's godheads. Although ultimate god godheads were good, they were not easy to obtain for the time being. The fist-sized star-stabilizing divine pearl was shaken. The ultimate gods' faces turned pale. When they looked at the undamaged warship, their expressions turned ugly. Once again they took out the pearl. Attack. We have to keep attacking. This was the first time the other ultimate gods had failed in front of the warship. Their hateful attacks could easily kill a 9-star peak god king. However, they were blocked by the warship. After a short moment of shock, the ultimate gods attacked again. No matter what, they could not let the warship escape. Boom. Boom. The star-stabilizing divine pearl was still very useful. Kept the warship in check. The 7 ultimate gods attacked the warship with all their might. The warship also faced its first difficult test. In less than a moment, the ultimate gods' attacks left marks on the warship. Many places were dented. This gave the ultimate gods hope. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. However, the most annoying thing was that the warship kept distancing itself from them. They could not attack at close range. This made them grit their teeth. Chapter 1830. It was the first time the 8 godly venerable ones could not handle a strange warship. The fierce attacks kept suppressing them, preventing them from getting close. What they could not accept the most was that the strange warship could withstand their attacks. This was something they did not dare to think about. They were godly venerable ones and godly kings could be killed in a few moves. Yet, the warship could withstand their attacks and return to normal in less than a moment. This made them feel very helpless. Seeing the bodies of the heavenly gods and god kings being smashed to smithereens, it was like being slapped in the face, burning with pain. Even now, they still had no idea who the people in the battleship were. Could it be someone under the upper realm's godly venerable ones? Other than them, these godly venerable ones could not think of anyone in the lower realm who could be so powerful. Master, it's almost time to go down. Lin Fei had obtained quite a number of godly king godheads. Almost none of the godly kings could escape. All of them were killed on the spot. Let's go down. Not only did Lin Fei obtain godly king godheads, but he also absorbed a lot of divine power and stored a large amount of divine power. He was very confident. Most importantly, he had fought with godly venerable ones. Godly venerable ones were not as strong as imagined. Stop him. We can't let the warship escape. The 8 godly venerable ones had been chasing behind the warship. As soon as they saw the warship turn around, they took out their godly king treasures and attacked. The giant warship withstood the attacks and displayed a strong defensive ability. Once again the 8 ultimate gods felt helpless. They felt that their lifetime of cultivation had gone to waste. Otherwise, how could they not even be able to break a warship? Someone's coming out. Suddenly, a person appeared on the warship. It was a very young guy with a faint smile on his face. Godly venerable ones are only SOSO. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up, which made the 8 godly venerable ones very angry. At that moment, a black dot appeared in front of them and attacked them. The 8 godly venerable ones were in a state of anger. They took out their treasures and attacked. Boom. A terrifying aura rose up and connected into one, spreading outwards. The 8 ultimate gods were originally quite far away from each other. However, Lin Fei had slowed down and caught up to them. Naturally, he was attacked first as he closed the distance between the 8 ultimate gods. The 8 ultimate gods were engulfed by the terrifying attacks. As for the remaining experts, their eyes were wide with disbelief. Someone had come up from below, and not only had he killed their god king, he had even gone down the passageway of the gods. That was insane. Cough cough cough. A terrifying aura swept out. The 8 ultimate gods appeared in ragged clothes. Looking at the injuries on their bodies, they could not believe that they had been tricked. Fortunately, they were godly venerable experts. If they were godly kings, they would have been killed on the spot. That kid is too treacherous. Bastard. What a bastard. I must kill him. I must kill him, this bastard. The 8 ultimate gods had never been so angry. If the other party was an ultimate god, they might not be so angry. However, the other party was a young man with no ultimate god aura, only a god king aura. This was a provocation to their ultimate gods. When they came out again, the battleship had disappeared without a trace. After asking the survivors, they found out that the guy had gone down the passageway of the gods. The 8 ultimate gods were dumbfounded. You went down? What were they supposed to do? The difficulty of going down to the lower realm was far harsher than going up. Even god emperors would find it difficult to go down. The consumption was too great, so it was completely unnecessary. If a godly venerable expert went down, he would die without a doubt. No one could withstand the attack of the heavenly Tao. This kid is dead for sure. He's too bold. It's a pity we can't kill him with our own hands. Could it be that the kid is playing some trick? The 8 ultimate gods surrounded the passageway of the gods with gloomy expressions. If that kid really went down, they really had no way to deal with him. Anyone who went down the passageway of the gods would die without a doubt, let alone a god king. Maybe that kid thinks he can't escape and can only go down to fight for that sliver of a chance. Escape? Yes, that guy really can't escape. Perhaps that was really the case. They wouldn't admit that they couldn't do it. They could only say that the other party was afraid of them, so he went down the passageway of the gods. Yes, that must be the case. That kid is bold, but he offended the 8 of us. No one in the divine world would dare to take him in. Only by offending us will he have a chance of survival in the lower realm. We must find out which faction arranged this kid. He's provoking us, the 8 ultimate gods, and even more so, His Majesty. We must investigate thoroughly. It must be those guys who are secretly jealous of His Majesty and deliberately arranged this show. We must find out who's behind the scenes. Godly venerable experts still cared a lot about their reputation. They sealed the remaining people's mouths and reported the news to their superiors. However, although their idea was good, the news still spread in the shortest time possible. The divine world was huge. The 8 godly emperors were powerful and qualified to aspire to the position of God Emperor. However, it didn't mean that they were the strongest. There were also some godly venerable experts whose strength could rival godly emperors. On the surface, these godly venerable experts were convinced, but in private, they were quite dissatisfied and often caused trouble. This time, when the 8 godly emperors opened the passageway of the gods, countless eyes were secretly watching the situation at the gods' lightning mountain. They would destroy it whenever they had the chance, not allowing the 8 godly emperors to achieve their goal easily. Of course, all of this was done secretly. There were always people watching the gods' lightning mountain. A strange warship had come from the lower realm and killed the 8 godly emperors' men wantonly. Even the godly venerables couldn't cause any damage to it. The news spread immediately. The godly venerable experts of the divine world received the news. Some people even recorded the scene. The entire divine world was shocked. Someone actually attacked the 8 godly emperors' men in front of them, killing in all directions, and finally leaving behind the words "godly venerables" or only "Essos." It was really satisfying. The various godly venerable experts were secretly guessing which godly venerable expert this young man was. They were happy that the 8 godly emperors were having a hard time. Everyone was investigating in private, especially the warship that the young man was riding on. It was absolutely terrifying. Even a godly venerable expert couldn't destroy it. It was obviously not ordinary. Some people argued that it was because the attacks of the 8 godly venerable experts were suppressed. If the 8 godly venerable experts' strength was not suppressed, they would definitely be able to damage the warship. Chapter 1831. While the undercurrents were surging in the divine realm, Lin Fei successfully came down from the passage of the gods. The only thing that made him unhappy was that he had spent a lot of divine power. In the words of the little devil, it was a necessary disguise. Otherwise, the heavenly axiom would strike him down with terrifying divine lightning. He returned to the tomb of the gods' battlefield. The disciples of the 8 major sects were dumbfounded once again. He could come down from there? Did he have to bully them like that? After Di Tian entered the passage of the gods, they thought that he was courting death. Even the upper realm did not dare to send people down, let alone Di Tian. But the result gave them a huge shock. He could go up and down as he pleased. It was no different from going home. Their original thoughts were instantly extinguished. Previously they had hoped that Di Tian would die in the passage. When the oracle came down, he could easily reverse the situation. Now it was better to stay obediently. It was a luxury to hope for something to happen to Di Tian. He was alive and well now, and he even occupied the tomb of the gods' battlefield. It was not something that could be reversed by anyone. Although the trip to the divine realm was short, Lin Fei had gained a lot. Not to mention the God King level Godhead, the divine power absorbed was far more than the ones below. What flowed above was divine power. As long as the system madly absorbed it, it could be used. In the tomb of the gods' battlefield, a part of it would be consumed. Losing 10% of the divine power was also a big waste. But the loss was far more than 10%. The first thing Lin Fei did when he returned was to make arrangements around the passage of the gods. I don't think those godly venerables will come down personally. If they send their divine consciousness down, they will definitely be shocked. Lin Fei stood on the giant warship. At this time the warship was not damaged. It was intact like a behemoth, and its muzzle was aimed at the passage of the gods. Master, you don't have to be so nervous. Those small giants are all proud and won't come down rashly. They can't afford this kind of loss. They will definitely find a reason to come down and wait for the Emperor's orders. The little devil said. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. He was just prepared in advance to teach them a lesson. It's a pity that it's not easy to kill an ultimate god. Otherwise I would have killed a few of them. Although he had not fought with the Divine Lords, Lin Fei knew how powerful they were. They could mobilize the power of heaven and earth on a large scale. If it were not for the battleship's constant consumption, they would have boarded the battleship sooner or later. What's so difficult about that? As long as we continue to modify it, it's normal for us to injure the supreme divinities. Little Demoness said disdainfully. Transform? Let's wait and see. 200 billion godhoods were just a drop in the bucket. 7 or 8 days passed. The passage of the gods showed no reaction. However, there was someone outside who had sealed the flow of god power. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had not been able to absorb any god power. Lin Fei had already expected this. After all, those ultimate gods were not fools. They would always be able to see some clues. It was normal for them to block the flow of divine power. There wasn't much divine power left. Lin Fei had already stored up a large amount of divine power and could last for quite a few battles. If there were too many battles, he could only run away. Go to the divine world again? That was not possible for a while. According to the little fiend, the passage of the gods was the weakest part of the barrier. Only the 8 great god emperors were able to open up a passageway and stabilize it. If it was anywhere else, it wouldn't be so easy. As for whether there were other places like this, no one knew. After killing so many god kings, Lin Fei had no doubt that those ultimate gods must have set up an inescapable net for him outside. As long as he went up, he would be greeted with all kinds of attacks. Go up. Save it. While Lin Fei was on guard, someone came to the battlefield of the divine graveyard and said that he wanted to see him. See me? Lin Fei was very interested. Isn't he afraid that I'll kill him? The person who came was someone Lin Fei had a grudge against. Sunluo Overlord, one of the 7 overlords. Lin Fei was very surprised that this person came looking for him. Now that the battlefield of the divine graveyard was under his control, it would be a matter of minutes to deal with these overlords hiding in the corner. He did not even need to show up. Lin Yi could deal with them with a single trip. I think it's better for Master to meet him. Lin Yi's idea was very simple. He is one of the overlords of the lower domain. I heard that someone is supporting him from behind. The person behind him should be the small giants above. This time the person behind him must have spoken. Whether it was the 8 major sects or the 7 overlords, they all had strong backers. The 8 major sects had the 8 great god emperors. As for who was behind the 7 overlords, it was temporarily unknown. Hearing that the Sunluo overlord was looking for him, Lin Fei was very interested. If he wanted to kill the Sunluo overlord, he could have done it before. Since he took the initiative to come, Lin Fei did not mind talking to him. The Sunluo overlord had never seen such a monstrous guy. The first time he ambushed Di Tian, he suffered a crushing defeat and was blackmailed. He had paid a big price. Originally he wanted to continue to deal with Di Tian. He did not know that since then, Di Tian's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now he had left the 7 overlords far behind. The Sunluo overlord felt that he had lived like a dog. After cultivating for so long, he still could not compare to a junior. When Di Tian occupied the battlefield of the divine graveyard and wiped out the 8 major sects, the Sunluo overlord actually wanted to leave. Find trouble with Di Tian? He no longer had this idea because Di Tian's ferocity and terror had been imprinted in his heart. With the backing of the 8 great god emperors, Di Tian still dared to kill them. This was a slap in the face to the 8 great god emperors. Moreover, he occupied the battlefield of the divine graveyard and killed a large number of divine messengers. He had completely offended the 8 great god emperors. Under such circumstances, the Sunluo overlord naturally did not dare to fight against Di Tian. He could only choose a corner and watch Di Tian suffer. No matter how powerful those big shots were, Di Tian would not be able to do anything. But who would have thought that Di Tian would do such a shocking thing and give the 8 great god emperors another slap in the face? Taoist Di Tian, long time no see. The Sunluo overlord took the initiative to greet Lin Fei the moment he saw him. At this moment, Di Tian was not someone he could deal with. Di Tian could probably kill him with a flick of his finger, especially with the terrifying aura that was released from his body. It was clearly the aura of a divine king, and it was the peak kind. The strength. Taoist Sunluo, it has been a while since we last met. I did not expect you to be so bold to come looking for me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said calmly. The Sinluo overlord shivered when he was swept by the sharp killing intent. Chapter 1832. The Sinluo overlord did not dare to go against Di Tian. It would be depressing if he was killed. Moreover, the person behind him had repeatedly reminded him not to mess things up. He would not dare to act recklessly even if he had 100 guts. He still had to lower his head. Even the person above him was interested in Di Tian. He could not afford to offend him. The Sinluo overlord immediately explained that he was not here on his own. He was here on behalf of the person behind him. This was also a subtle warning. Lin Fei's killing intent dissipated. He said with interest, "Oh, interesting. I wonder who you are on behalf of? If you dare to lie to me, I don't mind killing you on the spot. After all, there is still some enmity between us." The Sinluo overlord felt his scalp go numb. He thought to himself, this bastard Di Tian is so cruel. I'll let him have his way for now, lest he kills the real me. Taoist Di Tian, it was all my fault in the past. I won't lie to you this time. The Sinluo overlord said. Can we find a secluded place? That person doesn't want too many people to know. There's no need. I'll do it here. Lin Fei did not want to change places. If you have something to say, just say it here. I'm very busy. I don't have time to waste. The Sinluo overlord gritted his teeth. Fortunately, there was only one godly king in the vicinity. The people from the 8 sects had been sent elsewhere. He was not worried that news would spread. As for Di Tian saying that he was busy, he did not believe it at all. It's like this. You should know that we, the 7 great overlords, actually represent a big shot in the lower realms. My backer says that he wants to see you. The Sinluo overlord said carefully, afraid that Di Tian would be angered. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The 7 overlords had people behind them. Everyone in the territory knew that. However, they hid it very well. Almost no one knew about it. They were not like the 8 godly emperors. So your person behind you wants to meet me. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fei said with a smile. However, if he wants to meet me, let him come personally. I'm not interested in meeting him. In the past, the Sinluo overlord would definitely be angry. After all, he was just a small fry. How could he meet his person behind him? Can I set up an array? Sure. The Sinluo overlord set up a mysterious formation. Lin Fei had been using the system to analyze the situation. After confirming that there was no danger, he did not leave. He still trusted the system. As long as the Sinluo overlord had any ulterior motives, Lin Fei would immediately kill him on the spot. Once the formation was formed, the space around it changed. It was extremely mysterious. All right. The Sinluo overlord glanced at Di Tian. My lord will be here soon. Sure. The Sinluo tyrant was also impressed by Di Tian's guts. Was Di Tian not afraid that he would play some tricks? Ordinary people wouldn't dare to stay in the formation for so long. Then I'll start. Sinluo overlord activated the magic formation and took out a treasure at the same time. After the magic formation was activated, it tore through the layers of space and opened up a small passageway. This was a connection with the upper realm. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It seems that the small giants hiding in the depths are secretly taking action. Boom. The small tunnel was completed. A terrifying aura descended from the tunnel. The Sinluo overlord was the first to bear the brunt of it. His entire body trembled as if he could not bear the terrifying aura. Lin Fei did not care. He circulated the divine power around his body and shattered the aura. The terrifying aura could not penetrate even half an inch. You're the Sinluo overlord's backer? If you have anything to say, just say it. The one who descended was not a person, but a phantom. It could be said that it was formed from divine consciousness and had a portion of its combat power. The phantom's face could not be seen clearly, but it emitted powerful fluctuations. Lin Fei was not too interested in people who did not show their faces. The Sinluo overlord lowered his head. When he heard Di Tian's words, the corners of his eyes twitched. In the end, he chose to shut his mouth and say nothing. Taoist Di Tian, you're young and promising. The phantom laughed. As expected of someone who made the 8 godly supremacies suffer. That's easy to say. Lin Fei would not explain. I wonder why you've crossed realms. If you wanted to meet me alone, you've met me now. In a place like the lower realm, Lin Fei did not need to give face to anyone. The heavenly Tao suppressed power. If one came down from above, Lin Fei could easily kill one. Even if it was the clone of a minor giant, it would not be able to gain any advantage. Good, this seat likes people like you. The 8 god emperors reopened the passageway of the Legion of Gods for the sake of the 8 great sections. They wanted the 8 great sects to grow stronger, so they opened up 8 passageways. I want to buy one of those passageways. Name your price. Whether it's godstones, treasures, or even techniques, I'll satisfy you. Lin Fei suddenly laughed and thought to himself, so it's these 8 passages. Ever since the sect leaders of the 8 major sects were wiped out, the 8 gates of gods that were set up were in a state of no use. Recently, the gates of gods had been sealed, so they had lost their transmission function. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Now it seemed that the 8 gates of gods were still very useful to some people. Lin Fei was very clear of the motive of these overlords. They wanted to increase the strength of the 7 overlords. The system had already analyzed this place and found out that this was the weakest spot in the entire space. It was no wonder that they would target this place. That's easy. Lin Fei was not afraid of people improving their strength. If no one comes, I plan to dismantle them all. It's useless to keep them. The Shadow was a peak ultimate god expert in the divine world. In the divine world where the 8 divine emperors were the strongest, ultimate god experts had a very high status, especially peak ultimate gods who had a certain chance to advance to the divine emperor realm and become a big shot. After learning of the emergence of a tyrannical young man in the lower domain, the first thing they suspected was that apart from the chaotic divine emperor back then, no one else could have achieved this. Only later did they find out that the person was not chaotic, but a lucky little guy who occupied the lower realm and caused great damage to the 8 major sections. I can't buy the gates of gods, I only know how to rent them. Lin Fei went on, one day's rent is only 100,000 God King Realm Godheads, 1 million God King Realm Godheads, 10 billion Heavenly God Realm Godheads and a few divine veins. I'm an easy person to negotiate with. Now that there was a chance to take advantage of him, Lin Fei would not miss it. In his opinion, the little fellow would definitely agree to buy the door of the gods. However, when he heard this, he felt extremely uncomfortable. This is impossible. Just the ultimate godheads alone were not something he could get his hands on, let alone 100,000 ultimate godheads. What a joke. Chapter 1833. Lin Fei only needed to listen for a moment to know that these hidden powerhouses were planning to expand their power and influence in the lower realm. The 8 great sects had suffered great losses. Their elites and geniuses had all been imprisoned by him. As long as one was smart, he could see the opportunity. For example, the 7 overlords. Their influence had always been limited, unable to expand further. Now that the 8 great sects had lost their opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Lin Fei even suspected that these people knew that he had killed a large number of god kings in the god world. That was why they personally came to him to ask for the Gate of Gods. The Gate of Gods was empty. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to it. Now that someone had taken a fancy to it, Lin Fei was very happy. He had another chance to obtain god sparks. Who asked him to be lacking god sparks? The 200 billion god sparks from before didn't even cause a ripple. Hearing that he couldn't take it out, Lin Fei lost his temper. To be able to be a powerhouse in the god world was also a big deal. He had risked his life to descend his divine sense and allowed him to state the conditions. This kind of condition was enough to provoke this little tycoon quite a bit. Humph, Dao friend Di Tian, this seat can't fulfill your request. The illusory figure said solemnly, although the Gate of Gods is good, this seat can't agree to any request. Lin Fei directly turned around, if you can't do it then forget it. In any case, I don't care about you. I believe there will be others who will take a fancy to the Gate of Gods. This made the illusory figure quite angry. Fortunately, his face didn't appear, otherwise his expression would be very ugly. You dare. In the god world, no one dared to say such words in front of a powerhouse. A boundless and terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. In this lower realm, there was no way he could overturn the heavens. He turned around and said, "You're courting death." A giant saber the size of a door appeared out of thin air. With one slash, the terrifying aura was shattered. God power surged and slashed at the illusory figure. This slash was fast and fierce. Not far away, Sunluo Overlord was quite frightened. The power of this slash had reached the limit of the heavenly Tao. According to the system's analysis, Lin Fei could easily reach it. If anyone's power exceeded this limit, they would definitely attract the fierce attack of the heavenly Tao. The illusory giant had never imagined that Di Tian would actually attack him. He had been stunned by a single slash from Di Tian, and the dangerous aura he sensed caused his expression to change drastically. Hold on, how could Lin Fei stop? He slashed at the phantom with his saber, and a terrifying force tore the phantom into pieces. His divine sense disappeared into the array. The Sunluo Overlord was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. A chill ran through his body. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. Go back and tell your master that I have the final say in the lower realm. If you want the door of gods, you have to pay the price. You can't just casually threaten someone. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept across the plenitude overlord. I will immediately send word. The Senluo Transcendent immediately turned and left, afraid that Di Tian would kill him. He had personally experienced the might of that saber strike earlier. There was no way he would be able to block it. Lin Fei didn't plan to kill the plenitude overlord. If the god was killed, he would lose a middleman. He still wanted to obtain some godhoods from the minor overlord. Are my demands really that high? Lin Fei asked Linny. Linny was not far away and he heard everything clearly. Not at all. It's just that they think too highly of themselves. They even want to force Master to agree. Linny wouldn't say anything good for them. Master, on the other hand, can wait for them to come knocking. At the same time, inside a shrine in the immortal world, a minor overlord was raging. Damned ants, how dare they destroy my divine sense? What a bastard. This minor overlord had never thought that ants from the lower realm would attack. Their combat strength was also abnormally terrifying. They destroyed the divine sense with a single slash, causing him to lose contact with it. If his clone had gone down, he could have withstood a few slashes, but his divine sense would have been much weaker. The scariest thing was that the attack just happened to be at the limit of the heavenly Tao suppression. This was another part of the minor overlord's fear. His control of strength was flawless. Not a bit more, not a bit less, but he still had the upper hand. This Di Tian is really not simple. I originally thought that he was relying on the strange worship to be fierce, but now it seems that his strength is also extraordinary. No wonder he could easily kill the god envoys down there. In the lower realm he is indeed ferocious. To be able to perfectly unleash the ultimate strength would be very terrifying in the lower realm. The minor overlord was very angry. If the news that his divine sense had been destroyed spread, he would definitely be laughed at by many people. We still have to get the door of the gods. It seems like we can only continue talking. The minor overlord suppressed his anger. I still need plenitude overlord to make a few more trips to prevent others from beating us to it. As for finding trouble with Di Tian, this minor overlord couldn't do anything for the time being. If it was in the immortal world, it would be fine. This little bit of strength was nothing to be afraid of. However, in the lower realm, where the heavenly Tao suppressed strength, the other party was the strongest. If he wanted to deal with Di Tian, who knew how much effort it would take, this was also something that he couldn't do anything about. Lin Fei had destroyed the spiritual will of the small magnate, so he wasn't worried that the other party would take revenge on him. The power of the limit of the heavenly Tao was enough for them to take it seriously. After the Senluo overlord, business came one after another. First, it was the myriad Tao overlord, then the Jinhai overlord, and then the dark embryo overlord. They all came to the battlefield of the divine mausoleum one after another and were very polite. Their goal was the same, the door of the gods. Unlike the Senluo overlord's backer, they didn't send down their divine will directly. Instead they asked them to talk. Lin Fei was in a good mood. This was a one-to-one deal. Lin Fei didn't want to sell the door of gods. Instead he chose to rent it out. Whoever offered the highest price would be able to rent it. This time Lin Fei did not state any specific conditions. Instead he told them to pass on the message that whoever offered the highest price would rent it to them. The range of choices was godstones, godheads, and divine veins. He was not interested in anything else. This was also what Lin Fei came up with after thinking for a long time. If he could make a profit, he would make a profit. However, Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be so many people who wanted the door of the gods. First, it was the 7 overlords who passed on the message. Then, the strongest race also came to pass on the message. It turned out that the giants of the strongest race also wanted the door of the gods and wanted to increase the power of their forces in the lower realm. This was great news for Lin Fei. The more people who wanted the door of the gods, the happier Lin Fei was. He didn't believe that they wouldn't bleed. Lin Fei could vaguely see that the 8 great god emperors' ruling ability in the higher realm wasn't as strong as he imagined. There were many people who secretly expanded their power. Chapter 1834. There were more ultimate gods who wanted to challenge the door of gods than Lin Fei had imagined. Lin Fei was happy that they had come to his doorstep and wanted to use violence to threaten him. That would be embarrassing. He would directly blow them up and chase them back to the divine world. He was not that easy to bully. The flow of divine power in the passage of the gods had been sealed. Only a small portion of it could reach the lower realm. Lin Fei now felt that it was a waste to abandon this divine power. Compared to the vast amount of divine power he had before, the current divine power was not even comparable to a small river. Now Lin Fei focused his attention on the hierarch minor giants. At the same time, he was guarding against the people of the 8 great divine emperors. Just like that, a few days passed. When the representatives of the hierarch minor giants came again, Lin Fei knew that there would be a result soon. This time they did not come alone. They came in groups as if they had discussed it beforehand. Lin Fei was not worried that they would join forces. The more influence they had in the lower realm, the better it would be for the people of the divine world. The 7 overlords came together. For example, the Sunluo overlord was shocked when he came last time. He had seen Di Tian shatter the lord's projection with his own eyes and forcefully counterattack. This time he had come with a lower attitude. This was something that could not be helped. Di Tian could not be offended. The 7 overlords had just arrived, and now the representatives of the strongest tribes had come. It seemed like they had discussed it beforehand. This saved a lot of time. Lin Fei had been worried that they would come one by one. Since you are all here, you can tell me your results. Lin Fei did not intend to waste any time. He went straight to the point. Whether it was the 7 overlords or the leaders of the strongest tribes, they all frowned slightly. They were not used to this way of speaking. It was as if they were buying vegetables in the market. However, the Di Tian in front of them was not someone they could deal with. No matter how unhappy their backers were with Di Tian, they could not deal with him in a short time. The lower realm was a mysterious place that they could not mess around with. Even their backers did not dare to cause trouble for Di Tian, let alone them. At this moment, Di Tian was like a ferocious person in their eyes. The 8 great sects were completely destroyed, and they also targeted the 8 great sects in the shortest time possible. Their influence increased by a lot, and they completely suppressed the 8 great sections. My lord said that this is not a small matter. He is prepared to talk to you personally. Myriad Tao Overlord was the first to speak. That's what my master said. Master said that he wants to discuss this matter with you personally. Talk to me personally? This is fine. Lin Fei waved his hand and agreed to talk to them personally. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly set up a formation. In the shortest amount of time, a formation was set up and successfully activated. Shortly after, numerous powerful auras descended. These giants from the lower realms all had serious expressions as they welcomed the arrival of the divine wills. Lin Fei squinted, his eyes shining. Sigh, the Supreme Divinity is also a coward. If the Supreme Divinity came down, I could at least play with the Supreme Divinity. There were more than 10 auras descending. Fortunately, there were restrictions on the formation, so the auras were not released. These auras were all divine wills like a ball of fire, except that there was no hot aura, but it gave people a very terrifying aura. Lin Fei did not care much about it. In the aura, he could still see the back of the Myriad Tao Overlord that was destroyed last time. This time he still chose to come down. More than 10 powerful auras were still quite terrifying. Boom! Suddenly Lin Fei stomped his feet and erupted with a tyrannical and terrifying aura. Like a hurricane, it swept over the dozen divine wills. Welcome everyone. I am the controller of the divine tomb battlefield, Di Tian. Lin Fei said with a smile. Not far away, the giants from the lower realms were scared. Di Tian was really bold. Did he not know who the person in front of him was? Even if it was just a divine will, it was still invincible in this realm. It was these invincible divine wills that Di Tian actually showed them his strength. This was completely beyond their imagination. Instead, the Myriad Tao Overlord shrank his neck. He had seen Di Tian's ferocity with his own eyes last time. It was normal for him to show his strength. Otherwise he would not be Di Tian. In the divine wills, the backer of the Myriad Tao Overlord did not choose to speak. He thought, someone is definitely going to be unlucky again. I won't be the one to stand out. In fact, each of these divine wills represented a small ultimate god giant, and they were all at the peak realm. Even big figures like the divine emperor had to give them face. At this time, a boy from the lower realms actually showed them his strength, which undoubtedly made them very uncomfortable. Provocation. Absolute provocation. You little ant, do you know who you are talking to now? One of the divine wills burst out with boundless killing intent, turned into a long spear and directly stabbed at Lin Fei. This simple stab, if one was not strong enough, would directly shatter his consciousness and become an idiot. Ant? You are wrong. I am not the ant, it is you. Lin Fei laughed and punched out with a mountainous fist light. You dare to be arrogant in my territory? Do you really think that you are here in person? Even without the enhancement of his weapon, Lin Fei was still very strong. With a punch, the long spear shattered. Scram back to the divine world. Lin Fei definitely wanted to suppress this divine will. No matter where it came from, in a place like the lower realms, at least it would not be able to cause any trouble. Supremacy Yin-Yang, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. The backer of the myriad Tao overlord who was killed earlier advised. It turned out that the person who turned the killing intent into a long spear was Supremacy Yin-Yang, a manifestation of the heaven and earth's will. He was usually arrogant and despotic and never took anyone seriously. This boy from the lower realms dared to show his face, which undoubtedly made Supremacy Yin-Yang very uncomfortable. He wanted to use this opportunity to teach Di Tian a lesson. If he could turn Di Tian into an idiot, the door of gods would still be a piece of cake, and he would not need to spend any effort. No, this brat is too arrogant, and he has the strength of a mere god king, Supremacy Yin-Yang said disdainfully. Lin Fei stepped forward and a huge door-sized blade appeared in his hand. He slashed at Supremacy Yin-Yang's divine will 3 times, each blade fiercer than the one before, like continuous waves. Supremacy Yin-Yang's divine will once again burst forth with a terrifying aura. One yin, one yang, 2 worlds blocked in front of him. This was his trump card, and just these 2 worlds were not something a god king could break apart. The other divine wills had heard of Di Tian's tyranny, and his origin was very mysterious. They were happy to see Supremacy Yin-Yang attack, and they could also see if Di Tian had the ability to do so. If he was turned into an idiot, that would be the best thing. But when Di Tian executed the 3 blades, boundless killing power erupted, and they were immediately shaken. How is this possible? He grasped the limit of power so quickly. Not good, Supremacy Yin-Yang is in trouble. Chapter 1835. The ultimate god junior giants present were not simple people. They could see what was going on with Lin Fei's move. The attack of the heavenly way's limit power was enough to shock them. Lin Fei had perfect control of the attack without any loss of power. They did not come with their real bodies but had chosen a coincidence, so their power was naturally greatly limited. Lin Fei had unleashed an attack that was at the limit of heavenly Tao right from the start, and it had indeed shocked them quite a bit. The 3 consecutive attacks were all at the limit of heavenly Tao, which showed how perfect his control over his power was. After all, if they were not careful and exceeded the limit by just a bit or even just a bit, they would immediately be attacked by heavenly Tao. It took them a long time to master it. They were shocked that a slightly stronger ant from the lower realm could master it in such a short time. They immediately realized that Yin-Yang Divine Lord was in trouble. Yin-Yang Divine Lord was indeed in trouble. His signature move was instantly shattered by the saber gleam. The 3rd attack landed on his divine consciousness and did not give Yin-Yang Divine Lord any chance to react. The divine consciousness was torn into pieces. Divine consciousness power was limited and defense was even more limited. It was normal for one attack to be split open. Lin Fei already had that power. He did not waste his time these days. In addition, he had the system's perfect control and was not afraid of being attacked by the heavenly way. That was the benefit of being systematic. It's quiet now. Lin Fei put away the door-sized saber and chuckled. However, it was not good news for the ultimate god junior giants present. Di Tian, that ant, was still very powerful. After 3 consecutive attacks, they saw Di Tian's power. At least in the lower realm, Di Tian was quite powerful. It was not the best choice to fight him head-on. Not convinced? Go and try. No one was in the mood for that. They did not see Yin-Yang Divine Lord being sent back. They did not dare to test how much combat power Di Tian had left. Young friend Di Tian, you're really young and promising. Amazing. After a short silence, the ultimate god junior giant said insincerely. There was no need to offend Di Tian for the time being. That was the only thought in their minds. Lin Fei thought someone would jump out, but it seemed that those people were very timid. They were really disappointed in the ultimate gods. I'm usually a friendly person. The only thing I don't like is those who think too highly of themselves. Lin Fei said with a smile, now that the unhappy people have left, we can start talking. After all, everyone's time is precious. If we can solve it as soon as possible, then let's solve it as soon as possible. Tell me your conditions. Lin Fei was very direct. Although the ultimate god junior giant felt uncomfortable, he agreed with Di Tian's words. They should solve the problem as soon as possible. They had to sneak down from above as they could not stay for too long. Then I'll go first. One of the divine wills spoke first. Yama Overlord is one of my people. Little friend's conditions are too high. For example, a hierarch grade godhead is an extremely precious existence. It's impossible to ask for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of godheads. In the divine world's golden age there were more than 10,000 hierarchs. But now, the number of hierarchs is less than 1/10 of that number. Regarding this, Lin Fei really did not think too much about it. That's impossible. Your divine world has so many god kings but so few hierarchs? Lin Fei frowned. He still wanted to get an hierarch-grade godhead to summon hierarch experts. But now it seemed that this goal was going to be difficult. The ultimate god junior giant almost rolled his eyes. He wanted to tell this ant loudly, if hierarchs were as common as cabbages, how would they have any status in the divine world? An ant is an ant, you don't know anything. I'm not going to argue with you. Hierarch-grade godhead, that's impossible. However, we can give you a satisfactory answer for God Vein ordinary godheads and God King grade godheads. Lin Fei did not really want an hierarch grade godhead. He was just asking for an exorbitant price. Just like buying something else, he just had to ask for it slowly. No hierarch grade godhead, that's a pity? Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Since you don't have that kind of godhead, I'll need to double the price in other aspects. You guys better be prepared. The ultimate god junior giant wanted to curse. However, with Yin Yang Hierarch as an example, they did not dare to do anything for the time being. They were afraid of Tian. If they were swept away, they would lose a lot of face. It was not impossible to pay some price for the god princes in the lower realm. The competition for the 8 gates of gods was fiercer than Lin Fei had imagined. None of the ultimate god junior giants were willing to give up this opportunity. Using a god emperor grade godhead to build a gates of gods had a stabilizing effect. This level of godhead was a luxury item that only god emperors had. Very few hierarchs in the outside world had one. That was why they set their eyes on the gates of gods and used this opportunity to expand their influence in the lower realm. They really did not care if they had to pay some price. Lin Fei was only renting and not selling. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. Their angry eyes could kill, but they could not do anything. Sometimes they resented the heavenly Tao. Why did it leave a restriction to target them in the lower realm? Otherwise, Tian would really die without a burial place. You have discussed for so long, but you still haven't come to a conclusion. Why don't we do this? Lin Fei suddenly said. I have a good idea. Since you all want the gates of gods, why don't you all rent them together? You can discuss how to distribute them among yourselves. Wouldn't that be easier? They thought it was a good idea. All the ultimate god junior giants wanted to rent the 8 gates of gods. However, there were only 8 gates of gods and they had a lot of people. Fighting over them would cost them a lot. Tian's idea was undoubtedly a good one. Their impression of Tian improved a lot. This kid really knew how to do things. Everyone here will pay a fee and the rest will be up to you. How simple is that? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A day's delay will affect you greatly. If you are not careful, the 8 great god emperors people will ask me to make a move. You won't have this chance then. The moment Lin Fei said that, the ultimate god junior giants had to consider the urgency of time. They also wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to use the door of gods to achieve their own goals. Lin Fei's words were very useful. Lin Fei's words forced them to make a decision. Should they continue to delay or should they rent the gates of gods immediately? The result was needless to say. They also realized the urgency of time. If they waited for the 8 great god emperors to make a move, they would lose their chance. More than 10 ultimate god junior giants surprisingly had the same opinion. They offered a shocking price to rent the 8 gates of gods. Chapter 1836. Lin Fei agreed without any hesitation. The godly venerable realm minor overlords were indeed very valuable. Overall, Lin Fei was quite satisfied with their requests. With so many godly venerable realm minor overlords, they did not need to pay a lot of godheads. Tens of billions of godheads, especially heavenly godheads, were nothing. Lin Fei knew that the divine world was vast and had a large population. People were born as sky immortals. Those with high qualifications were even immortal venerables and immortal emperors. A mere heavenly godhead was nothing. Lin Fei was also very satisfied with the god king godhead. He would fish for as long as he could. Lin Fei was very relaxed. After Lin Fei agreed, they made a request. They had to ensure that everything in the lower realm was operating normally. Lin Fei hesitated for a while before saying, "You've paid the money. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the service. If they really come down, I'll take care of it myself." Lin Fei would do that. He was prepared to rent them out for a few more days. After the godly venerable realm minor overlords finished their discussion and handed over the matters of the lower realm agents, they returned to the upper realm. At this time, they were not willing to publicly offend the 8 great god emperors. As for how they would do it, Lin Fei did not care. After the godly venerable realm minor overlords left, The 7 overlords and the others looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. Half a day later, Lin Fei received the first day's rent. With such a huge income, Lin Fei was very happy. He handed over the 8 gates of gods to them. How they would handle it was their business. The area around the passage of gods was empty again. Lin Fei's main task was to guard this place. This was related to his business. It's been so many days. What did the white-robed primal chaos do? Lin Fei was very curious. As long as a god emperor did not descend, he did not have to worry about the godly venerable realm minor overlords killing him. As Lin Fei thought about it, he refined all the earth-grade divine veins. In the divine world, the depths of the divine world were divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Earth-class divine veins contained terrifying god power, and any sect with them could easily become a mid-grade sect. As for high-grade sects, they were a bit lacking. Lin Fei was very satisfied with their earth-class divine veins. Withdrawing his gaze from the passage of gods, Lin Fei once again focused on improving the strength of his 18 clones. It was like a bottomless pit, and he hadn't been able to raise any of them. Divine Thunder Mountain. After another failure, the 8 godly venerables had no choice but to personally report the situation and order for the passage of the gods to be temporarily sealed to prevent the flow of divine power to the lower realm. As long as he didn't have enough divine power, he wouldn't be able to do much in the lower realm, where divine power was scarce. The 8 ultimate gods met the Emperor God and told him about the situation. They were all feeling uneasy as it was related to the future divine sons. The Emperor God took it very seriously, which was why he had arranged for them to guard the place. After the 8 godly emperors learned about the matter, they weren't too angry. At their level, they wouldn't get angry because of anything. They just expressed that they understood. This should be the doing of our chaos. The 8 godly emperors gathered together to discuss the reason behind the matter. No one dares to be presumptuous in front of us except him. The battlefield of the divine tomb in the lower realm has been occupied, and recently many godly venerables are eager to try and have begun to communicate with the lower realm. This is extremely disadvantageous to our forces in the lower realm. I suggest that we immediately send out an army to defeat the people left behind by chaos. The exchange of divine senses was very intense. Rumble. Suddenly, the whole world shook. There was an inexplicable commotion in the divine world. The super experts who were in seclusion came out of their cave abodes and appeared in the sky, a trace of uneasiness on their faces. What happened just now? Why did I feel that the divine world is moving? It seems that something bad is about to happen. Some super experts who were good at divination began to calculate, wanting to know what would happen next. The result was quite shocking. In another part of the sky, the original bodies of the 8 godly emperors appeared in the sky. As their divine bodies kept moving, they arrived at a place in the divine world in the blink of an eye. Open. God Emperor Zhengyi was the first to arrive. He waved his hand downward, the sky was torn open, and his eyes shot straight into the depths of the space. In the depths, there was a towering stone pillar, which was now broken in 2. The pillar of sky bearing is broken. Rumble. Rumble. The huge movement did not stop. In the blink of an eye, it appeared again. It was spread out in various places in the divine world. The first to arrive were all godly emperors. They tore open the space and looked straight into the depths, a trace of anger and cold killing intent flashing in their eyes. The pillar of sky bearing is broken. The 8 godly emperors gathered together and said the same thing. A total of 12 are broken. The battlefield of the divine tomb. The huge movement also affected the entire territory. The loud rumble caused everyone in the territory to feel powerless. Lin Fei was in the middle of upgrading the 18 primordial chaos clones. The huge movement caused him to sway. He put away the 18 primordial chaos clones and went outside. What's going on? Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense. There was no problem, but this kind of movement made him feel a trace of unease. But he did not know where this trace of unease came from. Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, another huge movement came. Almost no one could stand in the sky and they all fell from the sky. What the hell is going on? Lin Fei was very confused. This movement came too inexplicably. In a certain place in the territory, the white-robed Hun Dun stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He was in high spirits and a pair of sharp eyes shot straight into the sky. 12 almost there. The subordinates standing behind him also revealed excited expressions. If it was not for the leader of such a big event, they would never be able to participate in it for the rest of their lives. They did not even dare to think about it. It was quite a heaven-defying thing. 8 divine emperors, you must be very anxious now. When the barrier between the upper and lower realms is broken again, it will be interesting. The white-robed Hun Dun turned his eyes to another place. Kid, my 200 billion divine sparks are not that easy to get. Since the inexplicable voice appeared, Lin Fei had a bad feeling. It seemed that this matter was done by the white-robed Hun Dun. Apart from him, it seemed that no one else could cause such a movement. The ultimate god minor giant who was working with Lin Fei sent someone to deliver the news. The person who came was a divine king, and he said respectfully, "My lord said that the 8 divine emperors will personally come to the god's lightning mountain to hold the fort. They will not rule out the possibility of doing it themselves. You must be prepared." What exactly is the reason? Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. He now understood that the 200 billion divine sparks were not that easy to get. Perhaps this was the white-robed Hun Dun's real goal. Because the sky pillar is broken. Speak human language. Chapter 1837. P.S. Let me explain. I went out of town yesterday and it took me more than 10 hours. I drove home and was about to rest before writing. I fell asleep the moment I laid down on my bed. I'm sorry? Lin Fei was startled on the spot. How is that possible? The immortal realm and the divine realm were 2 different worlds. How could they be together? Although he despised Di Tian's ignorance in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He explained, "Fellow Taoist Di Tian, there's something you're not aware of. A long time ago the immortal world and the immortal world were under the same sky. The immortal world was also a place where the talents of the immortal world were nurtured after a series of unforeseen events. The immortal world was sealed in the lower realm and became an independent world. The heaven pillar was used to separate the immortal world. Now that the heaven pillar has been destroyed, the immortal world will return to the embrace of the immortal world." This was not good. Lin Fei did not expect the immortal realm and the divine realm to have such a relationship. Originally, with the existence of the immortal realm as a barrier, Lin Fei did not have to worry about anything. Even if a godly venerable came, he would be able to put up a fight. However, if the immortal realm returned to the embrace of the divine realm, did that mean that the people of the divine realm could ignore the restrictions of the heavenly axiom and descend into the immortal realm? Lin Fei knew very well that if that day really came, a large group of godly venerables would appear behind him to kill him. Of course, there would also be a large group of divine kings behind them. It's a good thing that the immortal realm and the divine realm have returned to the same level. From now on, I won't have to go through the trouble of condensing divine power. Lin Fei laughed. There was not a hint of worry on his face. The divine king really wanted to see Di Tian's frightened expression, but unfortunately he did not get to see it. Instead, he was stunned by Di Tian's words. He did not understand why Di Tian would say such a thing. Was he not worried that the people of the divine realm would seek revenge? The messenger god king said a few more words before turning around and leaving. After all, his mission was to pass on the message. As for the rest, he didn't need to worry about it. In any case, there would be someone else to worry about it. The white primal chaos really knows how to trick people. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. He wants me to be on the front line. In his heart, Lin Fei cursed the white-robed chaos no less than 100 times. Now that he had gotten himself into such a big trouble, his previous uneasy speculation had finally been verified. Originally, Lin Fei felt that he could easily complete the 1-month promise in the remaining time, but now it seemed that this promise was not going to be easy to fulfill. The higher-ups would definitely come to stop the white-robed chaos crazy behavior. The attitude of the 8 great divine emperors was evident from their presence. I have to think of a way. Lin Fei could feel the impending crisis above his head. The most important thing was how to deal with it. If a mighty army of godly monarchs descended, they would be able to grind him to death sooner or later. This seemed like a stupid method, but it was also the safest method. The only thing Lin Fei could rely on now was the system. Now, not only did they have to block the experts from the lower realms, they also had to suppress them within a certain range to prevent them from affecting the 8 gates of gods. Such a big business deal, Lin Fei did not want to spoil it. As long as he could persevere for a day, the benefits would not be small. Little devil, do you know about the heaven-bearing pillar? Lin Fei called out the little devil. Let me check first. The little devil did not say it immediately. Instead, he began to search for information. In less than a moment, the results came out. The heaven-bearing pillar is a special existence that can support 2 different levels of the world. In general, there are a total of 99 such heaven-bearing pillars. Just now, I did a search and found that 12 of the heaven-bearing pillars in the lower realms have broken. 12, not too bad. This situation could not be considered too bad. Then how long do you think the heaven-bearing pillars can persevere for? What will the situation be like after all of them are broken? Lin Fei asked. It would be best if there were 3 dimensions. Lin Fei had to figure out these situations. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint him. The little devil said that he needed a sum of 200,000 godhoods. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei took out 200,000 godhoods. Once the 3 dimensions appeared, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The little devil explained. According to my analysis, after all the heaven-bearing pillars are broken, the immortal world will return to the divine world. The original barrier in the middle will be completely lost. From then on, there will be no more restrictions. The divine power of the divine world will also not be restricted and can cover the entire immortal world. What else? Lin Fei asked again. According to my calculations, the immortal world should be a child world of the divine world. Even if the barrier is gone, it will be easy to go up. With master strength, it will be very easy to go up to the divine world. However, the heavenly Tao of the immortal world will still exist. Lin Fei finally heard something good. The heavenly Tao's restrictions were still there. This could solve a part of the problem. Are you sure it will still be there? How confident are you? Lin Fei did not care about anything else. The only thing he cared about was the heavenly Tao's restrictions. This was a big protective talisman. For the time being, there is an 80% chance. As for the remaining 20%, we will have to wait until the heaven-bearing pillars continue to break before we can further analyze it. The little devil said. 80%, that's enough. With this confidence, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. If the heaven-bearing pillars are broken, the people above will definitely stop the white-clothed chaos. They will definitely come down from the passage of gods. Even the God Emperor will personally take action. Do you have any good suggestions? Although he did not know the white-clothed chaos' true purpose, Lin Fei did not think that chaos would do something without a purpose. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Lin Fei also had to think for himself. This was very important. He really wanted to hear the little devil's opinion. Master now has the strength of a 9 stars peak divine king. His main body's combat strength is quite good, but this is not enough. Master should quickly upgrade the 18 primordial divine kings to the level of 9 stars peak divine kings. Also, modify the warships to form a unique deterrent that can satisfy Master's influence in the celestial realm. As long as the heavenly Tao's restrictions are still in place, Master will have the capital to speak to the people above. The little devil's opinion was very pertinent. This was also the fastest thing that Lin Fei could do. Then is it better for me to advance to the ultimate god rank? Lin Fei asked again. The little devil shook her head and denied Lin Fei's words. Not at the moment. Master's advancement to the ultimate god rank cannot be satisfied by ordinary godheads. What you need is an ultimate god rank godhead. This changed? When he first advanced to the 9 stars peak divine king, Lin Fei did not pay attention to the advancement to the ultimate god rank. He thought it was the same as before. It seemed like he had made a mistake. Advancing to the ultimate god rank required an ultimate god rank godhead. This was not an easy task. No wonder the little devil did not recommend it. Then I'd better modify the warships first. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and decided to upgrade the warships first. This thing was more lethal. Chapter 1838. Lin Fei was stunned by the sudden good news. It can be modified? Why didn't you say so before? Lin Fei was dissatisfied because the previous few modifications were all done with a word from the little devil. Lin Fei was naturally going to complain. The little devil rolled his eyes. Master, the previous modifications were just ordinary modifications. The special modifications can only be carried out after the warship reaches a certain level. Lin Fei laughed dryly. He had misunderstood the little devil. Now, what's so good about the warship? Can I take a look? Lin Fei was looking forward to it. This was better news than upgrading. Of course. Hua hua hua. A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei saw many blueprints on the virtual screen. Each blueprint had a name written on it. At the same time, there was a series of corresponding modifications. No wonder. Alright, my warship seems to be a level 4 warship now. Lin Fei understood that Little Devil's previous words were not wrong. These targeted modification projects could not be modified at will. It required a certain foundation. If they were to forcibly install it, the consequences would be that the giant ship could not bear it and would only collapse. The lowest modification level of the blueprints was level 4. None of them were lower than this level. Level 4 Energy Shield Blueprint. Able to withstand a series of attacks. Level 4 Energy Laser Cannon Blueprint. able to create terrifying destructive attacks. Level 5 Energy Shield Blueprint, able to withstand Level 5 attacks. Level 5 Energy Shield Blueprint, able to withstand Level 5 power attacks. Lin Fei was baffled by what he saw. This seems a little different. No matter how he looked at it, it felt very sci-fi. This was why Lin Fei was confused. The little devil said with a look of disdain. Do you think these modifications are ordinary? For example, this level 4 energy shield can withstand a peak God King attack. The benefits of the system aren't as simple as you think. Lin Fei also felt that after the system upgrade, it always gave people a feeling of not being able to see through it. Now these blueprints had appeared and every single one of them was a good thing. Lin Fei was drooling as he looked at them. As long as the giant ship had these modifications, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the attacks from above. The prices of the blueprints weren't very expensive, and they were all paid with godhood. However, what made Lin Fei quite unhappy was that the blueprints didn't provide the materials, and he had to collect them himself while the system helped him modify them. This made Lin Fei very unhappy, extremely unhappy. What if we don't have the materials? Lin Fei's face darkened. You don't have to worry about that. The materials for the blueprint will be available, and most of them aren't rare materials. It's just that the people here won't be able to use them perfectly. The little devil laughed. Master, you can also think of it as a new technology. New technology was fine. Lin Fei came from Earth, and he understood that technology was the #1 driving force for development. With this kind of technology, Lin Fei quickly understood it. Thinking back to when he first got the system, if this wasn't new technology, then what was it? Then how many times can I modify with my current level? If he could get the things, Lin Fei wasn't worried that the little devil would lie to him. It was just a little troublesome and he would get it sooner or later. There's no limit to the modification. You can modify anything within level 4. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried about the restrictions before because he was satisfied with some of these blueprints. If he could make them, the giant warship in his hands could become a terrifying weapon of war. That's good. After confirming that there were no problems, Lin Fei immediately searched for a few suitable blueprints to modify the warship. It would be best if they were simple and easy to modify. Level 4 Gravity Barrier can create a gravitational field that can target a peak God King, and can also limit a godly venerable expert's speed by 40%. Level 4 Superalloy, the hull can be transformed into a superalloy hull. It has a terrifying impact force that can destroy a God King, and can also hit a godly venerable expert 30%. These two blueprints caught Lin Fei's eye. What Lin Fei cared more about was the level 4 energy shield and level 4 superalloy. One for defense and one for attack. If they were combined with the gravity barrier, it would be the best. He wouldn't have to worry about people escaping from its range. The 3 blueprints weren't expensive. They were only 10 million godheads. After buying the 3 blueprints, Lin Fei opened the first one, which showed the specific materials. The first blueprint was a level 4 energy shield. What is this Luoshi? Lin Fei couldn't remember this name at all. And this heart jade stone. There weren't many materials on it, but he didn't recognize many of them. This made Lin Fei a little helpless. The little devil winked at Lin Fei. Master, these things aren't expensive. If you can't find others, you can actually find those people. They have a way. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. He realized he had walked into a dead end. He had neglected some important existences. For example, those godly venerables who were active in the upper realm. Lin Fei decisively came to a place not far from one of the gates of gods. There was a god king overseeing this place. Alright, it's you. Help me pass a message. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he said to the god king overseeing the place, "Go back and tell your lords that I have something good to share with them. If they miss this opportunity, it will be too late for regrets." Lin Fei left after leaving those baffling words. This god king was sent down from the upper world. Before he came, he was warned repeatedly not to offend Di Tian. Who knew if Di Tian would suddenly kill him? What he needed to do was to take care of the door of gods. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. Even though he didn't like Di Tian's attitude, this god king didn't dare to not report it. If it really was something good, he would suffer if he messed around. After Di Tian left, he immediately used a secret channel to pass the news to his superiors. Lin Fei went to each of them one by one and left after leaving a message. One by one, the god kings reported the news to their superiors. In the depths of a certain space, a sky-piercing pillar stood in the depths of space. One couldn't see the end of the sky-piercing pillar at a glance. A tiny figure stood in front of the sky-piercing pillar. Not far away, A huge projection appeared beside the pillar. Primal Chaos, are you sure you want to do this? A person stood in the projection, his face expressionless. Why not? The white-robed Primal Chaos laughed. The immortal world was originally a subworld of the divine world. I'm just bringing the subworld back into the embrace of the divine world. Then do you know what the consequences will be? Don't tell me you don't know. The white-robed Primal Chaos laughed loudly. I know, of course I know. Isn't it just a series of consequences? I knew it from the moment the first sky-piercing pillar broke. But what does that matter? I just feel that the divine world has been quiet for too long. This pool of stagnant water has to be stirred up. Chapter 1839. In order to deal with the divine realm's interference in the lower realm, Lin Fei had to take action. The appearance of the modification blueprint had undoubtedly given Lin Fei a good opportunity. After some consideration, he contacted the godly king stationed in the lower realm and asked him to pass the message on his behalf. Needless to say, the current ultimate god minor giants did not want to see Di Tian killed. They did not want to know the relationship between Di Tian and the white-robed chaos. They were very interested to know that Di Tian had great news to tell them. Up until now, Di Tian had many secrets. No matter what relationship he had with the white-robed chaos, such a person was still worth paying attention to. Especially under such circumstances, if Di Tian contacted them to deal with the upper realm's troubles, they would definitely watch from the sidelines. They would never intervene in such matters and would despise Di Tian's cowardly behavior. In less than half a day, the ultimate god minor giants really came down. Other than a few who did not come, the rest were almost all present. Di Tian, if you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, don't blame us for being angry. One of the ultimate gods sneered. You have to know that we've risked our lives to come down. We don't want to listen to any trivial matters. The rest of the ultimate gods chimed in. Lin Fei recognized this ultimate god. He was the backer of the Sunluo overlord. Later on he found out that his name was ultimate god Lu Ming. It was no wonder he could stir up everyone's emotions. Lin Fei did not care about such trivial matters. I agree with ultimate god Lu Ming's words 100%. As your partner, I don't like to play tricks. I like to be straightforward in everything I do. Lin Fei smiled. For example, I like to kill people I don't like on the spot. Face. There's no need to give it to me. This is called quick revenge. I'll be very unhappy if I drag things out. Ultimate god Lu Ming had suffered a small loss before and secretly scolded Di Tian for being narrow-minded. I just said a few words. Do you have to say such things? People from the lower realm will always be people from the lower realm. You have no manners. Everyone did not have a deep understanding of Di Tian, but they knew that he was not a good-tempered person. Previously, Supremacy Yin Yang had suffered a small loss, and he was still brooding over it. Now that the 8 great god emperors are keeping watch, we've also taken a huge risk to come here. Little friend Di Tian, if you have anything to say, just say it. As long as it doesn't affect the gate of gods, everything is negotiable. Another hierarch said, but he didn't mention anything about helping Di Tian. We risked our lives to come down here. Let's talk about you. Lin Fei smiled and said, everyone here is a big shot, so I won't keep you in suspense. I just want to ask everyone, what do you think about my worship? None of the ultimate gods present could figure it out. Why did he bring this up out of nowhere? On the other hand, ultimate god Lu Ming reacted quickly and seemed to realize something as a strange expression flashed across his face. So that's a worship. You've changed 2 words, but it sounds so much louder. Are you planning to sell this worship? Everyone didn't realize it at first, but when ultimate god Lu Ming mentioned it, they reacted. So that's what he was talking about. They had all received news about the battle at God Lightning Mountain, and the most eye-catching was a strange worship. It wasn't easy to deal with heavenly gods and god kings. Even hierarchs couldn't break through the strange worship. Only now did they understand that the strange worship was called a worship. This was a good thing. Even though they didn't think much of it, it wasn't a bad thing to have one. It was a good thing to be able to take advantage of a hierarch. If it wasn't for the upper and lower realms, they would have forced Di Tian to hand it over long ago. So it's a worship. His power is not bad. It's just SOSO. There are many warships in the divine world that are better than your worship. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. A bunch of shameless fellows so thick-skinned. Oh, that's a pity. I was planning to make a batch to test it out, but it seems like it can't compare to those things. Lin Fei looked regretful, as he shook his head. The hierarch who had just belittled the worship was stunned. He couldn't find a topic to talk about, so there was a short silence. You want to sell the worship? Lin Fei smiled bitterly and said, I have such a plan. I reinvented the warship from the battle fortress, and I classified the battle fortress as a level 1 warship. My current warship is a level 3 warship. It can suppress 10 to 30% of an hierarch's attack. It's a pity that none of you are interested in it. I originally wanted to help your forces improve their combat power, so that you won't suffer a great loss later. At that moment, the hierarch who had spoken earlier regretted his words. How could he have spoken so shamelessly? Great, now Tion didn't want to sell the warship. The fact that a level 3 warship could suppress some of an hierarch's combat power made their eyes light up. They finally understood why it could withstand the joint attack of 8 hierarchs. They didn't doubt Tion's words at all. He had the ability to do so. Even if it could only fight against a divine king, it would still be a terrifying weapon of war. After all, hierarchs were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. Divine king experts were the middle level of power in the divine realm. Lin Fei still ignored the shamelessness of a hierarch giant. As soon as those words were out, they immediately changed their tune and scrambled to ask more questions. Tion, my young friend, does that mean you're planning to sell the level 3 warship? I wonder how much energy it will consume. If there's a level 3 warship, will there be a level 4 warship in the future? As a hierarch giant in the divine realm, each of them had a large territory under them. How to increase the strength of their territories was also something they valued more. Every once in a while they would recruit troops and buy horses. After all, there were still many wars between hierarch giants. The warship that Tion mentioned this time undoubtedly made their eyes light up. Especially the last few words that involved the power of the lower realm, they were very concerned about it. Lin Fei found it funny. Hehe, when you buy the warship you won't be able to live without this good stuff. You'll still need to serve me then. The little devil also jumped out. Master is really not just a normal kind of bad. Chapter 1840. Boom, boom, boom. Somewhere near the battlefield of the divine tomb, beams of light blasted out, shattering several connected mountains. Lin Fei brought the divine venerable ones onto the battleship and showed them around. They were curious about the battleship at first, but they immediately saw how extraordinary it was after they got on board. If the previous battle fortress had been good, it would have been child's play. However, the battleship's power was on another level. They were amazed by its various functions. They were even more curious about Tion's background. After seeing the divine power pool, they couldn't believe that such a good thing existed. It could convert energy into divine power and save them a lot of trouble. This caused the warship to look extraordinary, and they were tempted to look at it. A battleship that could fight against a divine king. If they had such a battleship they would have a great advantage in the future. They were glad that they had come down. If they had missed it they would have regretted it for a long time. Tion, my young friend, can this divine power pool really convert divine stones and divine veins? Asked an ultimate god. Will it slow down? Can it be more efficient? That was what the ultimate gods were thinking. Although the battle fortress was famous, it was in the lower world. It was very troublesome to measure one piece, so it was best not to use it if possible. It could only be used as a deterrent. Lin Fei grabbed a large pile of divine stones and threw them into the divine power pool. Everyone saw the divine stones being surrounded by a force as soon as they entered the divine power pool. The divine stones melted in front of them and the divine power entered the divine power pool. What a wonderful divine power pool. With this divine power pool, one can replenish the divine power consumed in the shortest time possible. It's extraordinary. They couldn't believe their eyes. Now, they finally understood why Tion was able to continuously attack and suppress the attacks of the 8 godly venerables in the god world. It was because of this reason. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have understood it at all. They couldn't figure it out even if they racked their brains. Sun Luo didn't lose for nothing. Hierarch Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Previously he was still wondering why the Sun Luo overlord would lose. Now that he knew the secret of the divine power pond, as long as he had enough divine stones, nothing would be a problem. This warship is indeed several times stronger than the battle fortress. The speed of the conversion is also inconceivably fast. Even the Grandmaster Blacksmiths of the Firmament, or even the Grandmaster Blacksmiths of the Formation and Restriction Grandmaster Blacksmiths of the Firmament might not be able to do it. These godly venerable realm powerhouses were full of ideas. After seeing the pool of divine power, he knew that it contained deep secrets. If he could get his hands on it, he would be able to expand his influence in the immortal world in the shortest time possible. They secretly used their divine senses to investigate, but no matter how hard they tried, they were still blocked by a force unable to enter. In the end they had no choice but to give up. Thinking about it, Di Tian dared to bring them in because he wasn't worried that someone would be able to decipher the secrets within. After visiting the divine power pool, Lin Fei introduced many aspects of the warship in person. This is a level 3 attack cannon with a total of 1,000 cannons. It can form a net-like attack. Each cannon's attack can seriously injure a divine king. Even a peak 9 stars divine king can be easily killed as long as they're targeted. A total of 1,000 cannons were fired and the mountain not far in front of them was turned into nothingness. The godly venerable realm powerhouses couldn't help but admire such a terrifying attack. They could also see how terrifying it was. Endless attacks with no gaps in between were truly terrifying. They even wondered if the warship could be used against godly venerable realm powerhouses if it were to be upgraded again. If the attack power was upgraded again, it would be very troublesome for them to resist. Perhaps even their defensive treasures would not be able to withstand such an attack. The mountain not far away was blasted to the ground. The godly venerable realm powerhouses were silent. Before seeing the warship, they would at most pay attention to it. After seeing it for themselves, they knew the benefits of the warship. Previously they had tried to show Di Tian their strength. If Di Tian bombarded them with the warship's cannons, the result was obvious. Their divine senses would definitely not be able to stop such an attack. This was the change in their expressions that Lin Fei wanted. As long as he did not go up, no one could ignore his right to speak in the lower realm. Everyone here is a knowledgeable person. Originally, I wasn't planning to sell this warship. Lin Fei changed his tone, but as a partner, I like to share good things with everyone. Of course, the most important thing is that I don't like the 8 immortal emperors. If I can make the 8 immortal emperors unhappy, I'll be very happy. It's the same for you. I'm afraid you don't like the 8 immortal emperors. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We're not only partners but also friends. Don't you agree? The godly venerable realm powerhouses present did not like the 8 divine emperors. They could only play petty tricks on normal days. They would undoubtedly be very happy if they could make the 8 divine emperors suffer a setback in the lower realm. Di Tian's words undoubtedly made them very satisfied. They would be very happy if the 8 divine emperors were unhappy. Since Di Tian had made it so clear, how could they not understand what he meant? They were not worthy of being godly venerable realm powerhouses. Little friend Di Tian, what's the price of this warship? I'm going to buy one and give it a try. Ultimate God Lu Ming was the first to speak. In the face of benefits, they could not even mention the previous small matters. After all, their biggest enemy was the divine emperors. We're partners and friends. I also need this warship. I love listening to little friend Di Tian's words the most. I'm definitely going to be friends with you. At that moment, those godly venerable realm powerhouses were thinking of getting a few warships to bring back. As long as they had the warship, they would not have to worry about divine power. They had heard that not only could the divine power pool convert divine power, but it could also absorb free divine power. With such a weapon in hand, the 8 divine emperors would definitely suffer a great loss. Most importantly, they really did not dare to offend Di Tian. They did not know what the future would be like. As long as Di Tian was hiding in the lower realm, it would not be easy for them to deal with him. If Di Tian was really angry, they would be wiped out no matter how many people they had with him. Generally speaking, they did not have much hatred for Di Tian. It was better to make friends with Di Tian than to offend him. He was a divine king at such a young age. It was hard to guarantee that he would not become an ultimate god in the future. Moreover, he was still studying the warship. If there was a breakthrough, it would be a headache for the ultimate gods. Chapter 1841. What Lin Fei wanted was to sell the warship. Its grade would definitely not be the same as it was now. He would take it one step at a time. He would sell the lower grade first. Over time, no one would be able to enjoy the benefits of the warship. Selling such a warship was not a big price to pay. Lin Fei could afford it. All the ultimate gods present wanted to buy it back. They had never been so eager before. Moreover, they were willing to do so. This was very rare. It's definitely not a problem to sell you this warship. It's just that its grade won't be as high as this one. This is the only one of its kind. I can only sell a second-grade warship to you. You have to be clear about this. However, the difference in power will not be too big, said Lin Fei. The ultimate gods had no objections. As long as the difference was not too big, being able to fight against a divine king was better than expected. No problem. As long as it can fight against a divine king. I don't know when we can have a warship. Lin Fei said that he would have the warship ready in 5 days. It's just that the warship needs some special materials. It's not easy to get them in the lower realm. I would like to ask for your help to get these materials down. The materials needed to make a warship were very simple. They could be obtained in the lower realm. Lin Fei did not want to make it sound so easy. He briefly explained that the warship lacked materials for attack parts. The ultimate gods present understood what he meant. When they saw the list of materials Tian took out, they were really shocked. They thought it was some precious materials, but it turned out to be some ordinary materials. The ultimate gods patted their chests and promised to get the materials immediately. It was a small matter for them to get some materials that were not very precious for the warship. Their faces were also filled with joy. Previously they always felt embarrassed in front of Tian. He could already research such a warship. If he could also research a 4th-grade warship, their cultivation as ultimate gods would be wasted. The ultimate gods did not disappoint Lin Fei. In less than half a day, all the materials on the list had been delivered. They couldn't wait to get their hands on a warship. Lin Fei's offer was not cheap, so the ultimate gods agreed to buy one to try it out without batting an eyelid. Once the materials were in hand, Lin Fei left Lin Yi to guard the place while he chose a place to modify. In the eyes of the godly venerable rank powerhouses, Tian was going to build a warship. Use the rank 4 energy shield blueprint. This meant that the defense of the warship would be raised to another level. Lin Fei also realized that it was a good partnership to negotiate with the divine venerables. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to obtain these materials, let alone carry out the modifications so easily. Half a day later, the level 4 energy shield was completed. Inside the warship, there was another divine power pool to supply the energy shield. Lin Fei was not worried about this. This time he had sold more than a dozen warships. Just the divine stones and divine veins alone were a large sum. Lin Fei knew he didn't have much time. With the first blueprint done, Lin Fei immediately moved on to the second blueprint. Boom boom boom. In the sky above the divine graveyard, boundless lightning balls descended from the passage of the gods, landing near the passage of the gods. Heaven and earth trembled. Lin Fei was still in the middle of the modification. He was startled awake and his face darkened. Damn, they're here. At this time, Lin Fei knew that the situation was not good. He flew to the sky above the divine graveyard and saw the lightning balls descending from the passage of the gods, destroying everything. They really know how to choose the right time. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. They just had to appear during the modification. Looks like I have to risk my life. The warship was still being modified. Lin Fei temporarily couldn't control it. He had to wait until the modification was complete. Fortunately, I summoned a large number of godly kings. No matter what, I have to guard the passage of the gods. Lin Fei didn't want such a good deal to be ruined. He still lacked godheads. In the passage of the gods, the lightning balls attacked, acting as the vanguard. Lin Fei stood in the sky. He had to admit that the divine world's foundation was indeed deep. They knew to put down the lightning balls first. The power of these lightning balls was enough to injure godly kings. Looks like they suspect that I have a large number of people near the passage of the gods. It wasn't hard for Lin Fei to guess what they were thinking. As the lightning balls attacked the passage of the gods, a sharp aura came from behind. It turned out that they were using the lightning balls to clear the path and eliminate any potential danger. Damn, they're all godly kings. Inside the passage of the gods, a black mass of people appeared. From the aura they emitted, Lin Fei knew that they were godly kings. Just the first wave alone had over 10,000 godly kings, and they appeared in the vicinity of the passage of the gods. Lin Yi, bring people over and restrict them to the vicinity of the passage of the gods. We can't let them destroy the door of the gods. At this time there was also a black mass of people behind Lin Fei. These were all godly kings. From the moment he knew that primal chaos was behind this, Lin Fei knew that this day would come. If primal chaos was willing to do this, it couldn't be a small matter. As for the return of the immortal world to the divine world, Lin Fei didn't believe that was true. There should be a deeper secret that he didn't know about. Now that they were here, Lin Fei had to stop them. Originally, he didn't plan to send out the godly kings so early, but now he had no choice. The only thing that Lin Fei could rejoice about was that the passage of the gods couldn't accommodate too many godly kings. Kill them. Lin Yi wasn't the strongest, but with Lin Fei's name, his nature was different. He became the only commander, and with a single order, he led the charge. The godly kings who came down from the divine world were prepared. When they saw that the number of godly kings was no less than theirs, they revealed serious expressions. This didn't match the information they had received. How could there be so many godly kings in the lower realm? But now they couldn't think about it because the godly kings were charging over. Everyone, kill them. Kill them all. All sorts of treasures were taken out. A great battle broke out in an instant. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, reverberating in the sky above the divine graveyard. Terrifying energy waves swept across the sky. Lin Yi led his subordinates, each of them like wolves and tigers. They didn't give the godly kings a chance to regroup. First, they threw out godly king exploding beads, causing them to be unable to regroup. Then they took the opportunity to crush them. The godly kings from the divine world didn't expect that there would be such a large-scale attack. They were immediately caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. Lin Fei's side had the upper hand. Before Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief, a second wave of godly kings descended from the passage of the gods. They joined the battle immediately, wave after wave, without stopping. Chapter 1842. Half a day passed. Blood flowed like a river near the passage of the gods. A god king's blood and chi were so thick that it was enough to reach this level after half a day of killing. Even those at the door of the gods could smell the thick stench of blood. At this moment, when they stared at Di Tian again, their faces were filled with fear and worship. Everyone here had heard of Di Tian's name before, but this was their first time witnessing a battle between god kings. If not for the god kings protecting them, just the pressure of a god king was enough to make them feel unbearable. Such a tragic god king battle made their scalps go numb. Many people thought that Di Tian had a powerful background, but they never thought that his background was so powerful that he could command a large group of god kings. How many god kings have died? There must be more than 100,000. I thought that my talent was not bad, and that after becoming a god king, I would be someone. Now it seems that god kings are nothing. Yeah, I even saw a few 7-star divine kings being directly blasted into pieces just now. Fortunately, we are working with Di Tian, so we don't have to worry about him attacking us. If anyone said that Di Tian was easy to bully, they would definitely look at him in disdain. A god king had a huge influence in the lower realm. Now that god kings were fighting a bloody battle, one after another, they fell. Who would dare say that Di Tian was easy to bully? Thinking about it, it was really laughable. Previously, so many people thought that Di Tian was easy to bully. If today's events were to spread, everyone would involuntarily tremble. This was an unimaginable gap. In the sky, Lin Fei sat with a golden saber. In half a day's time, 60% of the god kings that were sent out had died. Such a huge number of casualties caused Lin Fei's heart to ache. Fortunately, the god world side did not have it easy either. Many of them had died as well. Lin Fei was already used to the intense battle. These god kings were created through god king godheads and were born to fight. That was why he felt so much better. 8 god emperors, if you want to play, let's continue. Anyway, there are only 10 days left. Lin Fei was very calm. He secretly arranged for people to take back the godheads. God kings who was afraid of who? As long as there was a god king godhead, there was no need to worry about not being able to create a god king. Divine Thunder Mountain. At this moment, it was a scene of desolation. The black mass of godly monarchs lined up neatly and took turns to enter the revolving passageway. These people all had excited and disdainful expressions. They did not place much importance on the lower realm. They were godly monarchs. This time, the 8 god emperors summoned the godly monarchs to the lower realms. To the godly monarchs, if they could make great contributions in the lower realms, they would definitely be able to leave a good impression on the god emperors. Far away from the whirlpool, the 8 ultimate gods stood calmly with their eyes fixed on one direction from time to time. That was the god Thunderclap Mountain. Because the 8 great divine emperors were at the peak of the god's Thunder Mountain. They stayed here to command the god kings under them in case anything went wrong. Last time, the people from the lower realm had killed quite a number of godly king experts and almost all the people stationed outside were killed. They were very angry and had sent people down several times, but they were all annihilated. Helpless, they could only report to the divine emperor and ask for the treasures that the divine emperor bestowed upon them. They wanted to kill the people when they were unprepared, but they were all annihilated. This time, the 8 godly venerables had no other choice. This time, something big had happened in the divine world. As godly venerables, they naturally knew what was going on. The 8 great divine emperors were personally overseeing the situation. As godly venerables, they also took command. They were prepared to wipe away their previous humiliation and take revenge so that guy would regret offending them. This time, not only did they seal the flow of divine power, but they also organized a large number of godly kings to take turns to deal with them. They had still underestimated the people below. Half a day had passed and hundreds of thousands of god kings were still unable to occupy the gate of gods. The 8 hierarchs were starting to get anxious. According to their investigations, There was only one guy called Di Tian on the battlefield in the Divine Tomb. He relied on a strange battleship and could launch terrifying attacks. The strategy of taking turns to wear him down was to deal with him. Continue to arrange people. I don't believe that Di Tian can continue to hold on. This time we have gathered 10 million godly kings. Each family has mobilized 25 million godly kings. Even if we spit a mouthful of water, we can drown that guy. Di Tian can't hold on for that long. The 8 godly venerables were anxious, but they did not think that Di Tian could stop the godly kings from going down. It was only a matter of time. If it wasn't for the restriction of the lower realm's heavenly Tao, they would have personally gone down to take care of Di Tian. No one had ever dared to kill someone in their territory and left calmly. They had never been able to swallow this anger. No matter what, they had to find an opportunity to deal with Di Tian. On the peak of the God Lightning Mountain, the 8 godly emperors gathered together once again. They did not care much about the passage of gods. It was just a small matter. The 8 of them had been in the divine world for a long time. Jingyi, is primal chaos really going to make things difficult for everyone? Immortal Emperor God Emperor said coldly. Jingyi was the one who had previously projected down. He was also the one who had told primal chaos not to regret it. Primal chaos has completely turned into a devil. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him back then. Today's trouble wouldn't have happened. Godly Emperor Jingyi said, the heaven-bearing pillar was set up by us back then to separate the immortal world from the other subworlds. Once all of them are broken, it will lead to a series of consequences. The most troublesome thing is that the other subworlds will be liberated and the people who were suppressed will be released. How troublesome. The other godly emperors revealed killing intent. Sai, if we could have killed him, we would have done so long ago. Primal chaos is not like us. He was born from the primal chaos. We can only suppress him, not kill him. Damn primal chaos. This time we have to take care of primal chaos no matter what. The destruction of the heaven-bearing pillar had a huge impact and was rather troublesome. That was also a headache for them. If the heaven-bearing pillar was an ordinary item, they would not have such a headache. In fact, it involved a lot of things and also related to the location of the item. Primal chaos definitely wants to break the other 5 subworlds to restore the glory of the divine world. We have to severely injure primal chaos in the shortest time possible, or even seal him back. Pantheon Godly Emperor said, once the heaven-bearing pillar is broken, the 6 subworlds will return and those sealed fellows will see the light of day again. It will definitely affect our current rule. Chapter 1843. The battle had gone on for a day and a night. The divine graveyard battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. The only thing that was unclear was Di Tian's side. He kept sending divine king experts to block the 8 Xinhuang's men. In the eyes of the divine venerable rank minor giants, he was becoming more and more mysterious. At this time the divine world was also paying attention to the lower realm. Di Tian's name also fell into the eyes of the upper echelons of the divine world. They were all speculating whether Di Tian was a subordinate of the chaotic Xinhuang. Other than this explanation, it was difficult to explain where these divine kings came from. After sending millions of divine kings down, the 8 Xinhuang still could not occupy the passage of the gods. This undoubtedly shocked the people of the divine world. This kind of battle was not common in the divine world. After all, in the divine world ruled by the 8 Xinhuang, there would at most be small skirmishes. This level of battle was rare. Now that a person suspected of being a chaotic Xinhuang from the lower realm could do this, they had to take it seriously. They realized that the chaotic Xinhuang who suppressed the chaotic Xinhuang in the past still had unimaginable power. The lower realm could not cultivate an endless stream of divine kings. The only reason was that the chaotic Xinhuang still had his own men in the divine world and secretly arranged for them to go down. This battle gathered the attention of all the upper echelons of the divine world. Those who were secretly unhappy with the Xinhuang clapped and cheered in private. Losing some divine kings was not a big loss to the Xinhuang. It was undoubtedly a great thing to be able to discuss the Xinhuang. More people were guessing how long the other party could last. You people are quite bold. Lin Fei was still sitting with a golden saber. His expression was still calm. It had been a day and a night since the battle began. With fellow Taoist Di Tian holding the fort, the troops of the 8 great divine emperors can't come in. The price paid is absolutely worth it. And now, the upper echelons of the immortal world know about fellow Taoist Di Tian. The divine venerable rank minor giants sent another day's rent. The divine kings in front of them were entrusted by them. I don't care if I'm a top figure or not. Lin Fei felt very comfortable. Go back and tell them that as long as they're not afraid, I'll defend the passageway of the gods. Your investment won't be in vain. I'm a man of my word. Also, tell them that the Grade 3 warships are almost ready. The rent was of great help to Lin Fei. It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. After sending off the God King, Lin Fei looked at the battlefield not far away again. Hee, those fellows are really bold. It seems that cooperating with them was the right choice. What Lin Fei lacks now is godhood. In a day and a night, hundreds of thousands of God King powerhouses have fallen, and this is just the beginning. There are still 9 days until the time of guarding. Once the modifications are completed, it won't be so troublesome. Batches of godhoods were used to summon the God King. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. Now they just had to wait for the warship's modifications to be completed. After all, it would take a long time to modify the hull. In Little Devil's words, it would take 3 days. Lin Fei looked at the countdown timer. There were still 2 more days before the modification could be completed. He could only continue. The battle was also getting more and more intense. The number of God King powerhouses sent by the God Realm was also constantly increasing. Lin Fei's God Kings were also constantly being sent out. In another half a day he had lost 600,000 God Kings. It was a terrifying number. Hairball, when are you going to advance? Lin Fei contacted Hairball, who was on the battlefield. From the start of the battle, Lin Fei released Hairball and let her eat to her heart's content. The flesh and blood of these God Kings contained powerful blood, chi, and divinity. After eating so much, Lin Fei really didn't believe that Hairball wouldn't be able to advance. Immortal beast and divine beast, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Master, this is delicious. Hairball sent a vague message. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I'm being serious. You have already eaten the flesh and blood of millions of God Kings. Can't you advance to a divine beast? Hairball's current combat strength wasn't very strong. She didn't have any advantage in this kind of battle. However, she had a huge advantage. She could move as she pleased. Using her to devour the flesh and blood of God Kings was the best. Soon. I feel like my body is filled with energy. Once I digest it, the great me will become the one and only primordial evil dragon divine beast. Hairball burped and moved again, swallowing large mouthfuls of flesh and blood. Lin Fei could only say, then continue eating. Lin Fei wasn't nervous. As long as the hierarch didn't come down, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. It was just losing God Kings. He could afford it. He cursed the white-robed chaos in his heart. Of all the things he could do, why did he have to break the sky pillar? Couldn't he do something meaningful? Boom, boom, boom. 2 hours later. Several terrifying auras came from heaven and earth. Lin Fei subconsciously stood up and looked in one direction. In that direction, he felt a boundlessly tyrannical power appear in the territory, descending without any warning. This kind of terrifying aura descended several times in a row and then disappeared. It's a divine emperor. Lin Fei's face suddenly darkened. His mind kept turning. This aura must belong to a divine emperor. Only a divine emperor can easily descend into the territory. The hierarch can't do this. It seems that they're targeting the chaotic divine emperor. Damn, the chaotic divine emperor is really a troublemaker. It's best to look for him instead of me. I think such big shots like them won't look for me. Lin Fei's mind turned quickly. He realized that something big was about to happen. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the territory shook. Chaotic divine emperor, this emperor said that you'll regret it. The cold voice spread across the territory and fell into Lin Fei's ears. His body trembled slightly. They're really taking action. Ha, you're afraid? Afraid that this emperor will unlock the seals of the other 5 subworlds. Afraid that the rule of the 8 divine emperors will weaken. Then came the voice of chaotic divine emperor. At this moment, everyone in the territory was trembling. Even though it was just a sound, it still caused the experts of the territories to be shocked. No one knew what had happened. Everything had happened too suddenly. Lin Fei already knew that they had started fighting. Lin Fei had no interest in watching a battle of this level. The matter in front of him was the thing that gave him a headache. If one of the 8 divine emperors appeared in the passage of the gods, it would be troublesome. Moreover, the warship's modification was not complete. That was the real problem. Boom. Suddenly, the passage of the gods trembled as if it could not bear the power. Lin Fei's face darkened again. Damn, it's really a jinx. Whatever I say comes true. Chapter 1844. As soon as the terrifying aura descended, Lin Fei knew that things were not looking good. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aura swept across everyone like a storm. The intense battle stopped in an instant, as if it was frozen by an inexplicable force. Everyone looked towards the passage of the gods. This is bad. Lin Fei immediately entered the 10,000 layers of space, his figure constantly moving. So it's a little fellow who can control space. The primal chaos has found a good helper, but it's a pity that you followed the wrong person. A faint voice came from the passage of the gods. Lin Fei's heart shook. His originally constantly moving figure seemed to have encountered mud. His movements became slower and slower, and finally stopped in one of the spaces. At this moment, in front of everyone, Lin Fei seemed to be in the same sky, but in fact, his real body was not in the sky but moving in the 10,000 layers of space. You are that God Emperor. This was the first time someone broke through his space movement, and to be able to do it to this extent so easily, it was obvious that only a God Emperor could do it. In the 10,000 layers of space, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe appeared, his sharp eyes swept over like a divine emperor, his body emitting a terrifying chill. God Emperor. A real God Emperor. This Emperor is Xintian God Emperor, you can die now. Xintian God Emperor was a little surprised by the little fellow in front of him. At this realm, to be able to control space at such a deep level, he was also a proud son of heaven, comparable to the younger generation of the divine world. Unfortunately, this child was a subordinate of the primal chaos God Emperor. Xintian God Emperor casually pointed a finger, a huge golden finger poking the space where Lin Fei was. The huge space collapsed into fragments, and even Lin Fei was swept into the endless fragments. Xintian God Emperor did not care about such a little fellow. His figure moved, appearing in the sky above the passage of the gods. You guys handle this. At this moment, 8 figures appeared in the passage of the gods. Their auras were a lot weaker than the God Emperors. They were actually the 8 hierarchs in the divine world. All of them had come down. Understood. The 8 hierarchs answered. Without that guy, the trouble here wouldn't be a problem. They could deal with it. Xinhuang Xintian had only taken care of a small matter. After giving some instructions, he disappeared. No one knew where he went. The moment he disappeared, the pressure on the battlefield of the divine tomb also disappeared completely. Kill? Kill them all. They're bound to lose. The Lord is here. Brothers, kill with all your might. The deity king from the upper realm, who had been holding his breath all this while, seemed to be on steroids. Once the pressure disappeared, he shouted and charged forward. As the god kings of the god world, they often fought on the battlefield. This was the first time they had suffered a loss in the lower realm. Since the hierarch had come down, they were more than willing to show off. The 8 ultimate gods did not take action personally. Without that little fellow, nothing here was an obstacle. What they needed to do now was to kill all the people from the 8 gates of the gods to teach those hierarch powerhouses in the dark a lesson. They would let them know that scheming in front of the God Emperor was not a good thing. They should behave themselves. When the people from the 8 gates of the gods saw the God Emperor appear, they knew that something was wrong. When the 8 hierarchs flew over, they knew that they were in big trouble. According to the 8 great God Emperors, they would not be polite just because they were the subordinates of the hierarch. They would directly treat them as the people of the chaotic God Emperor to teach their master a deep lesson. It was also a kind of warning to not meddle. All of you deserve to die. The hierarch from the Jingyi sect flew over. This God Emperor was called the Heaven Hierarch. He was also an old hierarch. He was full of righteousness like a blazing sun. Boom. The righteousness flew out and turned into a blazing sun, appearing in the sky above the gates of the gods. The terrible heat rolled over. The heavenly god experts were instantly evaporated. Even the divine kings did not have it easy. They struggled to resist, but they could not withstand this kind of attack. This was the power of an hierarch avatar. His strength was also at the peak of the divine king realm. The effect was far from what ordinary divine kings could resist. It would not take long for everyone present to be killed. The 8 hierarchs were angry that they could not conquer the divine tomb battlefield after such a long time. The people in front of them had become their punching bags. How could they not be satisfied if they did not kill some of them? Get lost. The heaven hierarch used his righteousness and almost killed everyone present. He did not pay attention to the situation around him. All of a sudden, a giant blade the size of a door fell and sent the sky ultimate god flying with just one slash. How dare you attack my customer? The person who flashed out was none other than Lin Fei. The heaven hierarch's attack was terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and blocked the attack. He was not killed. He was sucked into the spatial fragments and finally came out. Seeing the 8 hierarch avatars attacking the people from the gates of the gods, Lin Fei was filled with anger. The hierarch was bullying the weak. He could not win, but a few hierarchs dared to come and cause trouble. Did they think this was the divine world? Did they think he could get another batch of godheads? The blade cut the heaven hierarch. Lin Fei waved his blade and shattered the blazing sun in the sky. He pounced on the heaven hierarch like a ferocious tiger. Divine level blade slash. The blade flashed. The heaven hierarch was caught off guard. When he saw the person in front of him, he was shocked. You are actually unharmed. While he was still in a daze, the saber light struck his body again. The defense in front of his chest was blasted open. This is the lower realm. You hierarch want to kill me? Dream on. Lin Fei slashed again with his door-sized giant blade. This time Lin Fei planned to kill all the hierarch avatars. Boom. Boom. Lin Fei's saber was fierce and ferocious. He slashed at the ultimate god's body more than a dozen times in a row. The ultimate god spat out blood and his armor was also broken. His eyes were filled with horror. How could there be such a ferocious guy in the lower realm? All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Although the heaven hierarch was a hierarch avatar, he had the combat power of a peak divine king. He had no time to fight back and was constantly being attacked. Xiuqian, come help me. The heaven hierarch had no doubt that he would be killed on the spot if this continued. The divine power in his body was being consumed like water. Xiuqian hierarch was an old man who had a good relationship with the heaven hierarch. He turned around and saw a black-clothed man attacking the heaven hierarch fiercely with a blade. The heaven hierarch could not fight back. He was shocked. He took a closer look and could not help but gasp. This kid could survive the hierarch's attack. Kid, how dare you? Chapter 1845. In a certain territory in the lower realm, a white silhouette quickly flew over a mountain range. Suddenly, the white figure was attacked by a pagoda and smashed into the mountain range below. The black pagoda was also sent flying. Chaos, you can't escape today. We were able to suppress you back then and we can do the same now. You asked for it. A middle-aged man walked out of the sky and looked at the mountain range that was razed to the ground not far away with a serious face. A white figure rushed out of the ruins and stood in the sky. Chaos Divine Fist, World Suppression Fist. The white figure's aura surged as he displayed a set of tyrannical fist techniques. His whole body also turned into a world and blasted toward the middle-aged man. You want to suppress me? Let's see if you have the ability. That white figure was Chaos in white. The fist technique was earth-shattering. I haven't seen your fist technique for a long time. I wonder if you've improved after so many years. The middle-aged man also went up and used the same fist technique. Boom, boom, boom. A huge part of the sky collapsed, and the black space connected together. Astral winds howled incessantly, causing the two's hair to flutter in the wind. Creation, you've lost. A figure was sent flying. Chaos in white stood with his hands behind his back. Your creation divine fist is still the same as before. You only have the power of creation, but it's not as good as my chaos divine fist. The divine emperor who was sent flying was creation divine emperor. If his creation divine fist is not good, then what about us? Several figures appeared in the sky again. They were the 8 divine emperors who surrounded Chaos in white. Chaos in white still stood with his hands behind his back. Great, all of you are here. Unfortunately, it's just an avatar instead of your true bodies. You're too full of yourselves. Chaos, are you going to surrender or do you want us to do it? Divine Emperor Zheng Yi said coldly. Chaos in white laughed. Aha, you're not qualified. Chaos in white charged toward Divine Emperor Zheng Yi as soon as he finished speaking. On the battlefield of the Divine Tomb, Hierarch Xiuqian saw ultimate god heaven being suppressed. Although it was only a few 100,000 kilometers, he arrived in an instant. He raised his hand and punched his opponent's back, wanting him to give up on attacking ultimate god heaven. Lin Fei did not even look at him as he waved his hand. The Divine King Exploding Pearl dispersed and was aimed at Divine Lord Xiuqian. Boom, boom. Hierarch Xiuqian's attack landed on his opponent's back. Just as he was rejoicing in his heart, a black dot suddenly appeared in front of him. A dangerous aura gushed forth, and the black dot erupted with a terrifying aura, blasting Hierarch Xiuqian away. No one can save you if I want to kill you, even if you're an avatar. No one can save you if I want to, even if use avatar. The Divine King Exploding Pearl's attack also landed on the two of them. The Sky Ultimate Gods had no defense at all and were heavily injured when the attack landed on them. The 2 and 6 Ultimate Gods in the distance had also noticed the situation there. Wasn't the first person to recognize the attacker? Wasn't that Dition? Why was he still standing there? He didn't seem to be injured at all. This was truly unbelievable. They had seen the Divine Emperor attack with their own eyes. A finger could shatter a layer of space. The terrifying attack power was enough to kill any peak Divine King expert. Attacking in space was something they could not do. Everyone hurry up and help. We'll be in a lot of trouble if this kid doesn't die. Avatars, stop them. Lin Fei shouted. 18 primordial avatars flew out in groups of 3 and blocked in front of the 6 divine gods. Each of the 18 primordial avatars was at the Divine King realm but had yet to reach peak 9 stars Divine King. After all, this was a terrifying bottomless pit. Fortunately, they were at the 7 stars Divine King realm. It was more than enough to stop them for a while. Ultimate God Heaven was badly injured. He could not believe this kid dared to resist Ultimate God Xiutian's attack. Most importantly, he was not injured at all. His attacks were still so fierce and his divine power was almost depleted. Kid, you're strong but you're dead if you kill my avatar. The 8 divine emperors went after Hun Dun, but they were either killed or suppressed. I think you're strong. As long as you don't attack again, I'll protect you in front of the divine emperors. Ultimate God Heaven secretly cursed his bad luck. How did Hun Dun have such a fierce subordinate? He also saw the 18 avatars were blocking the ultimate gods and could only delay them. As long as the 6 ultimate god avatars arrived, they would definitely be able to injure the other party. Lin Fei wasn't interested in that. Furthermore, what credibility did his words have? If he could kill as many as he could, then so be it. Besides, he was the one who started it all. Trying to delay? Do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Fei unleashed dozens of slashes at the Heaven Ultimate God's body. I'll kill you sooner or later. Ultimate God Heaven's divine power was exhausted and naturally could not resist Lin Fei's attack. His entire body was blasted into pieces. Coincidentally, the other Ultimate God avatars also rushed out at this time. Lin Fei turned and pounced toward the nearest Ultimate God Xiutian. Good timing. Ultimate God Xiutian originally wanted to help Ultimate God Heaven but was tricked by his opponent. The Divine King Exploding Pearl's power also injured him. When he turned around and saw that Ultimate God Heaven had been beheaded, he felt that it was impossible. How could Ultimate God Heaven be that fast? Kid, you're courting death. Ultimate God Xiutian was furious when he saw the other party rushing toward him. He would not be suppressed like Ultimate God Heaven. Slow down time. As soon as Lin Fei rushed up, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and used a secret technique. Ultimate God Xiutian was shrouded by the power of time and his movements instantly slowed down. With Lin Fei's peak Divine King strength, its power could not be underestimated. If Ultimate God Xiutian's original body came down, he could easily break through. Unfortunately, he was a peak Divine King and it was not so easy to break through. Not good. This is slow down time. Ultimate God Xiutian's thoughts moved, but his body's movements began to slow down. He then saw the giant saber slash his body and the battle suit on his body was full of cracks. Don't worry, I'll send you back one by one. I can't beat the Divine Emperor, but I can't beat all of you. Lin Fei slashed more than a dozen times at Ultimate God Xiutian. The divine power in his body was instantly consumed by more than half. Without the support of divine power, the battle suit's defense was reduced by more than half. Ultimate God Xiutian did not expect this person to be so powerful. He even mastered such a powerful time force, which should only be mastered by a controller. The 6 ultimate gods broke through the avatar's obstruction and rushed up. Time cage. Lin Fei used another time technique. A huge cage trapped the 6 ultimate god avatars. Even if it was only for a moment, Lin Fei was already satisfied. Not good, he's a controller. Chapter 1846. The reason why controllers were so dangerous was because they could master special bloodline abilities at a deeper level. The ultimate god avatar's strength was not bad. Relatively speaking, it was stronger than a peak god king and had a more perfect grasp of a god king's combat power. Naturally, its power would increase accordingly. It was a pity that they had encountered Di Tian, who was not an ordinary peak stage god king. As soon as the time cage appeared, they lost their chance to help and could only watch helplessly as the ultimate god Heaven was killed. While they were furious, their hearts were filled with helplessness. That was the danger of being a controller. They had a great advantage in time and could reverse the situation in the shortest time possible. Hurry up and break the time cage. We must kill this guy. Lin Fei killed the ultimate god Heaven avatar and did not expect the ultimate god Godhead to drop. This was also within reason. After all, it was just a clone. It's your turn. Lin Fei turned around and faced the other ultimate god avatar with a murderous aura. Ultimate God Xiutian. Divine level blade slash. Ultimate God Xiutian's expression was extremely ugly. He could not imagine that this guy could be so strong and easily kill the Ultimate God Heaven avatar. Who's going to kill who, we still don't know. Ultimate God Xiutian was still very confident in his strength. He did not believe that this kid could constantly launch powerful attacks. Without replenishing his divine power, he could seriously injure the other party. This was also the only chance. However, Ultimate God Xiutian had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. In terms of divine power, no one present could compare. Blade slash after blade slash came, leaving only blade gleams between heaven and earth. Ultimate God Xiutian was also having a hard time resisting. What made him curse the most was that this kid kept using time deceleration, but could not block it. Another time deceleration fell on Ultimate God Xiutian. Lin Fei's giant blade slash had already slashed on Ultimate God Xiutian's body and cut him into two. I'll kill you sooner or later. Ultimate God Xiutian threw these words and completely stopped breathing. Lin Fei found it funny. I've heard too many threats, hee. Outside God Thunder Mountain. Hierarch Xiutian's body shook, and he slowly opened his eyes. Boundless anger surged into the sky. This kid really deserves to die. Hierarch Xiutian was very unwilling. A dignified Hierarch avatar was killed by a brat. How could he accept this? Xiutian, your doppelganger is dead too? Heaven Ultimate God also walked over with a gloomy face. He was also full of resentment when he first came back. Why was he the only one among the 8 ultimate gods who came back dead? It made the divine kings outside look at him strangely. Seeing Ultimate God Xiutian's return, Ultimate God Heaven felt a little better. After all, he was not the only one who died. Ultimate God Heaven felt a little better but still said with a gloomy face. Hierarch Xiutian did not see through Ultimate God Heaven's thoughts. He gritted his teeth and said, "We really misjudged him this time. That guy controls the power of time. It's clear he has the time bloodline. He'll be an amazing controller in the future. Unfortunately, that guy is hiding below. This kid is really something. I don't know where the chaos found him from. If he really becomes an ultimate god, his time power will be even more terrifying and can completely affect us ultimate gods. This kind of person must be killed." Heaven Ultimate God was also full of killing intent. Let's see if they can do anything about it. Hierarch Xiutian said helplessly. His heart was also filled with a sense of crisis. As an ultimate god, as long as the divine emperor did not appear, there were very few people who could make him feel fear. The controller was one of them. I hope so. Even ultimate god Heaven can't guarantee it now. Bastard. After a while, one of the ultimate gods opened his eyes and cursed. The killing intent he emitted made the divine kings in the distance break out in cold sweat. Zuiyun, your doppelganger is also dead? Ultimate God Heaven asked. Ultimate God Zuiyun was a subordinate of the profound Saint Divine Emperor. That kid is too terrifying. His combat strength is strong and his saber is fierce. It's hard to resist. He also keeps using time deceleration. How are we supposed to fight him? Ultimate God Zuiyun shook his head helplessly. Ultimate God Zuiyun had not encountered this kind of thing many times. It was very infuriating. It seems that the other ultimate gods are also in danger. Hierarch Xiutian had a bad feeling. 3 of the 8 ultimate gods had returned, not to mention the remaining 5. Sure enough, Hierarch Xiutian's words were verified in a short while. The other 5 ultimate gods opened their eyes one after another. They had lost contact with their doppelgangers in the lower realm. Although losing one doppelganger was not a big deal, it was still very frustrating. This is too hateful. That kid is too strange. And he has 18 doppelgangers. Each of them has cultivated to the same realm. If they break through to the ultimate god realm in the future, it will be too terrifying. They had never seen such a terrifying guy. Not only was his combat strength ferocious, but he also mastered the time bloodline and had 18 doppelgangers. It was not a big deal for one person, but when all of them appeared together, it was really too terrifying. The most incredible thing was the 18 doppelgangers. 18 doppelgangers was not a lot in the divine realm. Some ultimate gods cultivated a doppelganger cultivation technique and had hundreds or even tens of thousands of doppelgangers. There were all these, but their combat strength was far inferior to this kid's doppelgangers. What do we do now? Ultimate God Heaven said, we didn't complete the task given by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. What should we do? Everyone did not know what to do after Ultimate God Heaven said that. They thought it would be an easy task, but it ended just like that. They did not know how to explain it. Once the Divine Emperor was angry, they were very clear about the consequences. Hierarch Xiutian suddenly said, There is a way, but do you dare to go again? What way? As long as we can deal with that kid. That kid's origin is mysterious and his combat strength is exceptionally strong. As long as we keep attacking him and exhaust his divine power, no matter how strong he is, what can he do? Hierarch Xiuqian said fiercely, I don't believe that the divine power in his body won't be exhausted. This method was stupid, but it was very practical to use. Good idea, let's continue. Don't give that kid any time to rest. The 8 ultimate gods moved again. They wanted to drag it out with that kid to see who could last longer. He only lost one doppelganger, they could afford it. It would not take long for them to recover. In the lower realm, Lin Fei killed 8 ultimate gods' doppelgangers in one go and heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, I can relax a little. The 8 ultimate gods' doppelgangers were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone. He also had a certain advantage. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to kill them. The people in the 8 gates of gods in the distance also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ditian was indeed amazing. He could kill ultimate gods' doppelgangers so easily. He must be an expert of the younger generation in the divine realm. Rumble. Rumble. Not long after, the ultimate gods' doppelgangers descended again. Chapter 1847. The 8 ultimate gods arrived very quickly. As soon as they came out of the passage of gods, their murderous intent locked onto Ditian. All kinds of treasures were brought out and killed many of Lin Fei's divine king experts on the spot. An ultimate god's avatar was still very powerful. Lin Fei's body froze in that instant. F***ck, here we go again. The ultimate god's murderous intent surged as he activated a treasure and charged toward Ditian. Kid, I'll kill you today. The treasure blasted onto Lin Fei's body. These guys are really shameless. They're trying to take me down by taking turns to fight me. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. He activated his invincible defense and took the attack head-on. The attack also sent Lin Fei flying. The ultimate god took the opportunity to attack and thought, how can we give you a chance to fight back this time? That attack just now will definitely leave a wound. I don't have to worry about not being able to kill this kid. As Lin Fei was sent flying backward, the ultimate god of heaven once again took out his treasure and attacked. It was like taking advantage of someone's weakness. The ultimate god was the first to attack. The other 7 ultimate god avatars breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they managed to injure the kid. This was also an attack method they came up with before coming down here. Bang! The ultimate god heaven who was the first to attack was sent flying backward. At the same time, a figure pounced on him. You want to kill me? I'll torture you to death today. The silhouette continued to curse and attack while slashing at the heaven ultimate god's body with his giant door-sized saber. Quick attack. Everyone could not calm down when they saw the ultimate god's state. Wasn't this kid injured? How could he still be so fierce? Lin Fei did not deal with the 7 ultimate god avatars' attacks this time. Instead, he attacked the ultimate god heaven. Every slash landed on the ultimate god's body, causing the ultimate god to suffer in silence. Bastard, why isn't this guy's divine power decreasing? Each slash was enough to overwhelm a heaven ultimate god and deplete his divine power very quickly. It was estimated that his divine power would be depleted after a few more slashes. When he saw Hierarch Xiuqian and the others charging over, he was overjoyed. Brat, you can't kill me. Last time was just a cheap trick. The Sky Ultimate God desperately resisted. I'd like to see how long you can last with this kind of attack. Lin Fei disdainfully said, I'll kill you in 3 slashes. Another saber fell. Hierarch Xiuqian and the others' attacks also arrived, all landing on Lin Fei's body. At that moment, Lin Fei had activated his invincible defense and it was very easy for him to block the attacks. After all, they were only peak Divine King attacks and not Ultimate God level attacks. Slow down time. Lin Fei threw out a timed deceleration, and landed another blow on the Ultimate God of Sky's body. With 2 slashes, the Ultimate God of Sky was once again blown into pieces. As it was an energy body without any flesh and blood, the Ultimate God of Sky was killed on the spot as soon as his divine power was depleted. Lin Fei turned around and laughed. Now it's your turn. The 7 ultimate gods gasped in their hearts and only had one thought at that moment. This kid's defense is too strong. He blocked all 7 of their attacks just like that. Even an ultimate god expert wouldn't dare to do that. Not long after, the 7 ultimate god avatars were killed one after another. Lin Fei stood in the sky with a strong murderous intent. These bastards wasted a lot of my divine power again. Lin Fei cursed at the passage of the gods. For Lin Fei, it was best to use as little divine power as possible. However, these shameless ultimate gods took turns to fight him, which made Lin Fei very unhappy. How could they be ultimate god experts? Boom boom boom. Without waiting for Lin Fei to catch his breath, another 8 ultimate god avatars appeared in the passage of the gods. They were the same 8 as before. Kid, I've said that I'll kill you on the spot today. The ultimate god of sky laughed and charged toward Lin Fei. The 8 ultimate gods fought DT on. Losing one avatar was not a big deal. They had a great advantage in the divine realm. It was destined to be a long battle. The immortal kings on the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin also saw this scene. The 8 avatars of the divine venerables were killed one after another, and then reappeared again and again. There was almost no pause. The result was the same. They were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. The battle lasted for a day and a night. After killing them again, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the passage of the gods. Damn it, when the warship is ready, I'll make you regret it. Lin Fei used up a lot of divine power after a day and a night. Fortunately, the ultimate god minor magnate who had worked with him before sent him a new day's rent after the 8 ultimate god avatars were killed one after another. He more or less replenished his divine power. Soon there's only half a day left. Lin Fei felt relieved when he saw the system notification. It was just a battle of attrition. Let's see who could last longer. Not long later, the 8 ultimate god avatars attacked again. They were determined to fight Lin Fei and would not give Lin Fei any time to catch his breath. In their opinion, the kid would not last much longer. As long as he could hold on a little longer, they would be able to kill him. The few of them really wanted to figure out what kind of cultivation method this brat had cultivated and why his divine power was boundless. He was still a peak divine king with endless divine power. If he became an ultimate god, he would be able to fight several ultimate gods at once. How could they survive? They also wanted to get their hands on the cultivation technique. If they did it well, their strength would increase by a lot. They might even become the strongest below the god emperors. After all, the strength of one's divine power was related to one's realm. At their ultimate god realm, they would not miss an opportunity to increase their strength. They were ready to risk it all for this. The more they fought, the more frightened the 8 ultimate god avatars became. This is too scary. This kid seems to have endless divine power. We must kill him. After he was killed again, he came back. Their faces were already numb. They had never tasted the feeling of being killed again and again. The ultimate gods' faces were also showing signs of fatigue due to the large amount of divine power they had consumed. They would not give up now that they had come this far. They had to continue. They would refine some divine power before charging down again. They would not give their opponent a chance to absorb divine stones. In their opinion, the kid would not last long. Maybe he was at the end of his rope. After all, refining divine stones was not easy. There was not enough divine power in the lower realm for the kid to absorb. Hence, the 8 ultimate god avatars attacked again. When they reached the lower realm and came out of the passage of gods, they saw the kid smiling at them. Chapter 1848. The 8 ultimate god avatars did not expect the other party to say something like that. Everyone, don't be fooled. This kid must have run out of divine power and is stalling for time. Ultimate god Heaven laughed. We can definitely kill him on the spot this time. Everyone was tempted. They had died countless times in the battle that lasted more than a day and night. Every attack they arranged was easily broken by the other party. Now that they had finally found an opportunity, they did not doubt Ultimate God Heaven's words. Kid, you've killed us so many times. Now it's your turn. I wonder if you can do it again and again. Ultimate God Xiutian sneered. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. A mere peak god king dares to be so presumptuous. Kill. The 8 ultimate god avatars swarmed forward. It was better to give the other party time to refine divine stones. Kill him first. Their hearts were filled with rage towards this kid. They would feel uncomfortable for the rest of their lives if they did not kill the kid. Only by killing him would they feel better. Once the kid became an ultimate god in the future, it would be difficult for them to make a name for themselves. It was even possible that they would be killed in the future. They were very clear on this point. Although they knew the other party was very strong, the 8 ultimate god avatars did not take it seriously. In the long run, they would definitely win. You guys have a death wish. Lin Fei sneered. With a wave of his hand, a silver-white warship suddenly appeared in front of them. A terrifying aura rushed toward the 8 ultimate god avatars. It's that strange warship. I don't think so. Everyone be careful. There's something strange about this kid. The 8 ultimate god avatars reacted quickly. Lin Fei leaped up and stood on the silver-white warship. The smoothness of the warship was very satisfying. Smash them. Lin Fei ordered Battle Number 1 to attack. Roger. The silver-white warship was even more domineering and ferocious than the previous black warship. Whoosh. The warship immediately displayed a terrifying speed. The 8 ultimate god avatars only saw a flash of white before they were sent flying. More than half of their divine power was consumed in an instant. All of them were shocked. Superalloy not bad. With this collision, Lin Fei could see the beauty of it. Its power was not to be underestimated. The second attack began. Another white shadow flashed by. The 8 divine venerable avatars were horrified to find that they could not dodge the attack in time and were directly hit by it. This saves me a lot of trouble. 2 consecutive collisions. The 8 ultimate god avatars were smashed into pieces. Lin Fei gasped at the level of impact. Oh my god, a modified hull is so powerful. In the past, although the warships also had decent impact power, it was far less terrifying than it was now. Lin Fei could also see that the collision just now had cleared away a large portion of his opponent's divine power, causing him to be unable to replenish his divine power. That was why he had been killed by the second collision. Master, this super alloy hull has more than just simple impact and defense capabilities. The little demon jumped out with a proud look on his face. Lin Fei was shocked. Ah, there are other abilities? Of course. The little demon entered the warship and Lin Fei followed. Finally, they stopped at the divine power pool. Do you see that ball of light? That's the divine power that I just plundered from them. This is the super alloy hull. It's a very powerful ability. Lin Fei's eyes widened. You're saying that the superalloy can absorb divine power? Haha, now you know the power of the superalloy. Lin Fei was shocked, but then he clapped his hands and cheered. This is good. It's equivalent to clearing blue. In the past, Lin Fei had played a game called Legend of Mir. In it, there was a skill to clear blue. As long as the opponent's blue was cleared, no matter how high their level was, they would still be beaten. Lin Fei did not think that the warship would have such an awesome ability. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the superalloy hull. Moreover, the gravitational field below and the other function would be very useful. It should be easy to go to the divine realm now, right? Lin Fei asked the little demon. Of course. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the little demon's answer. Come, let's go to the divine realm. I've used up so much divine power. It's about time I get some back. Let's go. The silver-white hull turned into a stream of light and rushed into the passage of the gods. What the hell? What the hell? How could that strange warship have such a terrifying attack power? My divine power seems to have been depleted without any warning. How could such a strange thing happen? When the 8 ultimate gods opened their eyes, they all had a look of disbelief on their faces. The battle just now had been too short, and no one had been able to react in time. They had been killed on the spot inexplicably. Then are we still going down? One of the ultimate gods asked. That was too strange. At this time they could not help but hesitate. Last time they had suffered a small loss from the strange warship, but not as much as this time. They were killed in a head-on collision. The silver-white warship had become strange. They were killed in 2 short collisions. How could this thing not be strange? They had never seen such a strange thing. They were hesitant whether to go down or not. If they were killed by the silver-white warship after going down, they did not know where to hide their faces. We have to go down. The ultimate god of heaven gritted his teeth. It's just a warship. How powerful can it be? This time, the ultimate god of heaven did not have much confidence in his words. Tion was already difficult to kill. With the addition of the silver-white warship, it was like adding wings to a tiger, making it even more difficult to deal with. They were not controllers, so it was even more difficult to suppress the warship. Ha, divine realm, I'm coming. Before they could discuss, the passage of the gods shook and a silver-white warship appeared outside the passage. On the warship stood the guy who made them gnash their teeth. Damn it, that kid is coming up. They had never seen anyone who could come up from the lower realm so easily. The ultimate god of heaven grinned. Kid, I can't do anything to you in the lower realm, but in the divine realm, I call the shots. Boom. The ultimate god of heaven was the first to attack. The ultimate god's combat power was fully unleashed. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Lin Fei like a mountain pressing down on him. It was far more terrifying than a peak divine king expert. Haha, what's so great about an ultimate god? Lin Fei laughed and ordered battle number 1 to activate the gravitational field. Activate the gravitational field. Whoosh. Chapter 1849. The 8 ultimate gods did not think someone would dare to chase after them. But someone actually did it. They didn't know whether they should say that this kid was audacious or stupid. In the lower worlds, their strength was restricted by the heavenly Tao, and they couldn't unleash 100% of their strength. But in the immortal world, they were mighty hierarchs with powerful battle prowess. They didn't care about peak stage God King realm experts at all. The ultimate god Heaven was the first to attack. The other ultimate gods secretly cursed the ultimate god Heaven for being shameless. They were too busy talking and did not make the first move. If they killed the kid and snatched his stuff, it would not be so easy for them to reap any benefits. After the Heaven ultimate god charged out, they immediately followed suit. They were unwilling to let the Heaven ultimate god take advantage of the situation and wanted everyone to take advantage of it. The ultimate god charged forward confidently. He threw a punch at the warship. The ultimate god Heaven dared not hold back after the small loss last time. He was afraid the kid would slip away. Whoosh! The gravitational field was activated. The ultimate god Heaven's body sank as if he was about to fall. He knew he had been hit when his terrifying speed was suppressed, but he did not think much of it. He was an ultimate god expert and he tried to shake off the gravitational field. Even a divine king would be injured by a godly venerable rank expert's strength. Unfortunately, the ultimate god Heaven was disappointed. No matter how hard he tried, the gravitational field still shrouded him and he could not shake it off. It indirectly affected his speed. What the hell? The 30% speed limit was not a big deal to the ultimate god Heaven, but it was still very annoying. The ultimate gods who came later were also trapped in the gravitational field and could not shake it off. It made them feel very helpless. Fortunately, their speed was not completely restricted. It was just a speed restriction. What was there to be afraid of? They were more concerned about the white warship at that moment. If they could control the warship, their combat power would increase greatly. The 30% speed limit was enough to suppress many ultimate gods. Boom. Boom. An ultimate god expert's attack was still very terrifying. Level 4 energy shield activate. Divine power pond activate. Devour divine power with all your might. Lin Fei calmly commanded. When the ultimate god's attack came, the level 4 energy shield opened and formed a huge light shield to block the attack. The attack landed on the shield and gently shook, disintegrating the power. Awesome. Although he did not completely block the ultimate god's attack, Lin Fei was satisfied that he managed to block the most important part. Charge. The divine power pond absorbed the divine power crazily, and the divine power that filled the sky surged over. The area around the warship turned into a whirlpool as divine power poured in continuously. The divine king and the 8 godly venerable ones who were watching from afar were stunned. I finally understand. The last time my divine power was absorbed, it was because of this warship. Damn it, hurry up and stop the warship. If we let him absorb any more divine power, we'll have wasted our efforts. They had originally thought that they would definitely win, but now they had suffered a huge blow. Even they could not absorb divine powers at such a terrifying rate. After all, their divine bodies could not withstand so much divine powers. Once the amount was exceeded, they would explode and die, even if they were ultimate god experts. The warship absorbed the divine power like crazy and at the same time, crashed into the ultimate god experts. With the 30% speed limit, the distance between them was also shortened. The warship crashed into the ultimate god of Heaven's body. I'm an ultimate god with a profound divine body. Just your warship alone. The ultimate god of Heaven did not care at all. Halfway through his sentence, his expression changed drastically as he was sent flying. The ultimate god of Heaven who was sent flying had a hard time. The impact caused cracks to appear on his divine body. The most incredible thing was that he had lost a portion of his divine power. If it was 100% of his divine power, he had lost about 10% of his divine power. The ultimate god's divine body is really strong. I wonder how many times you can last. Lin Fei appeared on the warship and laughed at the ultimate gods. Whoosh, whoosh. The warship was like a ferocious tiger as it kept attacking. The gravitational field was also playing its advantage as it kept crashing into the 8 ultimate gods. The warship blocked some of the ultimate gods' attacks and used the divine power it absorbed to repair the damaged areas. In the eyes of outsiders, no damage could be seen. Bang, bang, bang. The ultimate god experts were continuously sent flying. The divine kings who were preparing to enter the passage of gods looked at each other and could not believe what they were seeing. The 8 ultimate gods could not do anything to the warship and were continuously sent flying. As for their attacks, they seemed to be very weak as the warship was still intact until now. Haha, the ultimate gods are just SOSO. After sending 3 godly venerables flying again, Lin Fei changed his direction and crashed into the Array Formation's Restriction Formation. Whoosh, whoosh. These were all previously set up to stop the divine power from flowing down. Lin Fei had to break these restrictive formations since he came up here so that his trip would not be in vain. The warship had a superalloy hull. Not only was its defense stronger, but its attack power had also greatly increased. It crashed into the restrictive formation. Rumble. The restrictive formation's counterattack landed on the warship. Lin Fei's body only shook a little but was not injured. However, the restrictive formation cracked. Continue. Rumble. Rumble. The 8 ultimate gods tried to stop the warship several times but could not stop it from crashing into the restrictive formation. The restrictive formation, which thought it was strong, was like a piece of glass under the impact of the warship. It was broken into pieces in 2 or 3 hits. In less than a moment, the restrictive formation was riddled with holes and could not play its role as a seal anymore. Thick divine power flowed into the lower realm. The people of God's Thunder Mountain had never seen anyone break the restrictive formation with a warship. Even ultimate gods did not dare to do so. However, someone did and succeeded. The 8 ultimate gods were the most helpless. They could only watch helplessly. As soon as they rushed up, they were affected by the gravitational field. Then they were bombarded by 1,000 cannons, forming a blockade that blocked them outside. It was not good to have so many mosquitoes. Faced with the non-stop attacks and the 30% speed restriction, they could not get close to the warship. Needless to say, their attacks were blocked. The sealing formation was broken, and the warship turned around again, heading towards the Divine King. Hee, you ultimate gods can do whatever you want in the lower realm. I can too. Ah. The warship crashed into a large group of Divine Kings. Boom, boom, boom. The beautiful sound was like a form of art, echoing in the sky. Lin Fei did not show any mercy. The 8 divine emperors went after Hun Dun. How could they miss such a good opportunity? A one-sided massacre began. The Divine King's counterattack was also very weak. They could not stop the warship's impact. Chapter 1850. Last time, the heavenly gods and god kings suffered great losses. Who would have thought that in such a short time, they would once again experience a one-sided battle? The white warship rushed over like a ferocious tiger, not giving them any chance. Every time they were hit, they would either be heavily injured or smashed into pieces. They could not even defend. When every god king died, the divine power in their body would disappear completely. Without divine power, what else could they do? Last time they could still resist for a while, but this time they basically couldn't. Not to mention the terrifying impact, just the gravitational field that pressed down on them made them unable to move. Even godly venerable experts' speed could be restricted by 30%, let alone god kings like them. Once they were suppressed by the gravitational field, their fates were sealed. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fei squinted his eyes in a very good mood. First, he absorbed a huge amount of divine power, followed by God King grade godheads. It could be said to be a great harvest. Last time it was troublesome to kill them, but this time it was a one-sided slaughter. The gravitational field was a great help, and almost no god king could escape. I can't kill godly venerables, but I can kill god kings. The superalloy body greatly increased its attack power, but it was still not enough to deal with godly venerables. They were too strong and not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was satisfied after wiping out the god kings, who asked him to be lacking god king fighters. In the battle of attrition, he had already expended a lot of god kings. If he didn't wipe them out now, he wouldn't have many god kings left. This time the god kings deserved to be unlucky. The 8 divine emperors had mobilized tens of millions of god kings, and there were still millions of god kings left. In Lin Fei's eyes, they were a big piece of juicy meat. As the warship flew past, it wiped out a large number of god kings. Too scary. Run, or else we won't be able to leave. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too. Faced with the warship's sweep, coupled with the god king's helplessness, the god kings suffered heavy casualties. They had never experienced such a one-sided attack. Counterattack? The attacks landed on the warship, but nothing happened. Instead, the warship's charge made them suffer heavy losses. The god kings began to show expressions of despair. The gravitational field also caused them to lose the chance to escape. They could only watch helplessly as they were killed. At this moment they couldn't care less and chose to surrender. At least they could live. Lin Fei didn't need a god king to surrender. As long as he had a god king rank godhead, he could summon a god king. It was just a matter of strength, it didn't matter too much. In any case, they would be used as cannon fodder. There was no difference between surrendering and not surrendering. However, in the eyes of the 8 ultimate gods, it was a massacre. Millions of god kings were about to be annihilated at the hands of the other party. Right now they were powerless. Once they got close to the warship, they would be suppressed by the warship's gravitational field. Not only would their speed be suppressed, but they would also be attacked by the warship. Long-range attacks were easily blocked. At this moment, they knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to deal with that brat. However, they didn't want to watch him slaughter godly monarchs. In the blink of an eye, there were heavy casualties. If all the god kings died, they wouldn't know how to answer to them. Let's hold him back and ask the controller to come. As long as the controller comes, he can be restrained in the divine realm and we'll deal with that brat sooner or later. The ultimate god of heaven said fiercely. Yes, that's a solution. Only the controller can suppress this guy. They had a solution soon. If all the god kings died, the god kings would be the first to blame them. Now they could only hope for the controller to help. While contacting the controller, they attacked the warship at the same time to buy time. As long as the controller came, he would be able to restrain the warship. Lin Fei controlled the warship to continuously attack the god kings. This terrifying scene was also quickly spread out. Ever since the heaven pillars were broken, the upper echelons of the divine realm had been paying attention to the god's lightning mountain. If the primal chaos really broke all the heaven pillars, the consequences would be absolutely terrifying. They had been paying attention. Millions of god kings and 8 ultimate gods continued to descend. This had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The white warship came out unafraid of the ultimate god's attacks and wiped out the god kings. This shocked everyone. How could something like this happen? Seeing the white warship kill hundreds of god kings with a single charge, they frowned. God kings were also a mid-tier power in the divine realm. However, they were killed by the other party just like that. This was too terrifying. More people paid attention to the warship's terrifying ability. Everyone knew how terrifying the battle clan was in the past. However, they only targeted sky gods and god kings and rarely affected ultimate gods. If the white warship in front of them could be slightly more powerful, it could definitely cause great damage to ultimate gods. If they could get their hands on one or learn how to refine it, it would be a great help to their forces. There were also some ultimate gods who immediately recognized who the white warship belonged to after seeing it. They could not help but be overjoyed. The stronger Dition was, the more they liked it. This time their eyes lit up and they were secretly happy. They did not fall out with Dition and maintained a good relationship. Perhaps they could get their hands on this warship in the future. This warship was too terrifying. Master, there's danger. Let's go down immediately. Little Fiend suddenly reminded Lin Fei. Lin Fei controlled the warship to kill almost 2/3 of the